German Idealism. Frederick C. Beiser. German Idealism. The Struggle Against Subjectivism, 1781–1801. For Julia. Preface. German idealism is a common phrase in literary, historical, and philosophical circles. Broadly, it designates the philosophical doctrines initiated by Kant and then continued by Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. But, beyond this very general definition, it is difficult to give the phrase a more precise meaning. That is not very surprising. What idealism means in Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel has been a matter of discussion and dispute for centuries. The present study continues that discussion and dispute. Its chief task is to explain the meaning of idealism in Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and the young Romantics, Hölderlin, Novalis, and Friedrich Schlegel. My chief excuse for doing so is that, at least in the case of Fichte, Schelling, and the Romantics, though less so in the case of Kant and Hegel, the meaning of German idealism has remained comparatively underexplored in the English-speaking world. There have been many studies of Kant's transcendental idealism and a few of Hegel's absolute idealism, but there has been very little in English about German idealism as a whole. The greatest student of German idealism in the Anglo-American world was Josiah Royce, whose Spirit of Modern Philosophy and lectures on modern idealism have influenced generations of students. Yet I hope to show that, for all its merits, Royce's interpretation has been profoundly misleading. In any case, Royce wrote without the benefit of much of the material available today. There are good reasons for rethinking the meaning of German idealism. Since the 1960s there has been a remarkable resurgence of interest in the subject. Prima facie this is puzzling, since so much contemporary philosophy, whether in the pragmatic, existentialist, or analytic tradition, has its roots in the reaction against German idealism. There is indeed no going back to the age when the absolute once ruled the philosophical firmament. Yet, paradoxically, the very reasons for the obsolescence of German idealism have also been the reasons for its revival. These modern traditions understand themselves only when they appreciate what they grew out of and reacted against. If pragmatists, existentialists, and analytic philosophers wish to recover their roots, they must eventually grapple with German idealism itself. The renewed interest in German idealism has as much to do with its abiding philosophical relevance as its vast historical significance. Recent epistemology still struggles to find some middle path between the extremes of skeptical subjectivism and naive realism, foundationalism and relativism, materialism and dualism, Platonism and historicism. But these were essentially the concerns of the German idealists themselves, whose attempts to find that middle path were subtle and sophisticated. Contemporary philosophers seeking to avoid these dilemmas can still find a rich source of inspiration in German idealism. After centuries of intensive scholarship, no work on German idealism can claim great originality or novelty. Of course, this study is no exception. My debts to previous scholarship, which I have tried to acknowledge in many footnotes, are wide and deep. It is probably worthwhile, however, to point out a few respects in which the study differs from past work, especially the grand surveys of the subject in the German tradition. First, I have not attempted to do justice to the full scope of German idealism, its contributions to the fields of aesthetics, morals, and metaphysics, as well as to epistemology. This study is much more limited in focus. It concentrates on one specific theme, the meaning of idealism itself, and more specifically the reaction against subjectivism. I have focused upon this specific theme because it has been fateful for the reception of German idealism, which has so often been dismissed as a grandiose form of subjectivism. My central thesis is that, from its very inception, German idealism was a reaction against subjectivism, an attempt to prove the reality of the external world and to break out of the egocentric predicament. Second, I have made the young Romantics Hölderlin, Schlegel, Novalis into crucial figures in the development of German idealism. The Romantics have usually been placed either outside the idealist tradition entirely or inside it as mere transitional figures. But neither view is correct, The early Romantics were the true founders of absolute idealism. Third, this study of German idealism omits Hegel, and it is indeed a reaction against the Hegelian legacy. Hegel's history of the period, which interprets it as a progression culminating in his own system, is tendentious philosophically and anachronistic historically. Fourth, there is no teleology to my history. I do not see German idealism either as a progression toward Hegel or as a decline from Kant. If we impartially and thoroughly examine each thinker in his own terms, it is unlikely that the results will show simple progress or decline. Each thinker is more likely to have his unique strengths and weaknesses. A gain here is a loss there, so that the end result is an aporia or invitation to eclecticism. Fifth and finally, I have attempted to integrate Kant's opus posthumum into the general history of German idealism. Kant's final years mark such an important development in his thought that they cannot be ignored. My methodology has been essentially historical and hermeneutical. As far as possible, my aim has been to reconstruct an author's work in its individuality according to his original intention and context. Since they can be tendentious and anachronistic in application to historical material, I have bracketed contemporary philosophical concerns and concepts. I have also given primacy to textual exegesis over philosophical criticism, partly because the interpretation of the texts is so controversial, and partly because the most fair and accurate criticism has to come from the most thorough and sympathetic interpretation. In this work, unlike my previous studies of classical German philosophy, I have not attempted to interpret a text in its cultural and political context. Although I regard cultural and political interpretation as essential, I do not think that the time is ripe for it in the case of German idealism. The problem is that the basic philosophical content of the texts is still too indeterminate and controversial. No one who approaches them can afford to ignore the fraught history of their interpretation. Without, however, an understanding of their content, any cultural or political interpretation is a hazardous business. A scholar who fails to appreciate the precise status of Fichte's absolute ego, for example, cannot appraise its political and cultural significance. This study does not pretend to be a contribution to what the Germans call Konstellationsarbeit, that is, detailed research into the context and interactions of German philosophers in Jena in the 1790s. While such research is invaluable, and indeed a necessary basis for work like my own, I have not been able to undertake it in any detailed or concerted manner here. Much of my work has rested on the more detailed research of Dieter Henrich, Manfred Frank, Michael Franz, Violetta Wabel, and others. Given the general state of knowledge of German idealism in the English-speaking world, it is impossible to presuppose acquaintance with this context, still less philosophical interest in it. Some of the best scholarship on Kant and German idealism was written prior to World War I, and it has been the foundation for much of my own work. I have profound debts to the German historical tradition, especially to the work of Erich Adix, Benno Erdmann, Wilhelm Dilthey, Rudolf Heim, and Ernst Cassirer, which, I believe, provides a far superior paradigm for doing history of philosophy than the analytic tradition. Regarding more contemporary scholarship, my chief debts have been to Paul Guyer and Henry Allison in Kant studies, and to Dieter Henrich and Manfred Frank in post-Kantian philosophy. Although I often take issue with these scholars, that is in direct proportion to my debts to them. The first drafts for this study were written in 1995, but my work on German idealism ultimately goes back to 1975 when I first began my Oxford Doctor of Philosophy dissertation on the origins of Hegel's Phenomenologie des Geists. The immediate stimulus for this study came from the philosophy department at Indiana University, Bloomington, which became a hotbed for German idealism in 1995. For their stimulus and encouragement, I am especially indebted to my colleagues there, Michael Friedman, Paul Franks, and Graciela de Pires. Large parts of the draft of this work were read by Michael Friedman, Paul Franks, Frederick Neuhauser, Robert Richards, Alan Wood, Eric Watkins, Andrew Janiak, and Karl Omerix. Their criticisms and suggestions have greatly improved the whole. Many of my views grew out of discussions over the years with graduate students, especially Stephen Chow, Hess Chung, Andrew Janiak, Mitcha Gottlieb, Joshua Shaw, Rondo Keel, and Christian Johnson. Sadly, the happy and heady days of German idealism in Bloomington have come to an end. This book is my tribute to them. Finally, my greatest debts are to my wife and daughter, Matilda and Julia, whose love and patience sustained all. Bloomington, Indiana. April 2001. Introduction. 1. Realism in German idealism. There has been in the history of philosophy a remarkably popular and persistent interpretation of German idealism that, much scholarship notwithstanding, continues to find adherents to this day. 1. Both detractors and defenders of German idealism endorse this interpretation. For the detractors it is a compelling reason to spurn the idealist tradition, for the defenders a persuasive reason to embrace it. According to this interpretation, German idealism is essentially the culmination of the Cartesian tradition. It accepts some of the central assumptions of this tradition, that epistemology is philosophia prima, that only self-knowledge is certain, that the immediate objects of knowledge are ideas, and that knowledge consists in contemplation rather than action. But it goes even further than Descartes because it takes these assumptions to their ultimate bitter conclusion, namely, subjectivism, the doctrine that the subject has an immediate knowledge only of its own ideas, so that it has no knowledge beyond its circle of consciousness. Supposedly, rather than struggling against subjectivism, the German idealists welcomed it, seeing it as the result of a deep epistemological truth, that it is impossible to get outside our representations to compare them with reality itself. To be sure, the German idealists reject solipsism, the theory that I know the contents only of my own empirical or individual mind. Nevertheless, they still insist that all knowledge is a function of some transcendental or universal mind, which somehow exists within all empirical and individual ones. Hence the circle of consciousness is never really broken, rather it is only widened to embrace everyone. This interpretation usually goes along with a seductively simple narrative about the history of German idealism. This narrative is essentially a story about the gradual and inevitable completion of Kant's Copernican revolution. The story begins with Kant's Copernican doctrine that truth consists not in the conformity of concepts to objects, transcendental realism, but in the conformity of objects to concepts, transcendental idealism. The drama then unfolds when Kant suffers a loss of nerve, failing to take his revolution to its final conclusions. Fatefully, Kant clung to his belief in things in themselves, things independent of the conditions of our knowing them, and he insisted upon a dualism between understanding and sensibility, so that the transcendental subject is the source of only the form but not the matter of experience. It was then the task of Kant's great successors Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel to remove these recidivistic inconsistencies and to complete Kant's revolution. They achieved their grand ambition first by purging dogmatic residues from Kant's system, the thing in itself, the given manifold, and then by extending its underlying principle, the creative powers of the subject. The story ends with the triumph of the subject, which is now expanded to cosmic dimensions so that it becomes the source of all reality. This subject is no longer the meager and pale Kantian transcendental I, which is only the formal condition of experience, rather, it is the rich and mighty absolute I, which is the origin of both the form and content of experience. In essence, then, the development of German idealism is a tale about the expansion, aggrandizement, or inflation of the transcendental subject. Despite its attractive simplicity, this interpretation of the history of German idealism is deeply problematic. In fundamental respects it is more accurate to say the exact opposite, that the development of German idealism is not the culmination but the nemesis of the Cartesian tradition. Explicitly and emphatically, the German idealists criticized some of the central assumptions of that tradition, that self-consciousness is certain and given, that we know ourselves with more certainty than objects in space, that knowledge is the result of contemplation rather than action, that the bearers of meaning are ideas, and, at least after Kant, that we know ourselves apart from and prior to others. This critique of the Cartesian legacy begins with the early Kant, it grows in intensity with the first critic, and it comes to a climax with Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Rather than consisting in the progressive triumph of subjectivism, in the gradual expansion of the circle of consciousness, the development of German idealism is more the story about the growing reaction against subjectivism, about the increasingly intense effort to break out of that circle. Since the 1760s there had been a reaction in Germany against the way of ideas inspired by the Scottish philosophy of common sense. Point 2. It was widely believed that this tradition, by imposing ideas between the perceiving subject and external reality, ends in the abyss of Humean skepticism. Hence there had been a long history of attempts to refute egoism or nihilism, the doctrines that we know only our own representations. After the 1760s in Germany, the critique of idealism had become a favorite theme of metaphysical treatises and university lectures. Point 3. German idealism only continued and developed the earlier reaction against the way of ideas. The refutation of idealism, the proof of the reality of the external world, became a fundamental desideratum and preoccupation of post-Kantian idealism. Within this tradition there were different, even conflicting, accounts of the nature of this reality, of what constitutes its independence or externality. It could be the universal and necessary structure of space, the thing in itself, the single universal substance, or the eternal archetypes. But, whatever form it took, external reality had to exist independent of the consciousness of the empirical and individual subject, and it had to be as certain as self-knowledge itself. The critique of subjectivism, the attempt to establish a satisfactory form of realism, was indeed the driving impulse behind the development of German idealism. One form of idealism succeeded another when a previous form was found to provide too weak a foundation for realism. Kant rejected Leibniz and Berkeley's empirical idealism because it had made the existence of objects in space a mere illusion. Fichte became disappointed with Kant's transcendental idealism because he had not provided a sufficient basis for his empirical realism. Hölderlin, Schlegel, Novalis, and Schelling broke with Fichte's ethical idealism because it still trapped the ego inside the circle of consciousness. Hence the development of German idealism consists not in an increasing subjectivism but in the very opposite, a growing realism and naturalism. Point 4. This movement toward a greater realism and naturalism already begins with Kant and Fichte, whose critical or formal idealism upholds the empirical reality of objects in space, limits the role of the understanding to providing the form of experience, and postulates some independent reality to the matter of experience, whether it is a thing in itself or some check or obstacle, Anstoß. But Kant's and Fichte's critical idealism proved insufficient for the absolute idealists Hölderlin, Novalis, Schlegel, Schelling, and Hegel, who advocated a higher realism, which postulates the existence of the absolute or the infinite reality of nature. Rather than making nature the product of the transcendental subject, the absolute idealists did the very opposite, deriving the transcendental subject from its place within nature. The rationality of the Kantian Fichtean subject now became nothing more than the highest manifestation and realization of the powers of nature. 2. Exorcising the spirit. The central theme behind the subjectivist interpretation of German idealism has been the infinite self, the universal spirit, or absolute ego. This theme has been regarded as the thread through the labyrinth of German speculation, the key to unlock the temple holding the mysteries of post-Kantian philosophy. Point 5. Accordingly, German idealism has been interpreted as a story about the gradual discovery of this ego, as a tale about the progressive path toward absolute self-awareness. Thus the account Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel once gave of the history of self-consciousness is applied to German idealism itself. The drama of absolute self-awareness is a subplot within the grander tale about the completion of the Copernican revolution. The subplot begins with Kant's doctrine of the unity of apperception, the I of the I think, which signifies only my possible self-awareness throughout a succession of sensations. The action then proceeds when Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel progressively uncover the deeper metaphysical meaning underlying this meager and abstract I. In several bold steps, they removed all the restraints and restrictions Kant had so carefully placed upon his transcendental self. First, they purged the Kantian I of all empirical and individual connotations, arguing that, as the condition of experience and individuality, it could not be individuated within experience itself. Second, contrary to Kant's strictures in the paralogisms, they maintain that the I gives us knowledge of some noumenal activity or entity underlying all reality. Third, after removing the thing in itself as the cause of experience, they made the Kantian transcendental self the source of not only the form but also the content of experience, so that it creates not only the general forms of the understanding, the categories, and sensibility, space and time, but also the specific content of experience itself. Hence the Kantian transcendental self, which was essentially only a construct to explain the possibility of a single objective experience, gradually became converted into a metaphysical principle, the single universal self that is the source of all of nature and history. On this account, German idealism becomes something like a transcendental revival of Christianity, theology through philosophical means. 6. Sadly, despite its narrative charm, this story too is more fantasy than reality. The problem is that its hero hardly ever appeared on stage. The truth be told, the absolute subject, the infinite ego, or universal spirit, understood as a metaphysical principle or noumenal reality, never had much of a role to play in German idealism. If it appeared at all, it was only very briefly, confined to a short phase of Schelling's philosophical development, the few months he adhered to the doctrines espoused in his early Vomich als Prinzip der Philosophie, 1796, but Schelling quickly moved away from this position, and even during this period he equivocated whether he meant to commit himself to the existence of the absolute subject. The first to postulate the idea of an absolute subject was Fichte in his 1794 Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre, but he stressed the regulative status of this idea, and firmly rejected the thesis of dogmatic idealism that the absolute subject creates the entire world. After Fichte, the early Romantics heavily criticized the concept of an absolute ego. Hölderlin, Schlegel, Novalis, Schelling, and Hegel all disputed the thesis that the absolute can be described as something subjective, as something mental rather than physical. The absolute, they argued, must be interpreted as something impersonal, neutral, or indifferent, whether it be pure being, life, or the indifference point. To construe it as the ego is to hypostatize and anthropomorphize it, dragging it down into the realm of finite experience. Another serious problem with this story is that it ignores the underlying logic behind one central concept of post-Kantian idealism, the concept of the absolute. 7. The post-Kantian idealists understood the absolute in transcendental terms as the fundamental condition of the possibility of experience. As such, they refused to define it as either subjective or objective. Rather, they argued that both subjectivity and objectivity fall within experience, so that these concepts cannot be applied to the absolute except on pain of circularity. The champions of the subjectivist interpretation saw that the self of German idealism cannot be interpreted in empirical or individual terms, but they never fully recognized that, even if its empirical and individual dimensions are removed, it is still impossible to apply the concept of the self to the absolute. 8. The very logic of the concept of the absolute excludes its description as either subjective or objective, since such terms limit what is meant to be unlimited. To be sure, the realm of spirit, the subjective, could be the highest manifestation, expression, or embodiment of the absolute. Even so, however, it had to remain only one of its appearances. The basic error behind the subplot, and the subjectivist interpretation in general, has been its failure to distinguish between two very different versions or forms of idealism. The conflation is understandable, given that the idealists themselves sometimes failed to disentangle them. The two versions of idealism correspond to two senses of the term ideal. The ideal can be the mental in contrast to the physical, the spiritual rather than the material, or it can be the archetypical in contrast to the ectypical, the normative rather than the substantive. Idealism in the former sense is the doctrine that all reality depends upon some self-conscious subject. Idealism in the latter sense is the doctrine that everything is a manifestation of the ideal, an appearance of reason. This second sense is perfectly compatible with the equal and independent reality of the mental and physical, and it has no difficulty in ascribing reality to a physical world. The problem with the subjectivist interpretation is that it stretches the mental and the subjective to do the work of the ideal or the intelligible, so that it becomes the reality of the entire world, but then the concept of the subjective is in danger of losing all meaning. Once we admit this distinction, we get a very different account of the history of German idealism from the subjectivist interpretation. Here again that interpretation proves itself to be the very opposite of the truth. Rather than a story about the triumph of the subject, German idealism becomes a story about the progressive desubjectivization of the Kantian legacy, the growing recognition that the ideal realm consists not in personality and subjectivity but in the normative, the archetypical, and the intelligible. The subjective played a diminishing role in German idealism as the post-Kantian idealists realized that the Kantian transcendental subject plays a residual role in the constitution of experience, whose objectivity ultimately depends upon its universal and necessary normative structure. The history of German idealism is therefore more the story about the progressive unfolding of Neoplatonism. Ironically, its ultimate heirs were the Marburg Neo-Kantians Hermann Cohen, Paul Naderp, and Ernst Cassirer. 9. 3. The critique of foundationalism. Another cardinal tenet of the subjectivist interpretation is that German idealism was a radical renewal of Cartesian foundationalism. 10. Its supposed ambition was to restore and finally realize the Cartesian program of beginning with some self-evident first principle, and then deriving from it, in a series of deductive steps, all our fundamental beliefs about the world. Like Descartes, Kant, and Fichte found this principle in self-awareness, in some variant of cogito ergo sum. Though it has some plausibility, this thesis conceals the complexity and variety of German idealism. It applies only with the greatest difficulty to Kant. One can interpret the transcendental deduction of the first critic as a form of foundationalism, since it appears to begin with the self-evidence of the I think and then to derive the application of the categories to experience. Yet this interpretation has been hotly contested. 11. And even if it were vindicated, it is false that the transcendental deduction is part of a general foundationalist program. As early as his 1755 Nova Delucidatio, Kant explicitly rejected the rationalist program of deriving all philosophy from a single self-evident first principle, and he always stressed the need for a separation of our faculties, deliberately thwarting any attempt to reduce them to a single source and function. Last but not least, the first critic demotes the privileged place of the Cartesian subject by arguing that self-consciousness is no more certain than the awareness of objects in space outside me. The interpretation of German idealism as a revival of foundationalism has most plausibility in application to K. L. Reinhold's elementary philosophy, whose purpose was to systematize and deduce all the fundamental results of the critical philosophy by deriving them from a single self-evident first principle. Reinhold's program was indeed very influential. It was endorsed by Fichte and the young Schelling, even though they rejected his specific proposal about what should be the first principle. Following Reinhold, their strategy was to begin with some self-evident first principle about self-awareness, and then to derive from it the systematic order of the Kantian categories and the most general laws of experience. Reinhold's foundationalism was indeed so influential that it was even endorsed by some of his severest critics, among them the neo-Humean skeptic G. E. Schulz, who saw it as a necessary ideal of reason. Despite these points, it would be a serious mistake to generalize Reinhold's influence, as if it held sway over the entire period, and as if his foundationalism were the methodological ideal for all the German idealists. 12. There are several difficulties with such a generalization. First, it applies only with the greatest difficulty to Fichte and Hegel, though they are held to be its most important heirs. Although Fichte had once expounded a radical foundationalist program, he soon placed severe constraints upon it, insisting that the first principles of philosophy would have to be regulative postulates. More important, Fichte's solution to the problem of skepticism is essentially pragmatic rather than foundationalist, for he taught that the problem of knowledge could be resolved only in the realm of practice. For his part, Hegel had explicitly criticized Reinhold's program in his Differenzschrift, rejecting any attempt to begin philosophy with self-evident first principles. Though Hegel endorsed the systematic ideal, he forswore any attempt to base it upon the geometric method. If Hegel was a foundationalist at all, it was only by subverting the foundationalism of the Cartesian tradition. Point 13. Second, such a generalization would not apply at all to Schlegel, Novalis, and Hölderlin, who were sharp critics of Reinhold's foundationalist program from the very beginning. They denied that there were any self-evident first principles in philosophy, disputed the possibility of constructing a complete and perfect system, and extended skepticism to the principles and procedures of transcendental philosophy itself. Third, Reinhold's influence was limited to a very short period, which did not extend beyond 1795, and it found only a few adherents. In fact, the followers of Reinhold's program were a small minority, heavily outnumbered by its critics. When Fichte arrived at Jena in 1794, his foundationalist program was already seen as outmoded and untenable. The common picture of German idealism as neo-foundationalism breaks down entirely as soon as we consider the general intellectual context of philosophy in Jena, the small university town that gave birth to so much of German idealism. One of the most interesting and important features of that context was its pervasive critique of foundationalism. Recent scholarship has revealed the profound extent to which the early students of Reinhold, J.B. Erhardt, C. Ideas, F. Weishahn, C.C. Schmidt, F.C. Forberg, J.P.A. Feuerbach, and F.I. Needhammer were extremely skeptical of any form of foundationalism. Point 14. They doubted the possibility of establishing a single self-evident first principle from which one could derive, in a manner immune to skeptical doubt, our most basic beliefs about the world. They also criticized the possibility of creating the single perfect system of knowledge, a system that would provide the only valid structure for all possible knowledge. They saw such a first principle, and indeed the system derived from it, as a regulative ideal, a goal that could be approached but never attained in the infinite progress of inquiry. This Grundsatzkritik had an immediate and profound effect on the development of German idealism. Despite his early avowal of the Reinholdian program, it made its mark on Fichte, who soon reinterpreted his first principles as regulative ideas. It then became central to the philosophy of the early Romantics, to Hölderlin, Schlegel, and Novalis, who, in one form or another, were closely connected with the circle surrounding Reinhold. They too soon embraced its skepticism about first principles and systems, and made that skepticism an integral part of their own Weltanschauung. To an extraordinary degree, contemporary philosophers regard anti-foundationalism as a unique characteristic and singular accomplishment of their own postmodernist age. But this is sheer complacency, arising from ignorance of the past. The rich legacy of German idealism will only be fully understood and appreciated when contemporary philosophers see the profound extent to which it has not merely anticipated but transcended their own postmodernist agenda. The German idealists not only foresaw but lived through and responded to the collapse of foundationalism. Their subtle and sophisticated response to this crisis makes them of abiding relevance today. For the troublesome Hegelian legacy. Ultimately, the subjectivist interpretation of German idealism must trace its origins back to Hegel's History of Philosophy. It was Hegel who saw his own system as the culmination of German idealism and who made the self-consciousness of spirit the end of history itself. Although Hegel himself was no subjectivist, it must be said that he unwittingly gave enormous impetus to the subjectivist interpretation of German idealism. If Hegel's absolute is interpreted as an infinite mind, and if one accepts that his system is the culmination of German idealism, then it seems as if the idea of the absolute or infinite subject must be the final purpose of German idealism itself. This simple but seductive view has had a deep impact upon the historiography of German idealism, if only because so much of its history has been written from a Hegelian standpoint. Point 15. Prima facie, the subjectivist interpretation has some plausibility in application to Hegel's later system. There is a sense in which the more mature Hegel went back to Fichte by recasting the absolute in more subjective terms. After the dissolution of his alliance with Schelling in 1804, Hegel began to criticize Schelling's idea of the absolute for its excessive naturalism, for not providing sufficient place for the realm of spirit that consists in society, the state, and history. This led him to conceive of the absolute less as nature and more as spirit. On these grounds some scholars see spirit rather than nature as the fundamental concept of Hegel's system, as if his fundamental loyalty were to Kant and Fichte rather than to Spinoza and Schelling. 16. But such an interpretation is very one-sided, exaggerating Hegel's attempt to correct the one-sidedness of Spinoza and Schelling. No less than Schelling and his romantic forebears, Hegel too saw the absolute as the idea, the infinite formal final cause that manifests itself in the realms of both nature and spirit. To be sure, Hegel gave a greater weight to spirit than Schelling, who gave pride of place to nature over spirit, and who never gave the realms of society and history a significant role in his identitat system. Nevertheless, Hegel still saw the realm of spirit as one manifestation of the absolute, as one part of his system, whose culmination was really the idea itself. Whatever the proper interpretation of Hegel, his history of philosophy has now lost its grip over research on German idealism. Scholars now investigate the earlier idealists for their own sake and in their own terms, without considering them as stepping stones on the triumphal path toward Hegel's grand system. But it is important to see precisely what is wrong with Hegel's history. It is not that Hegel had a bad methodology. Like any good historicist, he insisted that each philosophy should be interpreted from within and taken on its own terms. Rather, the problem is that Hegel did not follow his own method, he did not practice what he preached. Instead, he expropriated the past, exaggerating his own originality and individuality. What Hegel portrayed as his own characteristic doctrine, what he regarded as his unique achievement, was all too often said years before him. There is not a single Hegelian theme that cannot be traced back to his predecessors in Jena, to many earlier thinkers whom Hegel and the Hegelian school either belittled or ignored. The fathers of absolute idealism were Hölderlin, Schlegel, and Schelling. Though the first would find no mention in Hegel's history, the second would be trivialized and dismissed, and the third treated as a mere footstool. So many ideas that are seen as uniquely Hegelian: the dialectic, immanent critique, the synthesis of Fichte and Spinoza, the absolute as the identity of identity and non-identity, the importance of history within philosophy, self-positing spirit, alienation, the unity of community and individual liberty were all commonplaces in Jena before Hegel came there in 1801. To say this is not to belittle Hegel's achievement. In unsurpassed fashion he summarized and integrated into one system all the themes his less scholastic and organized contemporaries had left in fragments or notebooks. Nevertheless, to say this is to put Hegel in proper historical perspective. He was not the creative and original thinker that his history suggests or that his disciples imply. Hegel's strength lay in his synthetic and systematic powers, in rationalizing and organizing the wealth of ideas created by his contemporaries. In truth, Hegel was just as his friends in the Stift once portrayed him, der alte man, who ambled along on crutches. He was a tortoise among hares, and, when all the hares had squandered or consumed their energies, he alone trudged, slowly but surely, over the finish line. Like all victors, he then rewrote history from his point of view, as the tale of his own triumph. 5. The taxonomy of German idealism. It should come as no surprise to any student of German philosophy in its great classical period from Kant to Hegel that the term German idealism is not univocal. Such is the diversity and complexity of the period that there is not a single doctrine to which all thinkers adhere, and which could be described for the same reasons as idealism. There are rather a number of doctrines that are often in conflict with one another, and that at best bear some very general similarity to one another. The absence of univocity does not imply, however, that it is impossible to make generalizations, still less that the term should be altogether abandoned. It is one of the main results of this study that there were essentially two fundamental forms of German idealism from 1781 to 1801. There was first of all the subjective or formal idealism of Kant and Fichte, according to which the transcendental subject is the source of the form but not the matter of experience. Contrary to it, there was the objective or absolute idealism of the Romantics, Hölderlin, Novalis, Schlegel, Schelling, and the young Hegel, according to which the forms of experience are self-subsistent and transcend both the subject and object. The basic difference between these forms is simple and straightforward. While subjective idealism attaches the forms of experience to the transcendental subject, which is their source and precondition, objective idealism detaches them from that subject, making them hold for the realm of pure being as such. Both subjective and objective idealism can be understood as idealism in a broad sense because they both claim that reality depends upon the ideal or the rational. But they give very different meanings to the ideal or rational corresponding to the two senses noted above, section 3. In subjective idealism, the ideal or the rational is the subjective, mental, or spiritual. In objective idealism it is the archetypical, intelligible, and structural. Very crudely, Kant's and Fichte's subjective idealism maintains that the form of experience derives from the transcendental subject, even though the matter of experience is given. Conversely, the Romantic subjective idealism holds that everything is a manifestation of the archetypical or rational form. Obviously, these are distinct doctrines. Unlike subjective idealism, objective idealism does not privilege the subject over the object. Rather, both the subjective and objective are equal instances of the archetypical. In other words, both the mental and the material conform to rational necessity. If this distinction is simple and straightforward, it has also been persistently confused. The source of this confusion came from the idealist tradition itself. Both Leibniz and Kant had understood the mundus intelligibilis not only as the archetypical or nomological but also as the mental or spiritual. It is only much later in the history of German philosophy, more specifically, in the mid-1790s, that these meanings become finally disentangled. It was one of the achievements of the Romantic generation to distinguish them and to develop a new form of objective idealism on the basis of this distinction. The distinction came to its fullest and clearest expression only in 1801 in Hegel's Differenzeskrift. 17. Although the ideal has a different meaning in subjective and objective idealism, it would be artificial to draw too rigid a distinction between these forms of idealism. This is first and foremost because objective idealism grew out of subjective idealism by developing objective strands of thought already implicit within it. Objective idealism took its starting point from the analysis of experience in subjective idealism. Both Kant and Fichte had claimed that the very possibility of self-consciousness depends upon the universal and necessary forms of experience. The subject could know itself, attribute ideas and actions to itself, and perceive an objective world only by virtue of these forms. Where objective idealism departed from subjective idealism was in its insistence that the subjective is possible only within experience itself. The subject could not be the source and precondition of these forms when its very identity already depended on them. So rather than having priority over these forms, the subject became subsumed under them. According to the objective idealists, the subject and object are both manifestations or instances of these forms, which constitute the absolute or the realm of pure being itself. Another reason for not drawing too sharp a distinction between subjective and objective idealism is that the objective idealists to some extent restored the central role of subjectivity within the absolute. Without exception, they held that the transcendental subject is the highest organization and development of all the powers of nature or history. 18. To be sure, the subject would be only a manifestation, embodiment, or appearance of the absolute, but it would still be given pride of place as the very culmination of nature and history. The central role of subjectivity was reinstated as the end or purpose, though not as the foundation or starting point, of nature and history. For just this reason, it is necessary to be extremely cautious in claiming that absolute idealism permits the absolute to exist independent of the knowing subject. Schelling, Hegel, Schlegel, Hölderlin, and Novalis all held that the absolute comes to its fullest realization, organization, and development only in the self-awareness of the knowing subject. They were utterly opposed to any view that would permit a dualism between the subjects knowing the absolute and the absolute itself. In their view, the subject's awareness of the absolute is the self-knowledge of the absolute through the subject. What unites these forms of idealism, what makes them belong to a single tradition, is their similar approach to some common philosophical problems. Since Kant, philosophers had become preoccupied with two distinct but closely related issues: how to explain the possibility of knowledge, and how to account for the reality of the external world. The entangling of these problems created a paradoxical and apparently irresolvable predicament for Kant and the entire generation after him. The predicament made it impossible to solve one problem without undermining the solution to the other. To explain the possibility of knowledge requires demonstrating that there is some kind of identity between the subject and object, for if the subject and object are completely distinct from one another, they will not be able to interact or correspond with one another to produce knowledge. Hence all the German idealists after Kant, and essentially under his influence, developed what they call the principle of subject-object identity, which, very crudely, means that there must be some point of identity between the subject and object of knowledge for there to be some correspondence and interaction between them. But this principle seems to come unstuck in the face of the need to explain the reality of the external world. For, to account for this reality, it is necessary to establish some kind of dualism between the subject and object, given that it is just a fact of our experience that the object appears given to us and independent of our conscious control. Hence the general problem of German idealism was how to find a principle of subject-object identity that could surmount but also explain the subject-object dualism of ordinary experience. Paradoxically, such a principle had to both overcome dualism yet also demonstrate its necessity. Hegel put the whole problem in a nutshell when he famously stated that the task of philosophy is to find the identity of identity and non-identity. Though this formula seems mystical and metaphysical, it states perfectly well the main epistemological predicament facing all the German idealists: how is it possible to explain the possibility of knowledge according to idealist principles and yet to account for the reality of the external world? The following chapters explore how the German idealists attempted to resolve this paradoxical predicament. Each of them examines one respect in which the German idealists from Kant to Schelling attempted to explain the reality of the external world on the basis of idealist principles. German idealism thus turns out to be a search for that elusive but necessary ideal, the identity of identity and non-identity. Let us now examine in some detail the history of that quest. Part I. Kant's Critique of Idealism. Introduction: Kant and the Problem of Subjectivism. 1. The Clash of Interpretations. In the more than 200 years since the publication of the Kritik der reinen Vernunft in May 1781, there have been countless interpretations of Kant's transcendental idealism. These interpretations vary greatly, and they often flatly contradict one another. But, whatever their differences, all have to define themselves in terms of two antithetical extremes. At one extreme there is the subjectivist interpretation, which maintains that Kant's transcendental idealism is a species of subjective idealism. One at the other extreme there is the objectivist interpretation, which states that transcendental idealism is, if only implicitly, a primitive form of objective or absolute idealism. Point 2. According to the subjectivist interpretation, Kant's transcendental idealism is the epitome of the way of ideas inaugurated by Descartes, and then developed by Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. Supposedly, transcendental idealism is based upon the fundamental principle behind this tradition, that the immediate objects of perception are the ideas of the perceiving subject. But it takes this principle to its ultimate skeptical conclusion, that we have no direct knowledge of reality in itself, rather, all that we know are our own representations, from which we must infer the existence of an independent reality. The fundamental premise behind this interpretation is its account of Kant's concept of an appearance. On this account, appearances are not aspects or extrinsic properties of things in themselves but simply representations. Since Kant often states that appearances are nothing more than representations, and since he also insists that we know nothing more than appearances, it follows that all we know is our own representations. Hence transcendental idealism proves to be a form of subjectivism or skeptical solipsism, a doctrine limiting knowledge to the contents of our individual minds. Prima facie, the subjectivist interpretation seems to be wildly implausible, riding roughshod over the realistic aspects of Kant's transcendental idealism. More specifically, it appears to ignore not only Kant's belief in the reality of things in themselves but also his empirical realism, his doctrine that the existence of objects in space is given in perception. But the subjectivists are perfectly aware of these realistic aspects of Kant's system. They argue, however, that they are incompatible with his more fundamental principles. Hence they stress the subjectivist premise behind Kant's empirical realism, the identification of material objects with representations, and they point out that Kant's belief in the reality of things in themselves is inconsistent with his critical teaching that we cannot know anything beyond experience. If Kant were only consistent, the subjectivists contend, there would be very little difference between his idealism and Berkeley's. Ultimately, the only difference between their idealisms is Kant's greater rationalism. Transcendental idealism is simply Berkeley's idealism without its empiricism. According to the objectivist interpretation, transcendental idealism is not the apotheosis of, but the antidote to, the Cartesian way of ideas. Nowhere is this antidote more apparent than in the transcendental deduction of the first critic, where Kant shows how the ideas of the knowing subject are determined by the intersubjective order of the a priori concepts of the understanding. There Kant turns subjectivism upside down, for he demonstrates that the intersubjective public world constituted by these concepts is not constructed from the ideas of the individual mind, rather, it is the necessary condition of even having such ideas. The knowing subject therefore loses its primacy, because it is not the first condition of experience but simply another element within experience itself. The fundamental mistake of the subjectivists, the objectivists further contend, is that they construe Kant's forms of understanding and intuition as psychological faculties, as if they were only the subject's ways of conceiving and perceiving the world. But this hypostatizes these forms, treating them again as objects within experience when they are instead the conditions for its possibility. These forms cannot be conceived as either subjective or objective because they lay down the conditions under which anything can be identified as either subjective or objective. Prima facie, the objectivist interpretation seems to be as implausible as the subjectivist one. Most conspicuously, it appears to ignore or eliminate the Kantian version of the Cartesian cogito, the I of the unity of apperception, which is the source of all the categories. But it is precisely with regard to the unity of apperception that the objectivist interpretation shows its true colors. The objectivists insist that I does not designate any subject at all, whether pure and universal or empirical and individual. Following Kant's suggestion in the paralogisms, they note that I designates nothing more than an impersonal it. This it is either the activity of pure thinking, the mere exercise of a cognitive function, or it is the unifying principle behind the totality of experience, that which makes the forms of understanding and sensibility into a systematic whole. 3. Whether implicitly or explicitly, unwittingly or intentionally, the objectivist interpretation brings Kant's transcendental idealism very close to the absolute idealism of Schelling and Hegel. 4. The central thesis of absolute idealism is that everything is an appearance of the idea, where the idea is not something in the individual conscious mind but the form, archetype, or structure of reality in general. Since it is a normative order that makes possible both subjectivity and objectivity, this idea is neither subjective nor objective itself, rather, it transcends both the subject and object and yet manifests itself in both. Because they provide the conditions under which the subject and object, the appearances of inner and outer sense, become objects of experience, Kant's a priori forms are the prototypes for such a normative order. 2. Method and results. Prima facie, it seems absurd that Kant's transcendental idealism can be interpreted in such antithetical ways. Yet Kant's texts are so rich and dense that advocates of both interpretations have been able to find evidence for them. Both parties concede that there are some passages that count against their interpretation, but they insist that these do not represent the spirit, intention, or ultimate direction behind Kant's thought. For them, it is not so much a question of what Kant did say but of what he ought to have said according to his fundamental principles. How is it possible for the Kant scholar to determine the strengths and weaknesses of these interpretations? How can he find his way through the textual labyrinth, which seems to support both readings? The most simple and straightforward approach is historical, to investigate Kant's philosophical development, and more specifically Kant's own reaction to subjective and objective idealism. It is still an underappreciated fact that, for decades, Kant himself had been a sharp critic of all forms of idealism. From his 1755 Nova Delucidatio to his 1797 to 1800 Opus Posthumum, he had opposed both extremes of the idealist tradition. He had criticized Descartes' objective idealism because it doubted the reality of the external world, and he had attacked Leibniz's subjective idealism because it affirmed only the reality of the noumenal world. After the formulation of his own idealist doctrine in the 1770 inaugural dissertation, Kant struggled to distinguish his idealism from other variants, especially Leibniz's Platonic idealism. This concern only intensified after the publication of the first Critic, when Kant became especially troubled by the charge of Berkeleyanism. Finally, in both the first and second editions of the Critic, and in the Reflexionen of the 1790s, Kant devoted much energy to the refutation of Descartes' skeptical idealism. It is safe to conclude that, throughout his development, Kant conceived his transcendental idealism as the middle path between the extremes of subjective and objective idealism. It is as if he already foresaw and forcefully rejected both the subjective and objective interpretations of his transcendental idealism. Since the historical approach promises to shed the most light on the difficult interpretative issues, Part I provides a close study of Kant's reaction toward idealism. I focus especially on the development of Kant's views, beginning with the 1755 Nova Delucidatio and closing with the Opus Posthumum. The first chapter considers Kant's attitude toward idealism in the pre-critical years, the second, third, and fourth chapters examine his refutation of dogmatic and skeptical idealism in the first edition of the Critic. Chapters 5 and 6 are devoted to Kant's critique of idealism in the Prolegomena and the second edition of the Critic, while chapters 7 to 9 evaluate the objectivist interpretation of Kant's idealism. The final chapter examines the development of Kant's transcendental idealism in the Opus Posthumum. The main result of my investigation is that Kant's transcendental idealism is not entirely or exclusively either subjective or objective idealism, rather, it is a relatively coherent synthesis of both forms, which preserves and negates elements from each. If transcendental idealism is such a synthesis, the business of Kant's scholarship is to determine exactly its place between the extremes of subjectivism and objectivism. Its task is to specify the respects in which the synthesis is both subjectivist and objectivist. In attempting to fulfill this task, I have come to the following conclusions. 1. Kant's transcendental idealism is objectivist insofar as, 1. The intersubjective forms of experience are not ideas but the necessary conditions of having ideas, and, 2. These forms are the necessary conditions of subjectivity and objectivity, the representations of both inner and outer sense, 7.2, 7.3. 2. Kant's transcendental idealism is subjectivist insofar as, 1. It attaches all appearances to a transcendental subject, which is their source, and insofar as, 2. This subject is ineliminable, that is, it is not only consistent with but necessary to the transcendental conditions of experience, 8.2 to 8.5. This subject cannot be simply an impersonal it because Kant is justified in attributing to it two of the necessary conditions of subjectivity, self-awareness and spontaneity. 3. Kant has an ambivalent position vis-a-vis the way of ideas. On the one hand, he denies some of the fundamental tenets of this tradition, that ideas are given, self-evident, and resemble their objects, 7.2 to 7.5. On the other hand, he sometimes reaffirms its basic principle, that the immediate objects of awareness are ideas. For Kant, no less than Berkeley, an idea resembles nothing but an idea. For Kant's ambivalence vis-a-vis the way of ideas is also apparent from the new meaning he gives to this principle. Kant both radicalizes and neutralizes it. He radicalizes it insofar as he extends it to outer as well as inner experience. Outer experience, the perception of objects in space, consists in the immediate awareness of my own ideas no less than inner experience, self-awareness in time. Hence the existence of objects in space is not the result of mere inference. 3.1 to 3.2, 8.1. Nevertheless, by radicalizing this principle Kant also neutralizes it, because it is no longer the basis for a doctrine of privileged access, as if I knew only myself with certainty and had to infer the existence of the external world. Kant's extension of this principle means that I know myself not only as much as, but also as little as, objects in space. If I know both myself and outer objects directly and immediately, I also know them only as appearances and never as they are in themselves. 7.6. 5. Kant's transcendental idealism is irresolvably ambiguous, its meaning varying according to how Kant uses the term appearance. Kant both attaches appearances to, and detaches them from, things in themselves. He attaches them insofar as appearances are aspects or extrinsic properties of things in themselves, and he detaches them insofar as they are only representations within the consciousness of the perceiving subject. The source of this ambiguity lay not in equivocation, and still less in the systematically misleading language of appearance. Rather, it rested in Kant's complex polemical context. Kant detached appearances from things in themselves when arguing against transcendental realism and Descartes' skeptical idealism, but he attached appearances to things in themselves when distinguishing his idealism from Berkeley's more metaphysical idealism. 3.4 to 3.5. 6. Although Kant gives appearances a double sense, this does not mean that his transcendental idealism is incoherent or contradictory, since from a transcendental perspective it is possible, and indeed necessary, to regard appearances as both representations and properties of things in themselves. 3.4 to 3.5. 7. The dispute between two worlds and two aspect theories concerning the status of appearances, whether they are only representations or aspects of things in themselves, is sterile and irresolvable, insofar as the texts give evidence for both readings and insofar as Kant used appearance in different senses depending on his polemical context. 8. Kant's transcendental idealism is both epistemological and psychological. Its psychological dimension is irreducible and necessary insofar as Kant connects the questions of what we know with how we know. To discount its psychological dimension is also to undermine its response to skeptical problems. 9. Kant's most important idealist opponents were Descartes and Leibniz, not Berkeley or Hume. While Kant did not regard Hume as an idealist at all, 1.6, he interpreted Berkeley's idealism in essentially Leibnizian or Platonic terms. 5.5. Throughout his career Kant was especially troubled by Leibniz's idealism, which he criticized to an extent that has still not been fully appreciated. There are criticisms of Leibniz's idealism in the Transcendental Aesthetic and Second Antinomy of the First Critic, 4.1 to 4.4, in the Nova Delucidatio, 1.2, in the Metaphysics Lectures, in the Inaugural Dissertation, 1.4, and in the 1766 Traumines Geistersichers, 1.3. Some of the essential doctrines of Kant's transcendental idealism, the distinction between reason and sensibility, the empirical reality of space and time, and the limitation of knowledge to appearances, were forged from Kant's critique of Leibniz's Platonic idealism. 10. The foundations of Kant's transcendental idealism were laid in the 1770 Inaugural Dissertation, and Kant stuck by its fundamental principles even in the Opus Posthumum. The Opus Posthumum marks no fundamental break with the transcendental idealism of the first critic. Kant still retains the thing in itself, and he rejects the radical subjective idealism of Fichte as well as the new absolute idealism of Schelling. The Opus Posthumum is an evolution and expansion of Kant's earlier transcendental idealism, since he now enriches and enlarges his conception of the a priori to accommodate his new dynamics. 11. Kant's critique of idealism remains essentially the same throughout his philosophical development. The most important shift appears in the 1760s when Kant's growing skepticism prompted him to doubt his early refutations of idealism. The changes in the refutation of idealism from the first to the second edition of the Critic were more in exposition than in substance, 2.2 to 2.3, 6.2 to 6.5. 3. Contemporary Kant scholarship. All work on Kant has to define itself in relation to the rich history of Kant interpretation. Whether explicitly or implicitly, one is following or departing from other scholars, past and present. While my work has many debts, it also takes issue with several recent trends in Kant scholarship, specifically the tendency among many scholars to take extreme positions on issues surrounding transcendental idealism. One of these issues concerns the relationship of transcendental idealism to skepticism. While some scholars prize Kant's response to skepticism but belittle his transcendental idealism, others value his transcendental idealism but play down his response to skepticism. 5. One of my tasks in the following chapters is to show that both these positions are unsatisfactory. I reject both for the simple reason that Kant's transcendental idealism and his response to skepticism are inseparable. 6. As we shall see in chapters 2 and 3, Kant saw transcendental idealism as the only possible guarantee of empirical realism, which alone could secure philosophy against skepticism. It is only by placing Kant's refutations of idealism within the context of his transcendental idealism, I shall argue, that we save it from obvious and fatal objections. 7. Another issue provoking extreme interpretations concerns Kant's relation to skepticism, and more specifically whether his transcendental project was fundamentally anti-skeptical. The traditional interpretation, which has been renewed by Strawson, Bennett, and Wolff, stressed the importance of Kant's reply to skepticism. It assumed that Kant's intention in the transcendental deduction and refutation of idealism was to combat Hume's and Descartes' skepticism about the external world and the principle of causality. Recently, however, this interpretation has been subject to much criticism on the grounds that it was never Kant's intention either in the deduction or the refutation to take issue with Hume's or Descartes' skepticism. 8. According to this new modest reading, the main purpose of the transcendental deduction was to provide a regressive analysis of our ordinary beliefs, and it is a complete misreading of Kant's project to see it as a form of foundationalism on the Cartesian model. On this issue too I have attempted to steer a middle path. While it is indeed correct that Kant's project was not foundationalist, and while it is also true that it does not attempt to prove the existence of the external world in the strong transcendental sense, it does not follow that Kant was not troubled by skepticism. In the fourth paralogism of the first edition of the Critic, and in the refutation of idealism of the second edition, Kant's fundamental aim was to prove the empirical reality of the external world. Though this was indeed a modest goal, it also involved refuting Cartesian skepticism, which doubts the empirical reality of our experience on the grounds that it has no foundation in transcendental reality. It was just this doubt that Kant believed he could remove on the basis of his transcendental idealism. Finally, there is the issue surrounding the extent of Kant's subjectivism, which I have discussed above. Here two scholars have taken extreme positions. Some stress that Kant's transcendental idealism is essentially subjectivist, little more than a rationalist version of Berkeley, while others insist that it is radically anti-subjectivist, fundamentally opposed to Berkeley's central principles and indeed the whole way of ideas. 9. Not surprisingly, these opposing interpretations are the basis for conflicting assessments of transcendental idealism. If the former party dismisses transcendental idealism on the grounds that it is too close to subjectivism, the latter party defends it on the grounds that it is far from subjectivism. Ironically, the problem with this dispute is not that it has been too extreme, but that it has not been extreme enough. It is a striking weakness of the antisubjectivist interpretation that it has been formulated without reference to the traditional objectivist reading of Kant's transcendental idealism. 10. It is as if Schelling's and Hegel's absolute idealism, and Marburg neo-Kantianism, never existed. This has had two troublesome consequences. First, some antisubjectivists unwittingly accept elements of the subjectivist reading, For example, they endorse the subjectivist view of the Kantian categories as subjective. 11 Second, some also fail to take a stand on some of the most basic issues they have ignored, for example, such questions as the status of the categories and the eliminability of the transcendental subject. What has motivated the recent intense debate about Kant's subjectivism has been the underlying assumption that if one recognizes both the subjectivist and objectivist elements of Kant's transcendental idealism, one must also admit its incoherence. There is some basis for this implicit assumption, however, since the traditional third alternative to subjectivism and anti-subjectivism have been patchwork theories, according to which Kant's transcendental idealism is an incoherent mixture of doctrines from different stages in his development. 12 Hence Kant's scholarship faces a dilemma: transcendental idealism is either an incoherent patchwork or an implausible extreme, whether that is subjective or objective idealism. The following chapters are an attempt to avoid this dilemma. They have been written from two fundamental convictions. First, that from the very beginning Kant's transcendental idealism was an attempt to find a middle path between the extremes of subjective and objective idealism. Second, that the synthesis of subjectivism and objectivism in transcendental idealism is not incoherent. This is not to say that Kant's transcendental idealism is entirely unproblematic, but it is at least to say that it is not a patchwork, and very far from a botch. Chapter 1. Idealism in the Pre-Critical Years. 1. The Idealist Challenge. There is a widespread belief that Kant did not concern himself with the problem of idealism until the 1780s. 1. Supposedly, the issues of how to refute idealism, and of how to distinguish his idealism from other forms, became important for Kant only after the first reviews of the critic. It is as if Kant developed his own system only in reaction against realism or materialism, and as if there were no problem with idealism, which was after all his own doctrine. But such a belief is very far from the truth. A close examination of Kant's pre-critical writings reveals that he had been doing battle with idealism for decades. Kant's struggle with idealism began early, starting in the 1750s and continuing well into the 1770s. There are refutations of idealism in the 1755 Nova Delucidatio and in the 1770 Inaugural Dissertation. There are discussions of idealism in the Metaphysics lectures from the 1760s and 1770s, and there is an exposé of the motives behind idealism in the 1766 Trauminsgeistersichers. Rather than identifying his views with idealism, Kant was eager to distance them from it. His damning remark on idealism in the 1790s that it is a kind of cancer in metaphysics had been his sentiment since the 1750s. Kant's early concern with idealism was far from idiosyncratic. To a large extent he was following his contemporaries, who regarded idealism and materialism as the two dangerous extremes of metaphysics. After the 1760s in Germany, the critique of idealism had become a favorite theme of metaphysical treatises and university lectures too. It became a virtual Ehrensache for an aspiring professor to refute idealism. Berkeley's idealism and Hume's skepticism were well known in Germany, and both were perceived as a threat. 3 Many popular philosophers had heeded the Scottish philosophers of common sense Thomas Reid, James Oswald, and James Beattie, who had warned that the skepticism of Hume was inherent in the way of ideas of Descartes and Locke. 4. For all its orthodoxy, there was something unique to the young Kant's concern with idealism. With his discovery of the subjectivity of space and time in the late 1760s, Kant himself had developed a doctrine akin to idealism, and so he had to distinguish it from the idealism he had once spurned and refuted. Kant's eagerness to determine the differentia specifica of his idealism is already evident in the early 1770s, and it was not therefore merely a reaction to the first reviews of the critic. In the 1770 Inaugural Dissertation the germs of some of his later strategy are already apparent. Here Kant attempts to distinguish his idealism from competing variants by stressing the empirical reality of space and time. The need to find the differentia specifica became even more pressing later in the 1770s when Kant affirmed some of the central tenets of the subjectivist tradition, that the immediate objects of consciousness are ideas and that all inferences to the existence of external objects are uncertain, see below, 1.1.4. As a result of this subjectivist turn, Kant's strategy against idealism changes course from his first efforts in the 1750s and 1760s. Rather than trying to prove the reality of objects distinct from all consciousness, he insists upon the role of coherence, the universal and necessary structure of consciousness itself. For Kant, as indeed for his contemporaries, the cancer of idealism took many forms. It could be the dogmatic idealism of Leibniz, Plato, and the Eleatic tradition, which maintains that only reason gives knowledge of reality in itself, and which dismisses all sense perception as illusory or confused. It could also be the skeptical idealism of Descartes, which doubts the possibility of knowledge of the external world on the grounds that all causal inferences are uncertain. Or, finally, it could be the egoism of Spinozism, a solipsism that either doubts or denies the reality of everything beyond my own consciousness. Kant was careful to distinguish between idealism and kindred doctrines, and then between the many versions of idealism itself. In his lectures on metaphysics he distinguishes sharply between idealism and egoism. Idealism maintains that all that exists is immaterial, or at least all that I know to exist is immaterial, while egoism holds that only I myself exist, or at least all that I know to exist is my own self. Accordingly, there was both a problematic and dogmatic version of both idealism and egoism. In their problematic forms they doubt the existence of all other things, egoism, or material things; idealism, in their dogmatic forms they deny either that any other substance exists or that any material substance exists. While Kant thought that problematic idealism performed a valuable role in showing the limits of sense knowledge and in provoking inquiry, he believed that dogmatic idealism should be banished from philosophy as a danger to morality and religion. 6 Though Kant sharply distinguished between idealism and egoism, he also held that idealism quickly degenerates into egoism because the skeptical problems in demonstrating the reality of matter easily apply to the reality of other spiritual beings. 7. Of all these forms of idealism, the most important for Kant was the dogmatic idealism of Leibniz and the Platonic tradition. 8 While the young Kant did not neglect other forms of idealism, it was the criticism of Leibniz's Platonic idealism that became especially fruitful for his philosophical development. This is indeed just what we should expect, given Kant's schooling in the Leibnizian Wolffian tradition and his long struggle to free himself from its legacy. The importance of Platonic idealism becomes especially apparent later when Kant virtually defined all idealism in Platonic terms. Ignoring his earlier more subtle taxonomy, he stated in the Prolegomena that the dictum of all genuine idealists is that all knowledge through the senses and experience is nothing but illusion, and only in the ideas of the understanding and reason is there truth. 374. Such was the preeminence of Platonic idealism in Kant's mind that he even interpreted Berkeley's idealism in such terms. There are at least 4 respects in which Kant's early reaction to idealism was crucial for the development of transcendental idealism. First, Kant's early system of mental, physical interaction, some elements of which will later play a crucial role in the refutation of idealism in the First Critic, partly grew out of his concern to avoid the apparent solipsistic consequences of Leibniz's dogmatic idealism. Second, Kant's doctrine of the parity of inner and outer sense, his claim that both provide an immediate knowledge of things, came from his response to Descartes' problematic idealism in the 1770s. Third, Kant's attempt to develop a critical idealism that observes the limits of human knowledge, and that finds its place in the bathos of experience, stemmed from his response to the visionary idealism of Swedenborg. Fourth, Kant formed his pivotal distinction between empirical reality and transcendental ideality, a distinction crucial for transcendental idealism in reaction against the idealism of Leibniz and the Platonic tradition. 2. The first refutation of idealism. Kant's first refutation of idealism appeared in his first systematic metaphysical work, his 1755 Nova Delucidatio. The refutation takes place in the context of his general metaphysics, which consists in 2 fundamental propositions: the principle of succession and the principle of coexistence. Each principle requires some comment. The principle of succession states, no change can happen to substances except insofar as they are connected with other substances, whose reciprocal dependence determines their mutual change of state. I. 410. In other words, no substance has the power to effect change in itself, and every change in it must be the effect of some other substance acting upon it. Hence, if a substance were completely separated from all others, it would remain unchanged. This principle is for Kant a generalization of the law of inertia, which states that a body remains at rest, or in motion at a constant speed, unless acted upon by some other body. Significantly, Kant extends this principle so that it applies not only to all physical bodies but to all substances whatsoever, whether they be mental or physical. So generalized, Kant's principle takes issue with one of the fundamental doctrines of Leibniz's metaphysics, that all change in a substance must arise from within it alone. The principle of coexistence declares, finite substances do not, in virtue of their existence alone, stand in relationship with one another, nor are they linked together by any interaction at all, except insofar as the common principle of their existence, namely the divine understanding, maintains them in a state of harmony in their reciprocal relations. I. 412 to 413. This principle means that substances are independent of one another in their sheer existence, but that they are dependent upon one another in their relative properties. As Kant also puts the distinction, substances are independent of one another in their intrinsic determinations but dependent on one another in their extrinsic ones. 9 Since substances do not interact with one another in virtue of their existence and intrinsic properties, they are made to do so, Kant maintains, only by an extra act of creation that relates them through their extrinsic or relational properties. If these principles seem abstract and arid, there was also some urgency behind them, the need to resolve the mind-body problem, one of the most burning issues of German philosophy in the mid-18th century. 10 Kant wanted a theory of mental, physical interaction that would do justice to the separate existence of the mind and body while also explaining the interaction between them. 11 His principles were designed to fill just these requirements. The principle of coexistence ensures the distinct existence of mind and body, because they are separate substances that, despite interaction, remain the same in their existence or inner determinations. The principle of succession, however, provides for some interaction between them, for changes in the mind and the body can come only from outside them, not from within. Kant developed his theory to avoid the chief problems of competing theories. There were three predominant theories of mental, physical interaction in mid-18th century Germany: occasionalism, pre-established harmony, and physical influx. The chief problem with occasionalism and the pre-established harmony is that they could not explain the apparent interaction between substances, which seemed to be not only a fact of experience but also a requirement of Newton's physics. The difficulty with the physical influx theory is that it seemed to demand something as strong as the transfer of reality between the mind and the body, some change in their inner determinations, which seemed impossible given the differences in kind between them. 12. By forbidding interaction between intrinsic properties, and by limiting it to extrinsic ones, Kant believed that he had avoided the main problems of both theories. He argued that his theory avoids materialism because, although it connects mind and body into a system of mutual interaction, it does so only in virtue of their extrinsic characteristics. Prop 12, Scholion, I. 412. The mind still retains its distinctive status as something representative, for, even though all changes in its representations derive from something outside it, its intrinsic properties remain the same. He also contended that his theory escapes idealism because all changes in representations derive from some external cause and cannot arise from the mind alone. Prop 12, Usus 1, I. 411 to 412. Kant's refutation of idealism appears as a corollary to his exposition of the principle of succession. Prop 12, Usus 1, I. 411 to 412. Formulated syllogistically, His argument consists in two stages. The first stage consists in the following premises. 1. The soul is subject to inner changes, fact of inner experience. 2. These changes cannot arise from the soul itself, the principle of succession. Therefore, 3. They must arise from something outside the soul with which it stands in a necessary connection. But this conclusion is not sufficient to refute the skeptical idealist, who might admit that his representations have some external cause but still doubt that they correspond with their object. After all, it is still possible that all representations are caused by some malicious demon. Perhaps to avoid just such a skeptical scenario, Kant adds a few more lines to his argument, propounding something like a causal theory of perception. These lines constitute the second stage of the argument, which now takes the following form. 1. A representation is true if it corresponds to its object, definition of truth. 2. A representation corresponds to its object if it arises from it, causal theory of perception. 3. Representations must arise from external objects, the principle of succession. Therefore, 4. Our representations of the external world correspond to their objects, and so are true. Even if this were a good argument against skeptical idealism, it does not work against dogmatic idealism. While it shows at best that there must be some external cause of my representations, so that I am not the only thing that exists, it does not show that this external cause must be some material object, something extended in space. It could be that it is some other mind, or an idea in the mind of God. Point 13. This is no quibble, since an idealist like Berkeley does not deny that representations have external causes, he simply maintains that these causes are immaterial. Kant does have a response to this difficulty, however. Since, prior to 1768, he maintains that space is a phenomenon bene fundata, arising of necessity from the interactions between substances. 14. It follows that the objects that are interacting with one another will be in space. Yet this destroys the evil of idealism only by running the risk of materialism. Point 15. For if substances that interact with one another are in space, then it would seem that the mind and body interact only if the mind too is somehow in space. While Kant admits some apparent materialism, even stating that the mind must be necessarily connected with the body, he still firmly denies that his theory is materialist. Prop 12, Scholion, I. 412. All such interaction concerns only the extrinsic properties of the mind, he argues, so that if it were removed from all interaction with other substances, it would still retain its character as a thinking being. In other words, even if all its representations have external causes, they will still retain their sui generis character as representations. Whatever the strengths and weaknesses of Kant's argument, the question remains who, if anyone, was the target of his refutation. Kant mentions no one, and perhaps he had no specific historical figure in mind. Nevertheless, his description of idealism excludes some figures and implicates others. Berkeley, the usual suspect, can be ruled out, since he does not deny that representations have external causes, as Kant portrays the idealist here. Another more plausible culprit is Descartes, who indeed doubts whether our representations have external causes. Still, Descartes did not deny, as the idealist does here, that there is interaction between distinct substances. The most likely target of Kant's polemic is staring the reader in the face. This is the philosopher Kant criticizes most frequently in the Nova Delucidatio, Leibniz. It was Leibniz who maintained that the representations of the soul arise completely from within and that they cannot have external causes. This is just the view Kant criticizes here. Although Kant often portrays Leibniz in the Nova Delucidatio as the author of the pre-established harmony, he also regards him as an idealist and indeed as an egoist, because this doctrine leads directly to a kind of solipsism. One common objection against the pre-established harmony was that it ultimately leads to idealism, for all the changes of perception in a monad arise from within itself and cannot have any external cause. Point 16. Indeed, Leibniz himself admitted that the mind could have all its perceptions even if there were no body to act upon it, and even if it were the only finite substance, 17 hence the external world, and even other minds, become superfluous. It is indeed telling that, in his later lectures on metaphysics, Kant not only described Leibniz as an idealist but also endorsed this common objection against him. 18 This suggests that one of the main reasons for the young Kant's opposition to the pre-established harmony was its solipsistic implications. Whoever the target of Kant's refutation, it is clear that the argument of the Nova Delucidatio is the forerunner of Kant's later refutation of idealism in the second edition of the First Critic. To be sure, Kant will later drop the metaphysical claim that his system of interaction applies to things in themselves, and still less will he make an explicit appeal to interaction as a premise of his refutation. Nevertheless, the system of interaction still plays an implicit role in Kant's argument, which intends to establish the reality of a representation by showing how it conforms to the general laws of experience, more specifically, the mutual attraction and repulsion of substances as defined in the third analogy. Thus the critical Kant will continue to hold, just as he once did in the Nova Delucidatio, that the reality of a representation depends upon its being part of a system of appearances following laws of mutual attraction and repulsion. 3. Idealist dreams and visions. Undoubtedly, the most interesting and puzzling work regarding Kant's early attitude toward idealism is his 1766 Traumin's The main purpose of this fascinating tract is to determine the aims and limits of metaphysics by exposing the fabulous claims of the Swedish mystic Emanuel Swedenborg. Prima facie Kant's general views on metaphysics, and his criticism of Swedenborg's mysticism, have little direct relevance to idealism, which Kant mentions only once and then merely parenthetically, 364. Yet Kant's single reference to idealism, when placed in context, reveals that it is a central, if implicit, theme of the entire work. In his parenthetical sentence Kant describes Swedenborg's metaphysics as idealism because it holds that corporeal beings have no substance of their own, and that they exist only by virtue of the spirit world. 364. There can be no better term for his metaphysics, Kant says, because Swedenborg thinks material things have only an outer significance among themselves, while their deeper inner significance comes from designating the forces of the spirit world, which are their ultimate causes. The analogy of Swedenborg's doctrine with Leibniz is striking, and it is indeed no accident, given that Swedenborg had been schooled on Leibnizian Wolffian metaphysics and had written several tracts in its defense. 19 The analogy is especially noteworthy since it helps to explain one of the more baffling and troubling features of Kant's tract, its conflation of metaphysics with spirit-seeing. What the metaphysician tries to demonstrate through pure reason, the mystic tries to establish through a special kind of experience. The metaphysician and the mystic might indeed have different methods, but they still come to similar conclusions about the nature of reality itself. Both see the spiritual world as more real than the physical world, and they attempt to demonstrate its greater reality by some special kind of insight, whether purely discursive or intuitive, that transcends our ordinary experience. That Swedenborg was a mystic never made him less of a metaphysician, for Kant always said that mysticism is a hallmark of the Platonic and Eleatic tradition. 20. Idealism plays a central role in the Traum as Kant's paradigm for the false hopes and illusory claims of metaphysics. Like all metaphysicians, the idealist wants to support religious belief, especially belief in immortality, and so he attempts to prove the existence of the spirit world, whether through discursive or mystical means. The idealist is an extreme case of this aspiration, however, because he thinks that the spirit world has more reality than the empirical world. What the idealist fails to see is that the ultimate basis for religious beliefs has to be moral and practical rather than metaphysical and speculative. What was Kant's criticism of idealism in Traumin's Geisterseehers? This is the most skeptical of all Kant's writings, and its stance toward idealism reflects this skepticism. In the first part of the work Kant argues that it is impossible either to demonstrate or refute the existence of spirits, which lie beyond the boundaries of experience. Since the main premise of idealism is the existence of spirit, it follows that idealism too will be indemonstrable by theoretical means. The heart of Kant's argument against idealism consists in 3 steps. 1. It is possible to prove the existence of something only through experience. 2. We have an experience of something only insofar as it is in some space, or insofar as it is impenetrable and resists our activity to move it. 3. Spirits are penetrable and do not fill space. Therefore, it follows that, 4. We cannot prove the existence of spirits. 2. 321 to 323, 368. Of course, Swedenborg would contest this conclusion because he thinks that we can have a special mystical experience of the presence of spirits, which is not limited to the conditions of our material senses. Yet Kant replies that it is in just this respect that Swedenborg deludes himself and his readers. All Swedenborg's reports of his visions hypostatize spirits, confirming the impossibility of conceiving spirits in any but a material sense. Thus Swedenborg himself admits that a spirit recently released from its body might perceive heaven as if it were the old material world, and he even confesses that, because the spirit world is so like the material world, he had to take one spirit to its own funeral service to convince it that it had departed from the material world. 21. For Kant, the fundamental problem with the metaphysics of idealism is not that it is false but that it is speculative, going beyond the limits of our cognitive powers. All idealism, whether it is the mystical variety of Swedenborg or the rationalist variety of Leibniz, suffers from a common failing: it transcends the limits of human sense experience, which must be the source of all our knowledge. The Leibnizian ignores sense experience by constructing a priori demonstrations, the Swedenborgian flaunts it by claiming some kind of special mystical experience. By ignoring these limits, both speak a kind of nonsense, which is especially evident in the case of Swedenborg's mystical fantasies. Kant thinks that the remedy for this malady is for metaphysics to become a science of the limits of human reason. 2. 367 to 368. Such a science will limit reason to the sphere of experience, so that it acquires knowledge of benefit to life. It will also recognize that the source of metaphysics, especially its idealist form, has been the practical concern to establish human immortality. It will stress, however, that this concern cannot be addressed by hypostatizing the immaterial, as if it were the very structure and essence of things, and it will further emphasize that this concern arises from moral interests whose validity ultimately does not depend upon any kind of speculation. When Kant wrote the Traum in late 1765, he was still several years away from developing his own transcendental idealism. Yet this early tract shows us clearly the mistakes of past idealism and what form a transcendental idealism would have to take. It would have to be essentially a critical idealism, in other words, an idealism that observes the limits of human experience, and that avoids all speculation about the existence of spiritual substance. It is no accident that Kant will later stress these aspects of his transcendental idealism as some of its distinguishing features from the metaphysical idealism of Berkeley and the Eleatic tradition. For the critique of idealism in the inaugural dissertation. The importance of Kant's struggle against idealism for his general philosophical development becomes even more apparent from his 1770 inaugural dissertation. In 11:12 of this work, Kant attempts to distinguish his doctrine from what he calls simply idealism. Although Kant does not identify any specific form of idealism, he almost certainly has in mind the dogmatic idealism of Plato and the Eleatic school. According to Kant's later description of that school in the Prolegomena, its fundamental dictum is that all knowledge through the senses and experience is nothing but illusion, and only in the ideas of the understanding and reason is there truth. 374. This is just the doctrine that Kant wishes to discuss in 11:12. It is no accident that at the close of 12 he makes a critical reference to those who drew their inspiration from the Eleatic school. In general, Kant traced all idealism, even that of Berkeley, back to the Eleatic school. 374. A closer look at the context of Kant's remarks in 11:12 shows that he is again fighting against his old rationalist opponent, Leibniz. In his lectures on metaphysics, Kant had frequently placed Leibniz in the Eleatic tradition, seeing him as an adherent of Plato. 22 The Platonic dimension of Leibniz's doctrine is apparent in two respects, from its attitude toward the senses, which are described as only a confused mode of knowledge, and from its analysis of the monads, which are regarded as purely intellectual entities. Although Kant already criticized Leibniz's idealism in the Nova Delucidatio, he now specifically targets the Platonic aspect of his idealism, which he did not consider in the earlier work. Seeing that Kant's target in 11:12 is dogmatic idealism is important, not least because it corrects the common interpretation of these sections as a rehearsal for the later refutation of idealism in the first critic. In these sections Kant does not attempt to refute skeptical or problematic idealism, as he will later do in the refutation of idealism. The points made in 11:12 are better viewed as an anticipation of the argument in the appendix to the Prolegomena, where Kant attempts to distinguish his idealism from Berkeley, whom he also places in the Eleatic tradition. The anti-idealist polemic of the inaugural dissertation has often been overlooked because of its Platonic metaphysics. While Kant's criticism of some aspects of the Platonic tradition is implicit, his endorsement of other aspects is much more explicit. There are indeed good reasons for describing the inaugural dissertation as Platonic. Kant makes a firm distinction between the noumenal and the phenomenal. He warns us against confusing the sensible and the intellectual, and he thinks that it is possible for reason alone to give us insight into the noumenal realm. Yet all these affinities with the Platonic tradition should not obscure Kant's criticisms of it. In three fundamental respects Kant takes issue with Leibniz and the Platonic tradition. First, Kant maintains that mathematics does not give us knowledge of the noumenal but only of the phenomenal world, because geometry and arithmetic are dependent upon the forms of intuition of space and time, which determine the structure of the phenomenal world alone. 12. The Eleatic tradition had seen mathematics as the paradigm of purely rational knowledge, citing it as proof of the power of reason to grasp noumena. Second, Kant denies the possibility of an intellectual intuition on the grounds that, for human beings, all intellectual cognition is symbolic or discursive, and the objects of knowledge must be given to intuition. 10. Intellectual intuition played a crucial role in the Platonic tradition. It was that form of insight transcending all discursive thinking where the intellect had a pure vision of the forms themselves. Third, and most important, Kant steps forward as a defender of sensible knowledge, contending that knowledge through the senses is neither illusory nor confused but amounts to a distinct form of knowledge in its own right. Sensible and intellectual cognition are completely distinct from one another, he maintains, because each has its own subject matter and principle of order. 3:7. While the subject matter of sensible cognition is phenomena or appearances, that of intellectual cognition is things in themselves, and whereas the principles of order of sensible cognition are space and time, those of intellectual cognition are the ideas of reason. It is wrong for Leibniz to dismiss sensible knowledge as only a confused form of intellectual knowledge, Kant then argues, because sensible knowledge can be distinct while intellectual knowledge can be confused. 7. Similarly, Kant implies that Plato goes astray in regarding sensible knowledge as only illusory, as if all real knowledge were only in the intellect. 11. Thus the main aim of Kant's critique of Leibniz and the Platonic tradition is to vindicate knowledge through the senses. His chief concern in 11 is to show that we do have knowledge of appearances, and that the idealist is mistaken in thinking that all knowledge of sensible things is only illusory. He explains that even though knowledge of phenomena does not give us knowledge of the internal and absolute quality of objects, and even though it gives us knowledge only of the appearance of things and not of ideas in the Platonic sense, it still amounts to a form of knowledge in its own right. Kant gives two reasons why this is so. First, appearances are the appearances of objects, or they are the effects of their acting upon us, so that they at least testify to the existence of objects. In this respect Kant explicitly declares that his doctrine is opposed to idealism. 397.23 Second, it is still possible to make true judgments about appearances because truth consists in the agreement of a predicate with a subject, and both subject and predicate arise from the common laws of the phenomenal world. Kant makes a point here that he will later repeat in the Aesthetic, that all empirical judgments maintain their truth value even though they are true only of appearances, A27, 28/B 43-44. In the appendix to the Prolegomena, Kant will later revive both of these points to distinguish his idealism from Berkeley. The first argument has been dismissed as an obvious non sequitur. Simply because appearances must be appearances of objects does not mean that we know these objects exist, given that we need to know with what right we describe them as appearances in the first place. Point 24. But, again, this is to misunderstand Kant's target. In 11, Kant is not criticizing the skeptical idealist for doubting the reality of the external world, but the dogmatic idealist for confusing appearances with illusion. He is only pointing out against the dogmatic idealist that appearances are not complete illusions because we can make perfectly true judgments about how objects appear relative to our senses. Although Kant's argument against the dogmatic idealist is explicit only in 11 of section 2, it also resurfaces unmistakably in 14.6 and 15e of section 3. In these later sections, Kant maintains that even though space and time are not something objective and real, and even though they are only subjective and ideal as pure a priori intuitions, they still provide us with a certain knowledge of things in the spatial and temporal world. He gives two reasons why this is so. First, he states that these forms of intuition coordinate our sensations according to fixed laws, and so prevent arbitrariness and chaos. Second, and more important, he declares explicitly that they are necessary conditions under which anything appears to the senses at all. In other words, as Kant will later put it, space and time are transcendental conditions of the possibility of experience. Anticipating another argument of his later work, Kant takes his case against the idealist a step further by arguing that his doctrine alone explains how the axioms of geometry are necessarily true of the objects of experience. 2, 404-405. Since all objects of experience must conform to the form of space, and since the axioms of geometry describe this form, it follows that all objects of experience must also conform to the axioms of geometry. The Leibnizian idealist, however, treats the concept of space as a mere abstraction from the distances between things in experience, and so deprives geometrical theorems of their universality and necessity. Point 25. Hence Kant thinks that, unlike the Leibnizian idealist, he can establish the empirical reality of space because he alone can show how all Euclid's axioms must be true of it. Sections 14.6 and 15e are plainly a full dress rehearsal for Kant's later argument for the empirical reality of space and time in the Aesthetic of the first critic. Though the concepts of empirical reality and transcendental ideality appear only in the first critic, they are still already implicit in the inaugural dissertation. This is significant because it shows that, as early as 1770, Kant already had in place those arguments against idealism that he would later pit against Berkeley in the Prolegomena. These arguments therefore cannot be regarded as later polemical modifications or reformulations of Kant's original doctrines. Insofar as Kant placed Berkeley in the Eleatic tradition, he had every reason to be offended at the later charge of Berkeleyanism, which completely ignored how he had developed his views in reaction against that very tradition. In the early 1770s, Kant had not only developed his response to idealism, but he had also already heard many of the charges of idealism that would later be made against him. Shortly after the inaugural dissertation appeared, J. H. Lambert and Moses Mendelssohn objected against Kant's doctrine of the subjectivity of time on the grounds that it seemed to make time illusory. Point 26. Lambert put the objection succinctly: if changes are real, so is time too, whatever it may be. If time is not real, then no changes are also real. Both Lambert and Mendelssohn made the point that even the idealist had to admit that the changes of his representations were real, so that time itself had to be so too. In his February 21, 1772, letter to Marcus Herz, Kant responded to this objection, which he felt to be very natural and important, x. 34-35. It has made me reflect considerably, Kant confessed to Herz. The essence of Kant's reply, which resurfaces in 7 of the second edition of the Aesthetic, is that he fully admits the reality of the changes of our representations, and indeed the changes of things in space. He resists the inference, however, that these changes apply to things in themselves, which are not in time. In effect, Kant is happy to make the admission because it only underscores his point that time is not illusory but has reality for all objects of the senses. Why do people make this objection against the ideality of time but not that of space? Kant asks. His explanation is that they unwittingly accept a central premise of skeptical idealism, that while we have to infer the reality of objects in space from our representations, the changes of our representations are immediately given. Kant's response is that space and time have equal reality because both are ultimately only forms of representation of the empirical world, so that we no more have to infer the reality of objects in space than we have to infer the reality of changes in our own representations. This point, so central to Kant's refutation of problematic idealism in the fourth paralogism of the first edition of the Critic, is already explicit in his 1772 letter to Hers. 5. Skeptical ambivalence. Kant's early attitude toward idealism is not simply a history of his attempts to refute it. Some of the lectures of the 1760s and 1770s reveal a much more ambivalent skeptical attitude. If during these decades Kant continued in his efforts to refute idealism, attempting new tactics in his struggle against his old foe, he also sometimes insisted that it is impossible to refute either idealism or egoism on theoretical grounds, stressing instead that they had to be rejected simply on moral ones. For example, in the Metaphysik Herder, which consists in Herder's notes on Kant's metaphysics lectures from 1762 to 1764, Kant actually defended Berkeley against common objections, and then concluded that it is impossible to refute him on logical grounds, XXVIII, 42-43. The main problem with idealism, he implied, is that it so quickly degenerates into egoism, which is dangerous for natural theology. In the Metaphysik L1, which is based on lectures given from the mid-1770s, Kant stated that it is impossible to refute egoism because the same effect does not necessarily always have the same cause, so that our representations might arise as much from our imagination as external objects, XXVIII, 206.27. It is striking that in both lecture series Kant in effect declares his demonstrations in the Nova Delucidatio and inaugural dissertation to be misconceived in principle. It is as if his refutations were worthless because they transcend the limits of reason. Though Kant never entirely abandoned any of his refutations, which reappear in a critical guise in the 1780s and 1790s, he sometimes had clear reservations about them. On further reflection, however, Kant's more skeptical attitude toward the refutation of idealism is not really that surprising because it reflects his changing views regarding the powers of reason itself. The Nova Delucidatio and the inaugural dissertation were the two most rationalist works of Kant's development, and the refutations of idealism in them reflect that rationalism. But first in the mid-1760s, and then again in the mid-1770s, Kant's confidence in the powers of reason began to wane, so that a refutation of idealism began to seem pretentious and preposterous. By the time Kant wrote the Traum-eins-Geister-Sehers in 1766 he had come to two general conclusions about the limits of reason. First, it is impossible to establish the existence of anything without the evidence of experience. 28 Reason is only a power of inference by which we determine the logical relations between propositions, by itself it does not determine whether anything exists. Second, it is necessary to distinguish between the logical and real grounds of things. 29 While a logical ground is determined simply by the analysis of a subject to see whether it entails the predicate, a real ground has to be determined by experience because the cause of an event is logically distinct from its effect. Both points had important implications for the refutation of idealism. The first means that it is impossible to disprove idealism because, as Kant argued in the lectures, the question of the truth of idealism is not one that can be determined by experience, XXIX, 207. Anyone who examines the dispute between idealism and realism, he contends, will see that there is no disagreement between them regarding the content of our experience. The second point implies that it is impossible to demonstrate a priori that our representations must have some external or material cause because, as Kant also held in the lectures, it is always possible to affirm the effect and to deny the cause without contradiction. The argument in the inaugural dissertation that appearances give witness to the existence of their objects therefore must be abandoned. Since the critical Kant reaffirmed his earlier views about the limits of reason, the question arises how he could return to the refutation of idealism. Surely, if reason cannot prove the existence of anything, as Kant continued to preach after 1766, then a fortiori it cannot prove the existence of external objects against the idealist. The inconsistency is only apparent, however, and seeing why it is so proves instructive. The tension disappears once we consider that Kant's early reservations about a refutation of idealism were directed against dogmatic attempts to prove the reality of things in themselves. The later refutations of idealism attempt to work within a more critical or transcendental framework. They do not attempt to prove the existence of objects distinct from all consciousness, but they try to show only how one form of experience involves another. Point 30. Hence those who interpret the later refutations in a stronger sense 31 as attempts to prove the existence of things in themselves cannot so easily avoid the inconsistency. At the very least they ignore Kant's scruples about the possibility of such arguments. For all his skepticism of the 1760s and 1770s, Kant did not abandon his attempts to refute idealism. The reflectionen of the late 1760s and 1770s show Kant attempting to develop a new refutation more in accord with his critical scruples. Starting in the late 1760s, Kant began to sketch an argument against Descartes' problematic idealism that he would later repeat in the Prolegomena and the second edition of the Critic. This argument does not attempt to prove the reality of things in themselves but stresses the significance of the coherence of our representations, their conformity to universal and necessary laws. By the late 1760s Kant had already abandoned any form of direct realism, affirming instead that the representations of objects are really only a representation of our own inner states, R 3929, 17, 351. Anticipating the fourth paralogism of the first edition of the Critic, Kant then worried about the skeptical objection that we cannot know objects in themselves because all causal inferences from our own representations are uncertain, R 4536, 17, 586. His response to such an objection is that the criterion of truth is essentially formal. The idealist has to be refuted by the coherence of our representations among themselves. 32 We will later note the important role of this argument in the development of the refutation of idealism in the second edition of the Critic. 6. David Hume, Transcendental Realist. Prima facie the main idealist challenge to Kant in the pre-critical years came from Hume's skepticism. In the preface to the Prolegomena, Kant famously confessed that it was the recollection of Hume that had aroused him from his dogmatic slumber, and he explained that the main problem of the critical philosophy arose from Hume's challenge to the principle of causality, 260. Surely, it seems, this problem must have arisen from Hume's skeptical idealism, which questions whether all our ideas, the idea of necessary connection among them, corresponds with anything objective in nature. Furthermore, Hume seems to be a problematic or skeptical idealist in the strict Kantian sense, for he doubts, though he does not deny, that our perceptions correspond to some object existing independently of them. So, given the role of Hume in Kant's development, it is tempting to read the entire silent decade as one long struggle against Hume's skeptical idealism. This would indeed seem to be the most important chapter in Kant's long early struggle with idealism. However seductive, such a conclusion confronts insurmountable difficulties. These become apparent as soon as we raise one question: why does Kant never refer to Hume as a skeptical or problematic idealist? Remarkably, it is always Descartes and never Hume who serves as his example of such an idealist. 33 Why? The answer is strange but simple. Kant does not think that Hume is a skeptical idealist, or indeed an idealist of any kind. There are at least three reasons why this is so. The first comes from Kant's account of skeptical idealism, which, upon closer inspection, does not apply to Hume after all. According to the fourth paralogism and refutation of idealism, the skeptical idealist is someone who doubts whether our representations correspond with their objects because all inferences from cause to effect are doubtful, A 372, B 276. Since it is always possible that the cause of our representation is not the object itself but only our own imagination, the skeptical idealist argues, we have reason to mistrust all our sense perceptions. As Kant portrays him, then, the skeptical idealist does not doubt the principle of causality in general, but simply whether we can infer from that principle that our sense perceptions are true. This explains why Kant always makes Descartes rather than Hume his example of skeptical idealism. In the third meditation, Descartes indeed questions the inferences from this principle, but not the principle itself. 34 For Kant, however, Hume's skepticism was of a different order. Its role was to question the principle of causality in general, not its application to objects of perception. The second reason is that Kant thinks of Hume as a transcendental realist, who naively or implicitly equates appearances with things in themselves, and not as a skeptical idealist, who doubts whether appearances correspond with things in themselves. This is an odd interpretation of Hume, to say the least, but it appears unmistakably in Kant's alternative and usually neglected account of his awakening by Hume, the transcendental deduction of the Kritik der praktischen Vernunft. In the context of explaining his differences with Hume, Kant categorically states that Hume took the objects of experience as things in themselves, as is almost always done. 4:53. Of course, Kant's regarding Hume as a transcendental realist is not incompatible with him also thinking of Hume as an empirical idealist. Kant indeed argued in the first edition of the First Critic that empirical idealism presupposes transcendental realism because the empirical idealist accepts the transcendental realist's standard of truth as the correspondence of appearances with things in themselves, and then doubts whether it is possible to satisfy such a standard. A 369, 372. Kant makes just this point again in the Second Critic when he says that Hume's doubts about the principle of causality presuppose his transcendental realism, v. 51-54. 35. It is important to see, however, that Kant thinks of Hume as a transcendental realist who could become, despite himself, a skeptical idealist. He does not say the converse, that he is an empirical idealist who presupposes transcendental realism. In general, Kant maintains that empirical idealists presuppose a transcendental realist's standard of truth, but he does not equate them with transcendental realist simpliciter, as he does with Hume in the Second Critic. The third reason is Kant's limited reading of Hume's skepticism. In the preface to the Prolegomena and in the deduction of the Second Critic, Kant writes as if Hume's skepticism were essentially restricted to his doubts about the principle of causality. According to Kant, Hume rightly saw that this principle cannot be justified from experience or the principle of contradiction. What he did not realize, however, is that the same argument applies to other synthetic a priori principles, such as the categories of substance and reciprocity. Kant thought it was his special contribution to generalize Hume's problem and to show how it infects all the synthetic a priori principles of the understanding. Such a narrow reading of Hume's skepticism fits hand in glove with Kant's interpretation of Hume as a transcendental realist, because such a narrow skepticism concerns only whether there are necessary connections between things in experience, not whether these things exist independent of our experience. Kant's interpretation of Hume appears preposterous if we consider Hume's earlier treatise of human nature, which advances a very radical Pyrrhonism and which contains several chapters devoted to skepticism regarding the senses. 36. It appears perfectly plausible, however, if we consider Hume's later inquiry concerning human understanding, which retreats to a more moderate skepticism, and which focuses its doubts upon the principle of causality. To be sure, section 12, part 1, of the inquiry does summarize the skeptical arguments against the senses in the treatise, but Kant would have had good reason for not identifying these arguments with Hume, who distances himself from them in his later work. While Hume still thinks that these arguments are irrefutable, he also maintains that they cannot produce conviction and that they are useless in practice. The oddity of Kant's interpretation of Hume disappears, then, if we assume that Kant knew the Inquirer but not the treatise. There are good historical reasons for thinking that this was indeed the case. That Kant read the Inquirer seems certain, and it has never been in dispute. He probably read the work when the Sulzer edition of Hume's Vermischtschriften first appeared around 1756.37. Kant indeed cited this work in his 1763 Beobachtungen, 253, and he recommended Hume's inquiries in his Vorlesungsnachricht of 1765-66, 311. That Kant did not read the treatise is also very probable. Since the treatise was not translated into German until 1793, and since Kant could not read English 38, at least not with much fluency, it is unlikely that Kant could have known it at first hand. Of course, it is possible that he knew some of the contents of the work from other sources, such as writings citing Hume or conversations with friends. There was a German translation of James Beattie's Essay on Truth, which contains lengthy extracts from the treatise. 39 and 2 of Kant's friends, Hamann and Christian Krauss, knew the treatise. 40 Still, even if we consider these alternative sources, Kant almost certainly did not know the main doctrines of the work. That Kant was ignorant of these doctrines simply follows from his own interpretation of Hume. There are three features of Kant's interpretation that are at odds with Hume's doctrines in the treatise. First, Kant's assumption that Hume is a transcendental realist flies in the face of those chapters from the treatise where Hume defends a skepticism regarding the senses. Second, Kant's claim that Hume's skepticism was limited to the principle of causality ignores the basic fact that Hume had indeed extended his skepticism to other concepts as well, especially the concept of substance. Third, Kant states that Hume was prevented from generalizing his skepticism because he believed that mathematics is analytic a priori. 41 While this is indeed the case for the Hume of the Inquiry, it is false for the Hume of the treatise, who maintains that geometry is derived from experience, and who doubts the application of mathematical principles to the sensible world. 42 All these features of Kant's interpretation would have been quickly corrected by even a cursory knowledge of the contents of the treatise, whether that came from primary or secondary sources. For all these reasons it has been the conventional wisdom for decades that Kant did not know the treatise. There would be no point re-arguing the case were it not for some recent developments in Kant's scholarship. Some scholars have recently argued that Kant most likely knew one part of the treatise after all, the final chapter of Book I. 43. They point out that Hamann translated this text and published it in July 1771 as an appendix to the Konigsbergiskengelernten und die Politische Zeitung, a newspaper he edited. The article was entitled Nachtgedanken eines Zweifelers, and it appeared anonymously, with no note of the original author or source. 44 It has been argued that Kant must have known the translation, whether from the published version or from an earlier draft that circulated in the late 1760s. 45 If this is the case, then perhaps Kant knew of, and was indeed battling against, Hume's skeptical idealism after all. For does not the final chapter of Book I contain a summary of Hume's skepticism? Does it not end with Hume's famous confession of failure, his rejection of a philosophy that limits our knowledge to nothing more than our passing impressions? Great claims have been made for this translation. It has been argued that it was the source of Kant's recollection of Hume, and, since Hume writes in it about the necessary contradictions of the understanding, it has also been seen as the stimulus for Kant's discovery of the antinomies. Thus the translation seems to bring together the two crucial moments that gave birth to the critical philosophy, the recollection of Hume and the discovery of the antinomies. 46. All these claims, however, are but castles built on sand. There is no concrete evidence that Kant ever read this article. 47 And, if he did, it is highly unlikely that he learned anything from it. For one cannot learn much about Hume's skepticism from the final section of Book I, whose melancholy conclusions are intelligible only to a reader who has followed the many chapters leading up to them. If Kant read this article closely, he would have perhaps surmised that the author, whoever he was no transcendental realist, and that he had generalized his skepticism beyond the principle of causality. Still, judging from his interpretation of Hume, Kant learned nothing of the kind. In any case, Kant could have discovered nothing about the antinomies from this extract. Although the final section of Book I does refer to some contradictions in the understanding, they become intelligible only in the light of Hume's earlier arguments. More significantly, when placed in context, they have almost nothing to do with the antinomies later discovered by Kant. Hume finds a contradiction in the fact that the principle of causality is the source of our belief in the existence of the external world and of our knowledge that all our perceptions must come from ourselves. 48 This has little to do with the structure of the Kantian antinomies, which concern how a series both must and cannot have a beginning. In general, it is necessary to conclude that those who have argued the case for the influence of Hume's treatise on Kant have forgotten some of the general features of Kant's interpretation of Hume, which are blatantly at odds with the doctrines of the treatise. Before indulging in detailed speculations about what we do not know, it is wise to consider whether its central assumptions fit with what we do know. That this is not the case should be clear from the above. Recognizing the peculiar features of Kant's interpretation of Hume has some important consequences for our reading of the first critic. The strategy of many scholars has been to interpret the transcendental deduction as a response to Hume's skepticism. 49 While this approach has been questioned, it is important to note that if there is any struggle with Hume in the transcendental deduction at all, it cannot be with a skeptical idealist but must be with an empiricist and transcendental realist. All Hume's skepticism about the application of the categories to experience, Kant argues in the second critic, arose from his empiricism and transcendental realism, not from any general doubts about the correspondence of our representations with an external world. Kant's battle against skeptical idealism takes place not in the transcendental deduction but elsewhere in the critic, in the aesthetic, in the dialectic, first edition, or in the final chapters of the analytic, second edition, and its target is not Hume but Descartes. 51. Chapter 2. Transcendental Idealism and Empirical Realism. 1. The case for subjectivism. For all its intensity and duration, Kant's early battle against idealism had been in vain. Despite his early critique of idealism and his painstaking efforts to distinguish his idealism from traditional forms, his critics continued to regard his philosophy merely as the latest form of subjectivism. During the first decade after the publication of the Kritik der reinen Vernunft in May 1781, the most common criticism of Kant's philosophy was that it ends in a skeptical idealism. If Kant were only consistent, his early critics charged, he would have to doubt not only the existence of God and the soul, but also the existence of the external world and other minds. In their view, Kant's philosophy was simply the culmination of the way of ideas of Descartes, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. Kant had reaffirmed some of the fundamental tenets of that tradition, that the immediate objects of awareness are ideas, and that nothing resembles an idea but another idea, and so he had to admit the consequences, that we must doubt the existence of any reality beyond our own immediate consciousness. This criticism of Kant's transcendental idealism was virtually universal, shared by philosophers of every school. It was the leitmotif of the empiricist popular philosophin, Christian Garve, J. G. Feder, Adam Weishaupt, and H. A. Pistorius, of the rationalist metaphysicians of the Leibnizian Wolffian school, Moses Mendelssohn, J. A. Eberhard, and J. G. Moss, of the Glaubensphilosophien, J. G. Hamann, F. H. Jacobi, and of the later generation of objective or absolute idealists, Hölderlin, Schlegel, Novalis, Schelling, and Hegel. 1. To all these critics, it seemed as if Kant had trapped us inside the circle of our own consciousness, so that the entire world appeared to be a dream or illusion. But was Kant really guilty of subjectivism? Given his intellectual history, it seems that we should immediately reject such a charge, which seems to ignore Kant's intentions and all his attempts to refute idealism. Still, there are strong reasons why we should not be so hasty. For, even if Kant is not a subjectivist by intention, the question remains whether he is one by implication. In other words, even if Kant wanted to avoid subjectivism, it is still possible that it is the consequence of his principles. This was indeed just the view of Kant's early critics, who were deaf to Kant's protests that he had been misunderstood. Despite its apparent crudity and naivete, the subjectivist interpretation has some textual foundation. Its basis is the many passages of the first critic where Kant seems to equate appearances with representations. Point 2 Since Kant often explicitly states that appearances are only representations, and since he also expressly insists that we know only appearances, it follows that all we know are only representations. This alone seems to be sufficient to ascribe some form of skeptical idealism to Kant. The first objection one is likely to make against such an interpretation is that it ignores those many other passages of the critic in both the first and second editions where Kant insists that appearances have objects, or that they are appearances of something, namely, things in themselves. Point 3 When we consider these passages, it appears as if Kant does not adhere to the subjectivist principle that the immediate objects of perception are only ideas. For what we now perceive are things that exist independent of us, it's just that we do not perceive them as they are in themselves but only as they appear to us. The distinction between appearances and things in themselves is then not between distinct kinds of entity mind-dependent ideas and mind-independent things but between distinct aspects of the same entity. Appearances refer to that thing insofar as we know it, or insofar as it conforms to the conditions of our experience of it, and the thing in itself refers to that thing insofar as we do not know it, as it exists independent of these conditions. Point 4. It is important to see, however, that Kant's early critics had a reply to this objection. They were perfectly aware of those passages where Kant refers to appearances of things in themselves, but they still insisted all the same that they could not represent his ultimate position. If Kant were only consistent, they argued, he would have to identify appearances with representations alone. The problem is that Kant's own critical limits gave him no grounds to claim knowledge of the existence of the thing in itself. Given that knowledge is limited to possible experience, and given that the thing in itself cannot be given in possible experience, how is it possible to know that things in themselves exist? But if they cannot be known to exist, how is it possible to say that we know appearances of things in themselves? So these critics concluded that even if Kant were not a subjectivist by intention, he was still one by implication. 2. The first edition definitions of transcendental idealism. The subjectivist interpretation seems confirmed when we consider Kant's own definitions of transcendental idealism in the first edition of the Critic. Some scholars maintain that these definitions are entirely subjectivist, and that the charges of subjectivism leveled against them led Kant to revise his account of transcendental idealism in the second edition. Point 5 In their view, there is a fundamental tension between transcendental idealism in the first and second edition. While the first edition doctrine is indeed subjectivist, the second edition doctrine is anti-subjectivist, or at least more realistic. To assess this thesis, it is necessary to consider Kant's definitions in a little detail. In the first edition Kant gave two explicit definitions of transcendental idealism. Significantly, both were either altered or deleted in the second edition. The first definition, which appears in the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism, a section entirely deleted from the second edition, states, "By the transcendental idealism of all appearances I understand the doctrine according to which we regard all appearances as mere representations and not things in themselves, and space and time as only sensible forms of our intuition, but not given determinations or conditions of objects as things in themselves." A 369. Immediately after giving this definition, Kant goes on to explain that the transcendental idealist does not deny or doubt the existence of matter. Rather, he has no difficulty in admitting its reality for the simple reason that matter is for him only a species of representation. Matter is a kind of external representation because it relates perceptions to things that appear in space, though this space is again only a representation within us. Kant then restates his earlier definition by emphasizing that the transcendental idealist holds the following doctrine: now external objects, bodies, are mere appearances, and consequently nothing but a species of my representations, whose objects are something only through these representations but nothing at all separated from them. A 370. The second definition comes from a passage in section 6 of the Antinomy of Pure Reason, which Kant retained but qualified in a footnote to the second edition, b. 518 to 519. Point 6. Kant now states that transcendental idealism is the doctrine that everything intuited in space or time, and therefore all objects of any experience possible to us, are nothing but appearances, that is, mere representations, which, in the manner in which they are represented, as extended beings, or as series of alterations, have no independent existence outside our thoughts. A 490 to 491. 7. He then emphasizes that this doctrine holds that space itself and all appearances are not things, but rather nothing but representations, which cannot exist at all outside our mind. A 492. It is striking that in both his definitions Kant plainly identifies appearances with representations, and not with aspects of, or perspectives on, an object in itself. He does not refer to appearances of things in themselves, as if appearances were simply how an independent reality manifests itself under the conditions of human sensibility. Rather, Kant writes about appearances as if they were distinct entities, as if they were representations detached from objects in themselves, and as if their existence and essence depends entirely upon the perceiver. As such, then, these definitions provide no evidence for the dual aspect interpretation. Some advocates of the dual aspect interpretation attempt to explain away the language of Kant's definitions by distinguishing between the transcendental and empirical levels of his discourse, that is, between the philosopher's second-order analysis of our common-sense standpoint and that standpoint itself. They maintain that the distinction between appearances and things in themselves as kinds of entity is valid on the empirical level, but on the transcendental or philosophical level, it is only between different perspectives or aspects of the same object, depending on whether we consider it as dependent on or independent of the subjective conditions of human sensibility, space or time. Point 8. Although this distinction is indeed important, and often confused, it is difficult to see its relevance in the present context. Kant's definitions are clearly valid on the philosophical plane, and they are unambiguous in their identification of appearances with representations themselves. Point 9. Kant's definitions appear slightly less subjectivist, however, in the light of his distinction between transcendental idealism and transcendental realism. A 369, 490 to 491. According to this distinction, transcendental realism maintains that how objects appear to us in our experience is how they are in themselves, that is, even independent of our perceiving them, objects have the properties they are perceived to have. Transcendental idealism, however, holds that how objects appear to us in our experience is not how they are in themselves, that is, independent of our perceiving them, objects do not have the properties they are perceived to have. In other words, transcendental idealism distinguishes between appearances and things in themselves, while transcendental realism identifies appearances with things in themselves. Hence the transcendental realist affirms, while the transcendental idealist denies, that appearances give us knowledge of things in themselves. Seen from this perspective, Kant's definitions seem less subjectivist because transcendental idealism appears to involve some commitment to the existence of things in themselves. Although the transcendental idealist does not claim that appearances are of things in themselves, he does distinguish them from things in themselves, and so he seems to admit the reality of something besides mere representations. Yet, on closer examination, the definition does not commit the transcendental idealist to the existence of things in themselves. It gives them only a hypothetical status. If they exist, we cannot assume that we know them through appearances. Hence it seems that Kant at best can distinguish his transcendental idealism from a dogmatic idealism that denies the existence of things in themselves, The definitions do not exclude, however, a skeptical idealism that doubts their existence. So far, then, Kant seems guilty of subjectivism. At least the first edition definitions of transcendental idealism seem to imply a kind of subjectivism, or more precisely, skeptical idealism. But does the subjectivism of these definitions warrant the conclusion that transcendental idealism in general, as conceived in the first edition of the Critic, is subjectivist? 3. Transcendental versus empirical idealism. That this is not the case becomes clear when we consider the wider context of the first edition definitions. This shows that Kant is not endorsing but criticizing subjectivism. The main point behind his account of transcendental idealism in the critique of the fourth paralogism and the antinomy of pure reason is to distinguish it from forms of idealism in the subjectivist tradition. So, even if we remain within the first edition of the Critic, there is something to be said against the charge of subjectivism. This is indeed just what we should expect, given Kant's long struggle with idealism in the pre-critical decades. In defining transcendental idealism in these texts, Kant is careful to distinguish it from empirical or material idealism. Indeed, Kant defines such idealism in subjectivist terms. According to the empirical or material idealist, the existence of objects in space outside us is either a. doubtful and indemonstrable, or b. false and impossible, a. 377, 491. Kant calls the first position skeptical, the second dogmatic idealism. He chooses the term empirical idealism not because these positions advance empiricist principles, but because they doubt or deny the reality of the empirical world. In the first edition of the Critic, Kant made Descartes his paradigm of skeptical idealism, though he cites no historical figure. His chief example of dogmatic idealism was Leibniz. 10 in the second edition. However, Berkeley alone is mentioned as the example of dogmatic idealism, B 71, 274. To understand how transcendental idealism differs from empirical or material idealism, it is important to recognize Kant's distinction between two senses in which an object exists outside us, außer uns. There is the transcendental sense in which it exists outside us as a thing in itself, that is, its existence and nature are independent of all consciousness of it. There is also the empirical sense in which the object belongs to outer appearance or to things which are to be found in space, A 373.11. In this sense, the object is outside me simply because it is in a different place from my body in space. 12. Hence Kant states in the Aesthetic that to refer sensations to something outside me means that they must be in another region of space from that in which I find myself. A 23.13. The fundamental distinction between transcendental idealism and empirical idealism, Kant argues, is that the transcendental idealist affirms, while the empirical idealist doubts or denies, the existence of objects outside us in the empirical sense. In other words, material idealism holds that the empirical world either could be or is an illusion, but transcendental idealism affirms that it is real. Or, in more Kantian terms, the transcendental idealist maintains that these objects are appearances, Erscheinungen, but the empirical idealist holds that they are, or at least could be, an illusion, Schein. 14. Thus the main advantage of transcendental idealism over empirical idealism is that it is an empirical realism that affirms the reality of the empirical world or the existence of objects in space outside us. Kant's doctrine of the empirical reality of space is meant to exclude three rival theories. The central thesis of his empirical realism is that I know that there are three-dimensional objects outside me in space in an empirical sense. Such a thesis excludes three positions. First, the claim that it is only an illusion, or that it is false, that we see things in space. This is the position of dogmatic idealism. Second, the claim that it only seems or appears to be the case, or that it could be false or an illusion, that what we see is in space. This is the standpoint of problematic idealism, and indeed that of traditional sense data theories or phenomenalism. 15. Third, the claim that I know that there is an object outside me in space in the transcendental sense. This is the position of transcendental realism. Although transcendental idealism and transcendental realism both claim that I know of the existence of objects in space outside me, Kant argues that transcendental realism cannot provide sufficient support for this claim because it conflates empirical with transcendental externality and then demands the impossible proof of transcendental externality. Thus each of the alternatives to transcendental idealism, dogmatic idealism, skeptical idealism, and transcendental realism either explicitly denies or implicitly undermines the central thesis of empirical realism. It has been argued that the central thesis of Kant's empirical realism is incompatible with his doctrine that we know things only as appearances. To say that we know things only as appearances, this objection goes, must mean that we know things only as they appear or seem to us, for we deprive the distinction between reality and appearance of all meaning if reality becomes conflated with how things appear to us. 16 But this argument fails to see that the ordinary and common sense distinctions between reality and illusion, between how things are in themselves and how they simply appear to us, can be perfectly accommodated within Kant's realm of appearances. 17 It is possible to distinguish between reality and illusion, between objects themselves and how they seem to us, within the realm of appearances by distinguishing between those perceptions that are abnormal, disjointed, and idiosyncratic and those that are normal, interconnected, and intersubjective. Indeed, Kant himself was very careful to distinguish between appearances in the transcendental and empirical sense. 18. Why does Kant think that the empirical idealist has to doubt or deny, even in the empirical sense, the existence of objects outside us? He explains that this is because the empirical idealist shares a fatal premise with the transcendental realist, that to know something in space outside us we must know whether our representations correspond with things in themselves. A 369, 372. If we accept such a standard of knowledge, Kant argues, then it becomes necessary to doubt or deny the existence of objects outside us, for the simple reason that we cannot get outside our own representations to compare them with reality in itself. Such a standard of knowledge demands the impossible, Kant argues, because to represent the object as outside us it would be necessary to represent it in space, which is again only the form of representation. A 376. Since, however, the empirical idealist presupposes the standard of knowledge, and since he also recognizes that it is impossible to satisfy it, he doubts the reality of all things in space. What he sees will be, for all he knows, only an illusion. Hence the empirical idealist conflates the transcendental and empirical reality of an object. Since he cannot know the object outside us in the transcendental sense, he assumes that we also cannot know it in the empirical sense. It is just this inference, however, that Kant intends to block with his distinction between transcendental and empirical reality. The underlying problem with empirical idealism, then, is that it accepts the same standard of knowledge as transcendental realism. Hence, just as Kant aligns transcendental idealism with empirical realism, he pairs transcendental realism with empirical idealism. If transcendental idealism provides a basis for empirical realism, transcendental realism unwittingly establishes a foundation for empirical idealism. The transcendental realist is eventually compelled to play the part of the empirical idealist, Kant argues, because he cannot satisfy his own criterion of knowledge, the conformity of representations with the thing in itself. Like the empirical idealist, he is then forced to doubt whether we have knowledge of an external world. A 369, 372. There is indeed much truth in Kant's contention about the role of transcendental realism in empirical idealism, given that Descartes had used its standard of knowledge to come to his skeptical conclusions. 19. For empirical realism in the aesthetic. Since Kant thinks that the great strength of transcendental idealism lies in its empirical realism, the case for transcendental idealism must ultimately involve determining the precise meaning of empirical realism. This makes it necessary to take a close look at the transcendental aesthetic of the first critic, for it is here that Kant provides his most detailed account of empirical realism. The arguments for empirical realism in the critique of the fourth paralogism and the antinomy of pure reason have to be read in the context of this earlier section. In the Transcendental Aesthetic, Kant provides several accounts of the empirical reality of space. These appear in the context of his attempt to explain why the ideality of space does not undermine its empirical reality, or what he calls its objective validity. Since most of these explanations are already fully apparent in the first edition, and since they indeed go back to the inaugural dissertation, they belong to Kant's original conception of transcendental idealism. They are not, therefore, polemical adaptations or later modifications. The second edition does make some important clarifications, but adds nothing substantially new. Point 20. Kant's first and chief explanation for the empirical reality of space is transcendental, pointing out the transcendental status of the representation of space. Point 21. This account is the most basic of the three, because the other two presuppose or elaborate it. Kant stresses the transcendental status of the representation of space when he claims that it is a necessary condition of experience, and more specifically the necessary condition under which anything appears to the external senses, sight, or touch. To say that space is a necessary condition of the external senses means that if we see or touch anything we must perceive it as somewhere in space. According to this explanation, then, the empirical reality of space means that appearing in space is a universal and necessary property of all objects of the external senses. Such an explanation excludes two possibilities: the empiricist view that space is simply an abstraction from experience, having at best only an accidental or contingent validity, and the rationalist view that space is only a fiction of the understanding or an illusion of the imagination. Kant's second explanation of the empirical reality of space is second-order or logical. Point 22. This account determines the conditions under which judgments about space in general, or specific things in space, are true. Kant explains that the objective validity of space means that the judgment all things are next to one another in space is true of all appearances or objects of sensible intuition. If we exactly specify the subject of a judgment, he says, the judgment is universally valid, 828. Thus the proposition all things are in space is true under the limitation that these things are objects of sensible intuition or appearances. If, however, we remove this restriction, if we assert the proposition of things in general or in themselves, then it is false. So, according to this account, the empirical reality of space simply means that the proposition all things are in space is universally true, where it is understood that these things are appearances. Kant's point here becomes clearer when we consider one of his later remarks, that the transcendental ideality of space preserves the truth of all empirical judgments about particular things in space. This ideality of space and time, Kant argues, leaves the certainty of empirical knowledge unaffected, a 39. The empirical reality of space therefore means that all empirical judgments about specific things in space retain their truth regardless of the transcendental ideality of space. As we shall soon see, 1.3.2, this point is crucial for Kant's reply to the Cartesian skeptic. Kant's third and final account of the empirical reality of space is mathematical or geometrical. According to this explanation, space has empirical reality because transcendental idealism shows that the axioms and theorems of geometry are necessarily true of appearances. If propositions such as only one straight line lies between 2 points and within 2 straight lines no space can be enclosed are universally and necessarily true, then what appears in space cannot be an arbitrary or private perception, still less an illusion of the imagination. Rather, these appearances will be real in virtue of their universal and necessary structure. Kant's argument in the Aesthetic for the applicability of geometry to things in space ultimately goes back to the inaugural dissertation, 15a, 2, 404. The argument consists in the following steps: 1. Space in general is a necessary condition of anything appearing to the senses. 2. The axioms and theorems of geometry determine the properties of space in general, therefore. 3. Anything appearing to the senses must conform to the axioms and theorems of geometry, A48. This argument is much stronger in its claims for transcendental idealism than the logical one, For it holds that the ideality of space is not only a sufficient condition for empirical truths, synthetic a posteriori, about things in space, but also a necessary condition for geometrical truths, synthetic a priori, about things in space. More specifically, Kant maintains that transcendental idealism alone guarantees the empirical reality of space because only it ensures that the axioms and theorems of geometry apply to all things in space. Kant's transcendental and mathematical accounts of the reality of space amount to his own transcendental version of the traditional distinction between primary and secondary qualities. Point 23. This distinction surfaces in the aesthetic when Kant states that the spatial properties of appearances really do belong to them, unlike such properties as warmth, color, and taste, which consist in nothing more than effects accidentally added by the particular constitution of our sense organs, A 28-29. To be sure, in the Prolegomena Kant rejects the traditional distinction, claiming that such primary qualities as impenetrability and shape are also appearances and not properties belonging to the object in itself, 289. There is not, however, any inconsistency between these standpoints. For Kant still maintains the traditional distinction within the realm of experience itself. Even though spatial appearances are not properties of things in themselves, they are still distinct from such qualities as heat, color, and taste. Unlike these qualities, the spatial characteristics of an object are locatable in the intersubjective structure of a single universal space, and hence they really do belong to an object. So while Kant accepts the traditional distinction, he refuses to draw the usual inferences from it, that primary qualities are true of the object in itself. Kant's endorsement of the traditional distinction is also qualified by his attempt to give a new rationale for it. In Locke, the basis for the distinction is purely empirical. Some sense qualities, such as size, shape, and weight, are the objects of several senses, and they seem less dependent upon physiology and perspective than others, such as color, taste, and warmth. No less than Berkeley, however, Kant thinks that it is impossible to draw such a distinction in empirical terms alone, hence in the Prolegomena he endorses Berkeley's argument that the appearance of size, shape, and weight do depend upon perspective and physiology, 289. Unlike Berkeley, however, Kant thinks that it is possible to salvage something of the traditional distinction provided that we recognize the transcendental status of space. What makes primary qualities objective is not their empirical component, but that they, unlike secondary qualities, conform to the universal and necessary structure of space in general. 5. Empirical realism and empirical dualism. So far we have explained Kant's empirical realism essentially in terms of his argument for the empirical reality of space in the transcendental aesthetic. This argument consists in Kant's contention that space is a universal and necessary form of experience, a form sufficient to preserve the truth of all empirical judgments about space and necessary to maintain the truth of all mathematical judgments about space. According to this reading, then, the empirical reality of things is basically a formal rather than material characteristic. It means the conformity of appearances to the universal and necessary structure of space. It does not mean that these things have an existence apart from the consciousness that intuits them in space. To equate empirical reality with such a material characteristic seems to be a relapse into transcendental realism. There is, however, a competing reading of Kant's empirical realism that attempts to give a stronger material or ontological meaning to empirical reality without lapsing into transcendental realism. This is the interpretation propounded by the adherents of the theory of double affection, most notably by Hans Weyinger, Eric Addix, and Norman Kemp-Smith. 24. According to this theory, there are two levels of affection in transcendental idealism. The transcendental ego is affected by things in themselves, while the empirical ego is affected by empirical objects. Although empirical objects are given to the consciousness of the empirical ego, they are created by the transcendental ego in its interaction with the thing in itself. Since these objects are entirely given to the empirical ego, which plays no role in their constitution, they exist apart from its consciousness. Hence the empirical reality of an object is not only formal but also material. it means not only that the object conforms to the universal and necessary structure of experience, but also that it exists completely independently of empirical consciousness. Supposedly, this is the meaning of Kant's empirical dualism, and the implication of his statement that empirical objects can be treated as things in themselves. There are two serious problems with this interpretation. Point 25. First, Kant's teaching in the Aesthetic implies that the object in space cannot exist apart from empirical consciousness. Space is a form of sensibility, and sensibility is an essentially empirical faculty because it is the capacity to acquire representations through the manner in which we are affected by objects. A19. While space and time are indeed forms of sensibility, and so independent of specific empirical content, they are still connected to the subject's empirical nature, and more specifically to its power to be affected by objects. If, then, there were no sensibility or empirical consciousness, there would be no object in space. Second, there is a curious replication of appearances. The appearance of the object for empirical consciousness becomes the appearance of the object for the transcendental subject. Point 26. The whole problem of knowledge then arises all over again for the empirical subject, for how does it know that its consciousness is truly of the appearance for the transcendental subject? Whatever the logical difficulties, the texts usually cited in behalf of the theory do not really support it. When Kant writes of empirical dualism in the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism, he does not commit himself to the distinct existence of appearances apart from the empirical subject. Rather, all that empirical dualism means for Kant is that, 1. There are objects outside me, that is, in a different space from my body, A370, and, 2. There is a heterogeneity between the representations of inner and outer sense, because what is within me cannot be represented as outside me and what is represented as outside me cannot be within me, A379. Kant insists, however, that such an empirical dualism, which holds only for appearances, provides no grounds for a transcendental dualism that would conceive the appearances of inner sense as properties of some independently existing mind, and the appearances of outer sense as properties of some independently existing material object. A389, 391. All that we are allowed to affirm is that the appearances of inner and outer sense are very different from one another, but not that they are properties of independently existing substances. Although Kant sometimes describes appearances as things in themselves 27, this does not mean that he gives them an existence independent of empirical consciousness. Rather, it means only that, from the standpoint of empirical consciousness, we can speak or think of them as if they were things in themselves. Chapter 3. The first edition refutation of skeptical idealism. 1. The priority of skeptical idealism. In the first edition of the Critic, Kant did battle against all forms of empirical idealism, whether it was the skeptical idealism of Descartes or the dogmatic idealism of Leibniz. It was the dispute with skeptical or problematic idealism, however, to which Kant himself gave greatest priority. In one passage in the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism he virtually equated idealism as such with its skeptical variant, questioning whether the dogmatic idealist really deserves the title of idealist at all. As an idealist, Kant wrote, one should understand not he who denies the existence of the external objects of the senses, but only he who does not admit that it is known through immediate perception, and who concludes from this that their reality can never be completely certain through all possible experience. A368 to 369. Point 1. The reason for this curious definition appears only a few pages later when Kant compares the dogmatic idealist unfavorably to the skeptical idealist, who is a benefactor of human reason because he warns us against taking for granted what we perhaps obtain only surreptitiously. A377. The dogmatic idealist does not benefit human reason, Kant implies, because his claims to knowledge transcend its proper limits. But Kant did not always give such precedence to skeptical idealism. Sometimes he would do just the opposite, bestowing priority upon dogmatic idealism. Hence, in the Prolegomena, he defined idealism in general in dogmatic terms, claiming that the dictum of all genuine idealists is that all knowledge through the senses and experience is nothing but pure illusion, and only in the ideas of understanding and reason is truth. 374. The truth of the matter is that Kant's definitions of idealism, and the priority he gave one form of idealism over another, very much depend upon his polemical context. In the first edition of the Critic he was eager to distinguish his transcendental idealism from Descartes' skeptical idealism. In the Prolegomena he was desperate to dissociate it from Berkeley's dogmatic idealism. While Kant's demotion of dogmatic idealism should not blind us to the real importance it had for him too, we must also take seriously the extra weight he sometimes gave to skeptical idealism. This was no passing fancy of the first edition of the Critic, since Kant reaffirmed the point in the second edition. Thus, in the refutation of idealism, he again declared that skeptical idealism alone is rational and appropriate for a thorough philosophical manner of thought because it prohibits decisive judgment until a sufficient proof has been found. B 274-275. For Kant, the great value of skeptical idealism is that it demands some proof or reason for our ordinary beliefs. Such a demand is completely irrevocable. Philosophy cannot begin with our ordinary beliefs, as if they were unproblematic, and still less can it appeal to common sense, as if it were a datum. Rather, it has to justify ordinary belief from some self-evident basis, providing a rationale for it acceptable to the skeptic himself. Anything less is indeed a scandal, the euthanasia of philosophy. 3. Kant's reasons for demoting dogmatic vis-a-vis skeptical idealism has much to do with his dislike for its mysticism. Referring to Berkeley's dogmatic idealism in the Prolegomena, Kant stated that it always had a mystical intention and cannot have any other. 4. 375n. In a similar vein, Kant claimed that mysticism was one of the distinguishing features of the Platonic tradition, the main source of dogmatic idealism. 4. Kant disliked mysticism chiefly because of its dogmatism. Mysticism would attempt to justify certain ontological claims, the existence of archetypes or spirits, by appealing to an esoteric intellectual intuition, which could be had only by an elite. Virtually by definition, skeptical idealism was not guilty of such dogmatism. Rather than going beyond the limits of reason by appealing to a special intuition, it demands only that we have sufficient reasons for our beliefs. 2. The critique of the fourth paralogism. Kant's refutation of skeptical idealism in the first edition of the Critic takes place chiefly in the critique of the fourth paralogism, A 367-380, a text completely omitted from the second edition, where Kant replaced it with the refutation of idealism. Yet Kant's dissatisfaction with the text arose from its exposition rather than substance. 5. The first edition version remains of great importance for the interpretation of his transcendental idealism, not least because the subjectivist interpretation has been largely based upon it. Kant's account of skeptical idealism in the first edition version of the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism is entirely Cartesian. While there is no trace of Hume anywhere in Kant's exposition, he explicitly mentions Descartes, A 367. Kant's chief concern is to refute the Cartesian doctrine that we have immediate knowledge only of our own inner states, and that our knowledge of the external world is only by inference. Kant expounds skeptical idealism in the form of a tidy and compressed syllogism, which he calls the fourth paralogism of the ideality of outer relation. The syllogism consists in 3 steps. 1. That whose existence can be inferred only as a cause of given perceptions has only a doubtful existence. 2. The existence of outer appearances cannot be immediately perceived, but can be inferred only as the cause of given perceptions. Therefore, 3. The existence of all objects of outer sense is doubtful. A 367. The context behind this reasoning came straight from Descartes' Meditations. 6. The central thesis behind the argument, as Kant explains, is the Cartesian doctrine that I immediately perceive only what is inside myself, so that I know with certainty only my own existence and representations. Since it is always possible to doubt the existence of anything beside myself, it is necessary to infer the existence of external objects, which therefore cannot be given directly in perception itself. The inference from a perception to the existence of its object is very uncertain, however, because this is an inference from effect to cause, and all such inferences are questionable when the same effect can have more than one cause. It is therefore possible that all my perceptions arise from an internal rather than external cause, so that they turn out to be nothing more than a mere play of our inner sense. A 368. Kant's diagnosis of the paralogisms is that they are a case of sophisma figurae dictionis, the fallacy of ambiguous middle. Both premises of the argument are correct, but they reach their conclusion only by virtue of an ambiguity in the middle term. The ambiguity arises from a confusion between the transcendental and empirical use of a concept, A 402-403. With some accuracy 7. This analysis applies to the fourth paralogism. The ambiguous term of the syllogism is the concept of outer appearance, äußere Erscheinung, which is construed both in an empirical and a transcendental sense, A 373. In the empirical sense the concept designates nothing more than the object in space, or that which appears outside me in a different place than my body. In the transcendental sense it refers to something independent of all consciousness, the thing in itself. When these two senses are conflated, it seems impossible to know whether we have perceptions of external objects in space even in the empirical sense. Because the inference from our perceptions to a thing in itself is uncertain, it seems as if the perception of something outside us in space must be equally uncertain. Since we cannot get outside our perceptions to see if they correspond with things in themselves, it seems impossible to know whether we perceive objects in space. Kant does not content himself simply with exposing the equivocation behind the paralogism, he also subjects each premise to a searching examination. He is willing to accept the first premise of the syllogism. He admits that inferences to the causes of our perceptions are uncertain, in both the empirical and the transcendental sense. In the empirical sense the cause of a given perception would be nothing more than other perceptions acting according to natural laws, and since any effect can have more than one cause, there is no guarantee that we make certain inferences about the causes of given perceptions. It is indeed precisely this that explains the possibility of illusion, Kant notes, A 376. In the transcendental sense the cause of a given perception would be something in itself. Here again Kant concedes that we cannot make reliable inferences to the causes of our perceptions, but now the reason is very different. While the empirical cause of perceptions is in principle knowable, their transcendental cause would be nothing less than a thing in itself, which is in principle unknowable. A 372. If Kant accepts the first premise of the syllogism, he questions its second premise, because it is precisely here that the fundamental equivocation occurs. The concept of an outer appearance is interpreted in both the transcendental and empirical sense. The premise is true in the transcendental sense because it is clear that things in themselves are not immediately perceived, but it is false in the empirical sense because, following the transcendental aesthetic, objects in space are not something apart from, and prior to, are representations of them. Since their reality is given within the perceptions themselves, we do not have to rely on inferences to their causes. According to Kant's diagnosis, then, the fatal underlying assumption behind the fourth paralogism is nothing less than transcendental realism, the doctrine that appearances are things in themselves, or that the object that appears in space exists apart from and prior to our perception of it. This assumption condemns us to skepticism, Kant argues, for the simple reason that it is impossible for us to get outside our representations to compare them with an object in itself. A 376, 378. It is just this assumption, however, that Kant believes he has already undermined in the transcendental aesthetic. There he had argued that outer appearances, what appears to us in space and time, are not things in themselves but only representations. 8 If this is the case, then there will be no need to base the reality of outer appearances upon uncertain inferences to their causes, rather, the reality of outer appearances will be given with the representations themselves. Hence Kant thinks that his own transcendental idealism provides an indubitable basis for proving the reality of outer appearances. if these appearances are distinct from things in themselves, if they amount to nothing more than a species of representations, which are called external, then we can know of their existence simply by having representations of them. 3. The proof of the external world. After dissecting the fallacy behind the fourth paralogism, Kant proceeds to formulate an argument for the existence of the external world according to the principles of his transcendental idealism. This argument, which appears in 3 compressed sentences at A 370 to 371, amounts to the first edition version of the refutation of idealism. Each sentence serves as a premise of the argument. 1. It is certain that I have representations. 2. External objects, or things in space, consist only in representations. Therefore, 3. It is certain that external objects, or things in space, exist. These points show, Kant concludes, that the existence of external things is based on the immediate testimony of my self-consciousness, A 371. The only difference between my self-awareness and that of external things, he further explains, is that the former is based on inner sense while the latter is founded on outer sense, but I do not have to infer the existence of the object of outer sense any more than the existence of the object of inner sense. Pace Descartes, then, self-consciousness of my inner states is not privileged, because what I know through outer sense is just as certain as what I know through inner sense. The existence of external objects in space is given to my representations as well as my own representations and existence. As Kant first expounds his argument, it seems as if he is claiming that all our representations of objects in space are certain. Hence he states that the existence of objects in space is based on the immediate testimony of self-consciousness, and he even declares that the mere having of representations of external objects is a sufficient proof of their reality, A 371. But this is problematic for the simple reason that we can suffer illusions, having the awareness of external objects when none are really there. This is a point that Kant would later recognize in the second edition of the Critic, and it was one of the central reasons for the reformulation of his argument in the refutation of idealism, see below, 1.7.2. It is important to recognize, however, that Kant already saw the point in the first edition. It is a simple fact that sometimes our representations are deceptive, he noted, because they do not correspond to an object or do not have an external cause, A 376. The source of such deception, he explained, can be a false judgment, as in sensory illusions, or a delusion of imagination, as in dreams. To avoid such deceptions, he advised, we should determine whether the representation conforms with others according to empirical laws, A 376. Here we must proceed according to the rule, whatever is connected with a perception according to empirical laws is actual, A 376. Kant tacitly admitted, therefore, the skeptical idealist's point that the perception of external objects is not immediate, and that we have to determine the validity of perceptions through inferences or by determining their causes. Yet it is important to see that this concession is still not fatal to Kant's general critique of skeptical idealism in the first edition of the Critic. For Kant is still in a position to claim that the transcendental idealist alone can establish the truth of our perceptions. Since the transcendental idealist identifies outer appearances with perceptions, he seeks the cause of any perception among other perceptions, he then determines the validity of a perception simply by a formal criterion, by ascertaining the connection of perceptions among one another. While it is possible that we cannot in practice complete the procedures of verification, it is still possible in principle, because we do not have to get outside the order of our perceptions. The transcendental realist, however, is compelled to verify perceptions by seeing whether they have a transcendental cause. It is not sufficient for him to determine their validity simply by checking the order of perceptions among themselves. It is also necessary for him to know per impossible whether these perceptions correspond with a transcendental object. Hence the transcendental idealist can, while the transcendental realist cannot, provide verification in principle. This point is already implicit in the first edition of the Critic, but it will become even more explicit in the second edition. Point 9. For a Cartesian reply. As it is presented in the first edition of the Critic, Kant's argument against skeptical idealism is vulnerable to an obvious Cartesian objection. The Cartesian will reply that the argument indeed shows that we have representations of objects in space, but he will immediately add that this is not really in question. What the argument does not show, he will insist, is that there are three-dimensional objects existing independent of those representations. Kant's conflation move the identification of objects in space with representations appears to prove the empirical reality of objects in space only by forfeiting the independent reality of the object to be known. If we follow the spirit of Kant's arguments in the first edition, it is not difficult to reconstruct his first line of reply to this kind of objection. Kant would point out that the Cartesian demand for some independent reality rests upon a false presupposition, that knowledge consists in the conformity of a representation with the thing in itself. Kant admits that if this must be the standard of knowledge, then the Cartesian skeptic is indeed correct in doubting all our representations, for it is an inescapable fact that we cannot get outside our representations to compare them with things as they are in themselves. A 105, 376, 378. Point 10. Still, he thinks that it is possible to avoid this skeptical conclusion because he denies that it is necessary to hold this standard of knowledge in the first place. Instead, he maintains that it is possible to make the distinction between reality and illusion completely within the realm of appearances themselves. Point 11. His criterion of knowledge will be purely formal, conformity of representations with the universal and necessary forms of experience. A 376 to 377. If such a criterion is sufficient to explain the distinction between reality and illusion, then it is not necessary to fulfill the impossible standards of knowledge required by the skeptic. There will be no need, then, to doubt the empirical reality of things outside us in space. Of course, this reply will not satisfy the Cartesian skeptic. He insists that our ordinary conception of truth involves something more than internal coherence, namely, the notion of correspondence, the conformity of representations with some independent reality. He will then point out that it is just this notion that Kant cannot capture with his formal criterion of knowledge. For even if the forms of experience are universal and necessary, that still leaves the question of their truth. It is still possible that the entire structure of experience, no matter how coherent, is illusory because it does not correspond with independent reality. After all, if we follow through with the method of radical doubt, it is possible to imagine that this structure is nothing more than an elaborate dream or the cruel deception of a malicious demon. Point 12. There is a sense, of course, in which Kant concedes this very point to the Cartesian. He admits that we cannot assume that the whole framework of our experience has transcendental reality, that is, that it corresponds to things as they are in themselves. Still, Kant has another strategy up his sleeve to stymie wholesale Cartesian doubt. Namely, he blocks one crucial Cartesian inference, that if the framework of our experience does not have transcendental reality, then nothing within it can have empirical reality. Simply because the structure itself does not correspond with things in themselves does not mean that all propositions affirmed within it are false. On the contrary, as Kant argued in the Aesthetic, see below, 1.2.4, their truth can remain the same whether the framework has transcendental reality or ideality. As long as the structure or organization of the whole web of belief remains the same, there will be no discernible difference between truth and falsity. So, ultimately, Cartesian doubt does not really matter. What continues to drive Cartesian doubt against the Kantian is the fact that its transcendental realism seems to capture something about our ordinary conception of truth, namely, the notion that an idea must correspond with some independent reality. Kant attempts to undermine this very motivation, however, insofar as he claims that his transcendental idealism accommodates our ordinary conception of the truth. Transcendental idealism does not dispute the common-sense notion that truth consists in the correspondence of a representation with an independent reality, rather, it questions only the philosophical doctrine that explains or justifies this notion, namely, Transcendental realism. Transcendental realism attempts to explain this notion in terms of correspondence with the thing in itself. Transcendental idealism accounts for it in terms of the connection or order among representations themselves. Point 13. According to transcendental idealism, to say that a representation corresponds with its object means that it is a necessary part of a synthesis of representations. Here the object is not a thing in itself but the unity or whole imposed by a norm or rule. Thus the ultimate basis of Kant's strategy against the Cartesian is his general distinction between the transcendental and empirical, which he thinks the Cartesian is guilty of confusing. This distinction can be viewed inter alia as a distinction between two distinct logical levels, between that which is a necessary condition of something and that of and for which it is such a condition. While the transcendental deals with the framework of experience itself, the empirical concerns specific objects within that framework. Point 14. Now it is in terms of this broader distinction that Kant attempts to establish his distinction between the transcendental ideality and empirical reality of space, and ultimately to defeat Cartesian skeptical idealism. Judgments about things within space can have empirical truth because transcendental questions about the truth of the framework itself do not affect our answer to empirical questions about specific things within it. When the Cartesian persists in doubting our empirical knowledge because we cannot establish whether it corresponds to things in themselves, Kant would reply that this is a confusion between two quite distinct levels of discourse, the transcendental and empirical. The transcendental question whether the framework itself corresponds to things in themselves does not affect the truth value of any empirical judgments made within it. 5. Appearances and spatiality. This is not the end of Kant's problems, however. For the fundamental difficulty of establishing empirical realism on the basis of transcendental idealism still persists. Namely, how is it possible for transcendental idealism to explain the empirical reality of things in space if it identifies these things with representations, which cannot be three-dimensional? If spatial objects are not illusory, then they must be three-dimensional. It seems, however, that Kant cannot cross the great divide between the Cartesian residential cogitans and res extensa because things in space are three-dimensional, whereas ideas or representations have no length, breadth, or depth. Indeed, Kant himself insists that all ideas belong to inner sense, and that the objects of inner sense cannot be in space. 823, 357. Must we then conclude that spatiality is an illusion after all? 15. The basic question here is this: what is spatial or three-dimensional according to transcendental idealism? Or to what does Kant ascribe spatiality? It cannot be material objects which exist independent of all consciousness, for to say that only these objects are spatial is transcendental realism, but it also cannot be representations or ideas, because these are not spatial or three-dimensional. Yet if it cannot be material objects or mental representations, what can it be? It seems as if the difficulty disappears if we distinguish between two aspects of representation, the state of representing, which is the mental act of representing, and the object of representation, which is what is represented. Although it is surely nonsense to say that the mental act is spatial, because a mental act cannot have a size, shape, or weight, it is not absurd to say that its object is spatial. It is no more problematic to say that a non-spatial mental act can represent something spatial than it is to say that a two-dimensional picture can represent a three-dimensional object. Yet this distinction does not fully solve the problem. It still leaves the hoary and horrible question of intentionality: what is the object of representation? What kind of ontological status does it have? If it is only mental, then it too cannot be three-dimensional, and if it is something more than that, the actual thing represented, it would seem to be material, so that we are again back to transcendental realism. Kant, it seems, still cannot escape the dilemma of transcendental realism or empirical idealism. Another apparent solution to the difficulty is to distinguish between two senses of appearance corresponding to the two levels of Kant's discourse, the transcendental and the empirical. 16 When Kant writes about appearances as if they were three-dimensional spatial objects, he is speaking about their empirical status, in which they are a specific kind of object of experience, namely, an object of outer sense compared to one of inner sense. When, however, he refers to them as representations or ideas, he is describing their transcendental status, in which they do not oppose any specific kind of thing in experience but the thing in itself that lies beyond all possible experience. This solution too is problematic, however, because it does not explain what gives Kant a right to think of empirical objects as three-dimensional when they are really only representations when viewed transcendentally. The problem seems to disappear only when we recognize and appreciate the other meaning of appearance within transcendental philosophy. This is the sense in which appearances are not simply representations but aspects of things insofar as they are perceived according to the conditions of human sensibility. In this sense, appearances are not a kind of entity opposed to things in themselves, and still less are they monadic properties of either the perceiver or the thing in itself alone. Rather, they essentially involve a relation between perceivers and an independent reality, and, more specifically, they are how things in themselves appear to perceivers endowed with a human sensibility. We cannot reduce such appearances to entities or monadic properties of the perceiver or the thing in itself, the mistake of empirical idealism and transcendental realism, respectively, because if we remove either term of the relation there simply cannot be appearances. According to the sense of appearance, it is simply a false dilemma to say that spatial objects must be material or mental, because this would be to treat appearances as if they were some kind of entity or monadic property. What is spatial, then, are the appearances of things in themselves, their manner of appearing to a human sensibility, or how they are perceived by it? The answer to the question what is three-dimensional in transcendental idealism, is then simply things insofar as they are perceived by beings with a human sensibility. There is more than sufficient textual warrant in the first edition of the Critic for reading the concept of appearance in this second sense. In the Aesthetic, Kant is clear that spatial appearances are of things in themselves, a 38. In Phenomena and Noumena he argues that the very concept of an appearance implies that it is the appearance of some reality, and he explains that all the teaching of the Aesthetic led to the conclusion that sensibility deals with the mode in which things in themselves appear to our human sensibility, A 251-252. Finally, in the Paralogisms he states that the unknown substratum of matter affects our senses, producing in us the intuition of something extended, A 359.17. All these passages go back to the inaugural dissertation, where Kant wrote of phenomena as aspects of things, rerum species, to distinguish his position from idealism, 397. For reasons we shall soon consider, Kant explicitly reaffirmed this doctrine in the Prolegomena, 13, ANM 289. The problem still remains how idealism can explain the origin and necessity of spatial representation. In other words, why does our human sensibility represent things in themselves as spatial? How is it that things in themselves interact with our sensibility so that spatial perception results? In the concluding observation to the Paralogisms in the first edition, Kant admits that idealism faces a difficulty here, A 387, but he also insists that the problem is irresolvable if transcendental philosophy remains within its self-imposed limits of possible experience. Thus Kant raises the question, how is outer intuition possible at all in a thinking subject? A 393, only to reply that this question cannot be answered because we know nothing about the transcendental object that is the cause of this species of representation. In the end, then, Kant was willing to leave the problem of spatial perception a mystery. 6. The ambiguity of transcendental idealism. Assuming that Kant can explain three-dimensionality by attaching appearances to things in themselves, there is still an additional difficulty for him to ponder, that he would again be making himself vulnerable to Cartesian skepticism. The Cartesian skeptic doubts that there is any reality beyond his own representations, and so he questions whether they are appearances of things in themselves. So it now seems that Kant is caught in a dilemma. If he attaches appearances to things in themselves, he falls victim to skepticism, but if he detaches appearances from things in themselves, he cannot explain their three-dimensionality. This dilemma reflects a deeper tension with Kant's empirical realism. It is caught within, yet pushes beyond, the realm of experience. It is caught within experience because, to reply to the Cartesian skeptic, Kant has to explain the distinction between truth and illusion entirely within the realm of experience itself. Yet it also pushes beyond experience because, to explain the three-dimensionality of space, Kant has to attach appearances to things in themselves. The account of empirical reality in the first edition of the Critic reveals just this tension. Kant sometimes defines empirical reality strictly in formal terms, as if it consists in nothing more than the structure of experience, but at other times he understands empirical reality in material terms, because he states that appearances are of things in themselves. 18. Despite this ambivalence, it is striking that the definition of transcendental idealism in the earlier edition involves a strictly formal account of empirical reality. When Kant attempts to distinguish his transcendental idealism from the empirical idealism of Descartes, he stresses that it, unlike empirical idealism, affirms the certainty of our knowledge of things in space outside us, where these things are defined strictly in formal rather than material terms. They are equated simply with representations conforming to a structure of laws, where these representations are understood as mental states rather than appearances of things. This formal account of appearances is perfectly understandable from the context. Kant's aim is to reply to the Cartesian skeptic, and any reference to appearances of things in themselves would be vulnerable to the very skeptical doubt he intends to refute. It is important to see, however, that in the Prolegomena and the second edition of the Critic, Kant will develop a new and different strategy for distinguishing his transcendental idealism from empirical idealism. 19. He will now begin to stress a material as well as a formal account of empirical reality. He will become more explicit and emphatic in insisting upon a doctrine only implicit and inchoate in the first edition of the Critic, that appearances are not merely representations in us but representations of things in themselves. In other words, appearances will now consist not only in a formal structure but also in a material substrate. This shift in emphasis arises from Kant's new context, the need to distinguish his doctrine from Berkeley's dogmatic idealism. The result of this shift is nothing less than a new definition of transcendental idealism. After 1781, Kant resolves to drop the term transcendental idealism and instead defines his doctrine as formal idealism, which he now contrasts with material idealism. 20. Somewhat misleadingly, he chooses the term formal in reference to the transcendental ideality of appearances to stress the point that only the form of things depends upon us, while their existence must be given independent of us. While the material idealist doubts or denies even the existence of objects outside us, the formal idealist affirms the existence of such objects and claims that only their essence or form depends upon us. 7. The coherence of transcendental idealism. But if transcendental idealism is ambiguous, is it incoherent? Since its ambiguity stems from the two senses of appearance, everything hinges on whether Kant can use that concept in both its senses. Is it possible for him to say both that appearances are representations and that they are aspects of things in themselves? The eternal dispute between subjectivism and anti-subjectivism suggests otherwise. It seems that an appearance cannot be both a mere representation, a monadic property of the perceiving subject, and an aspect of things in themselves, a relation between a subject and an object. Yet there is an implicit assumption underlying this dispute, that it is possible to decide this question within Kant's own limits of knowledge. The very opposite is the case. In several passages of the second edition of the Critic, the purport of Kant's argument is that all we can do is think of appearances as aspects of things in themselves. As transcendental philosophers, we cannot claim to know this without transcending the limits of possible experience. 21. Recognizing this limitation on transcendental knowledge provides the solution to Kant's dilemma. As long as he is speaking transcendentally or epistemically rather than metaphysically or ontologically, Kant can regard appearances both as representations and as aspects of things in themselves. If, however, we speak metaphysically or ontologically, then we claim that appearances exist as either representations in the mind or as aspects of things. In this case we have to make a choice between one view or the other, given that nothing can exist at the same time as both an idea in the mind and as an aspect of things. That contradiction disappears, however, if we speak transcendentally or epistemically, for then our main concern is only with the conditions of knowledge of objects and not objects themselves. Speaking transcendentally or epistemically means recognizing the limits of knowledge and admitting an agnosticism about the ontology of appearances. We then say that, as far as we know, appearances might be only representations, because we cannot know whether they are aspects of things in themselves that exist independent of us. Nevertheless, again as far as we know, it is still possible for these appearances to be aspects of things in themselves, for in thinking this we do not contradict ourselves or transcend the limits of experience. At first blush this account seems very unsatisfying because it amounts to admitting an aporia, to conceding that the issue is irresolvable. Yet Kant's critical doctrine, let alone the ambiguity of his texts, permits nothing more. If we are to remain true to the limits Kant imposes upon transcendental discourse, we have no choice but to permit him to talk about appearances in both senses, provided, of course, that this is understood in a hypothetical or problematic sense. Point 22. Ultimately, then, the ambiguity of transcendental idealism is not accidental or equivocal, rather, it is systematic and deliberate. Point 23. It is the result not only of Kant's polemical context, but also of his own teachings about the limits of knowledge. Chapter 4. The first edition refutation of dogmatic idealism. 1. The missing refutation. So far we have considered Kant's refutation of problematic or skeptical idealism, which doubts the reality of the external world. Kant's case against empirical idealism could be complete, however, only if he also had a rebuttal of dogmatic idealism, which denies the reality of the external world. Kant's critique of problematic idealism in the first edition of the Critic appears mainly in the critique of the fourth paralogism. Where, though, does Kant deal with dogmatic idealism? That question raises something of a mystery. For, strangely, Kant does not seem to discuss dogmatic idealism in the first edition of the Critic. He makes a promise to do so, when, in the critique of the fourth paralogism, he implies that he will deal with dogmatic idealism in the Antinomies, A 377. Yet Kant never does that, at least not in any explicit way. In the Antinomies he makes a brief reference to empirical idealism, but he mentions it only en passant to say that it should not be confused with his own position, A 491. It is not surprising, therefore, that some scholars have concluded that there is no refutation of dogmatic idealism in the first edition of the Critic. 1. They maintain that Kant engaged in such a refutation only in the second edition, and that he did so only when he added a section to the Aesthetic which deals with Berkeley's idealism, 8.3. Some of those scholars who deny that there is a refutation of dogmatic idealism in the first edition of the Critic have a theory to explain the omission. They assume that Kant equates dogmatic idealism with Berkeley's idealism because, in both the Prolegomena and the second edition of the Critic, he calls Berkeley, and no one else, a dogmatic idealist. They then argue that Kant could not refute dogmatic idealism in the first edition because he had used some of Berkeley's central arguments to refute Descartes' problematic idealism in the critique of the fourth paralogism. Hence Kant could not refute dogmatic idealism without refuting himself. But this theory rests on two false assumptions. First, it assumes that Berkeley was the only dogmatic idealist for Kant, though Leibniz and Swedenborg had already played that role for him. Second, it supposes that Kant's reasoning in the paralogisms is essentially Berkeleyan, thus overlooking the fundamental differences between the Kant's and Berkeley's arguments, which we will consider below. 1.5.3. There is another possible explanation for why Kant did not refute dogmatic idealism in the first edition of the Critic. This explanation stresses the passage from the critique of the fourth paralogism where Kant defines idealism in general in terms of skeptical idealism alone, A 368. This passage virtually defines dogmatic idealism out of existence, so that it is no wonder that Kant did not care to refute dogmatic idealism in the first edition. There was really nothing to refute. It would be unwise, however, to place too much weight on this passage. For if Kant banishes dogmatic idealism in some passages, he reinstates it in others. This is clear even from the critique of the fourth paralogism, where Kant carefully distinguishes between two versions of empirical idealism, the skeptical and the dogmatic, A 377. Furthermore, even if Kant does not have that high an opinion of dogmatic idealism, he still takes its claims seriously enough to promise to examine them in the Antinomies, A 377. So, unless we are to burden Kant with gross inconsistency, it is necessary to assume that the equation of idealism in general with skeptical idealism is more rhetorical or forensic than philosophical or substantive. Its point was not to dismiss dogmatic idealism entirely, as if it were unworthy of refutation, but simply to stress the importance of the subject of discussion, which was skeptical idealism. Whatever Kant's rationale for not making an explicit refutation of dogmatic idealism in the first edition of the Critic, we create more mysteries than we solve if we assume he refutes dogmatic idealism only in the second edition. For then why should Kant promise in the first edition to deal with dogmatic idealism in the Antinomies? Granted that he nowhere explicitly kept that promise, it is less odd to assume that he kept it implicitly than that he made it glibly, for the simple reason that Kant had to refute dogmatic as well as problematic idealism to secure his own transcendental idealism. Furthermore, if Berkeley is the paradigm of the dogmatic idealist, why does Kant describe the dogmatic idealist as someone who admits the reality of space but denies the reality of bodies within it, A 491/B 519? That is not a description of Berkeley's dogmatic idealism, not even according to Kant himself, who maintains explicitly that Berkeley denies the reality of space, B 71, 274. These apparent mysteries disappear, however, as soon as we assume that Kant refuted, if only implicitly, some other dogmatic idealist in the first edition of the Critic. That it would be very odd for Kant to ignore dogmatic idealism in the first edition of the Critic is especially clear from his philosophical development. The path toward transcendental idealism consisted in no small part in Kant's struggle with dogmatic idealism. Some of the fundamental tenets of transcendental idealism, such as the distinction between transcendental and empirical reality, or that between the forms of sensibility and understanding, arose from that conflict. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that Kant's defense of these tenets in the Critic rehearses, if only implicitly, former quarrels. And, indeed, it takes but little scratching under the surface to see Kant's old battles in the first edition of the Critic. Those disputes take place especially in the aesthetic, but they are also evident in the amphiboly and antinomies. For the most part, just as we should expect, they are basically a critique of Kant's old idealist foe, Leibniz. Point 2. Although Kant never explicitly refers to Leibniz as an idealist in the first Critic, there can be little doubt that he regarded him as such even in this work, quite apart from the testimony of the lectures. Point 34. In his concluding chapter, he places Leibniz in the Platonic tradition, for which he characterizes as holding that in the senses there is nothing but illusion and that only the understanding knows that which is true, A 854. That fits exactly Kant's later definition of idealism in the Prolegomena, the doctrine that in the senses there is only illusion and in the intellect alone truth, 4, 374. Prima facie this is a rather weak concept of idealism, because it seems to be entirely epistemological, it does not seem to be ontological, involving some claim about the spiritual or intelligible nature of things. In the Amphiboly, however, Kant's description of Leibniz's idealism becomes much richer, making it an idealism not only in the epistemological but also in the ontological sense. Thus on several occasions Kant states that Leibniz could understand the inner properties of his monads only in mental, spiritual, or noumenal terms, A 266, 276, 283. If we assume that Leibniz is the dogmatic idealist of the first edition of the Critic, The mystery also disappears in Kant's apparently odd account of the empirical idealist as someone who admits the reality of space but denies the existence of bodies within it, A 491. While this description scarcely applies to Berkeley, it does fit Leibniz, at least according to Kant's interpretation of him. Although Leibniz rejects the idea of an absolute space as a mere fiction, he still thinks that space has reality as the order of coexistence of things or the order of things possible at the same time. 5. In the Amphiboly, Kant himself takes note of this aspect of Leibniz's doctrine when he states that Leibniz saw space as a certain order in the community of substances, A 275, or as the intelligible form of the connection of things, A 276.6. According to Kant's interpretation, then, Leibniz is committed to the reality of space, because, a. Leibniz thinks that space has an intelligible structure, and, b. he also holds that things in themselves are intellectual or noumenal. Yet if Leibniz admitted the reality of space, he denied the existence of bodies within it, Kant believes, because he held that matter has no independent reality but consists solely in the confused aggregation by the senses of more simple and real units, the monads. There seems to be one insuperable obstacle to making Leibniz the chief dogmatic idealist of the first critic. Namely, in an important passage in the Amphiboly, Kant implies that Leibniz is a transcendental realist because he took appearances for things in themselves, A 260/B 320. Prima facie it seems impossible for Leibniz to be both a transcendental realist and a dogmatic idealist. The inconsistency is only apparent, however, arising from the persistent habit of construing idealism solely in subjectivist terms. Leibniz's idealism is not the Berkeleyan doctrine that the sole reality consists in ideas in some individual mind, but the more Platonic doctrine that all reality conforms to some intelligible structure, the archetypes or forms of things. These archetypes or forms exist independent of my own individual mind, whether they are perceived or not. It is indeed for just this reason that Kant can hold that Leibniz is both a dogmatic idealist and a transcendental realist. When Leibniz took appearances for things in themselves, he assumed that they represent, even if in a very confused way, some reality independent of them that is purely intelligible in nature. Of course, this is not the transcendental realism of the naive empiricist, who equates sensible qualities with things in themselves, but it is transcendental realism all the same, insofar as it assumes that our sense perceptions have an underlying intellectual structure that give us some awareness of independent intellectual reality. 2. Kant's interpretation of Leibniz. Although Kant promises to deal with dogmatic idealism in the Antinomies, his chief dispute with dogmatic idealism in the first critic takes place primarily in the aesthetic. Commentators have always recognized that there is a critique of dogmatic idealism in the aesthetic, though they usually limit it to Kant's critique of Berkeley in the second edition. But Kant's debate with dogmatic idealism in the first critic, which appears equally in the first and second editions, was directed chiefly against Leibniz. That Kant is conducting a dispute with Leibniz in the aesthetic is obvious because he stresses that his whole teaching about the ideality of space and time would be entirely misunderstood if it were conflated with Leibniz's doctrine that space is only a confused representation of the understanding, A 43. It is less obvious, however, that Kant's debate with Leibniz is essentially a quarrel with his idealism. 7. Yet Kant's definition of idealism, and his interpretation of Leibniz, show that this must be the case. According to Kant's interpretation, Leibniz is committed to the idealist doctrine that in the senses there is nothing but illusion and in the intellect alone there is truth. 8. The specific version of this doctrine to which Kant responds in the aesthetic is Leibniz's claim that the representation of bodies in space is nothing more than a confused representation of the understanding. For Kant, such a claim is tantamount to saying, with all dogmatic idealism, that the perception of bodies in space is an illusion. This was the flat antithesis of Kant's own empirical realism. Prima facie Kant's interpretation of Leibniz is a gross misrepresentation. For Leibniz never states explicitly that the representation of bodies in space is illusory. To be sure, he often states that the idea of space is a mere fiction, an ideal thing, or something imaginary. 9. But then he has in mind not the perception of bodies in space but only the idea of mathematical or absolute space, which arises by abstracting from all the particular relations between things. Leibniz's considered position is that the bodies in space are phenomena bene fundata, which are not mere illusions but the necessary sensible manifestations of monads. 10. Such phenomena have an objective dimension because they arise of necessity from the intrinsic properties of monads, and so express or represent them, at least to some degree. Furthermore, Leibniz makes the distinction between reality and illusion within the realm of phenomena, so that not all phenomena can be illusory. 11. So far is Leibniz from regarding the perception of space as an illusion. One could further argue that he criticizes Berkeley's view that it is entirely subjective. 12. Prima facie Leibniz's doctrine of spatial perception is reminiscent of Berkeley's critique of the distinction between primary and secondary qualities, because, like Berkeley, Leibniz maintains that spatial qualities also depend upon the perceiver. It is important to see, however, that Leibniz rejects Berkeley's conclusion that spatial qualities amount to nothing more than ideas in the mind. Unlike Berkeley, Leibniz maintains that all our sensory perceptions are representative, so that there is no distinction to be made between primary and secondary qualities as far as sense perception alone is concerned. 13. All this makes it seem as if Kant's interpretation of Leibniz is inaccurate, so that Kant seems to be criticizing a target of his own imagination. 14. But Kant's interpretation is perfectly defensible once we consider the precise target of his criticism. Kant is not attributing to Leibniz the doctrine that sense perception is entirely illusory. If he were, then half his criticism of Leibniz would be pointless, for he also reproaches Leibniz for thinking that sense perception is representative in giving us a kind of knowledge of things in themselves. Rather, the specific target of his criticism is Leibniz's doctrine that sense perception is illusory insofar as it is sensory. It is Leibniz's attitude toward the senses that troubles Kant, who wishes to vindicate the sui generis sensory element of cognition. Kant wants to maintain that the senses give us a distinct knowledge of phenomena and not simply a confused knowledge of noumena. And in this regard Kant did not misinterpret his illustrious predecessor. For Leibniz does expressly state that the confusion of sense perception arises entirely from its sensible component, and that its representative or objective dimension comes completely from its underlying intellectual component. 15. Leibniz is indeed explicit that the essential function of the senses is to distort and confuse what would be truly and distinctly conceived by the intellect. He maintains that the sense perception of spatial qualities, such as size, shape, and distance, is confused because it arises from compounding or aggregating a multitude of things that are intrinsically simple, and whose structure and identity are unknown to us. 16. In his terminology, the ideas of size, shape, and distance are clear, but indistinct and therefore confused, because they do not perceive the simple elements of which they are composed. 17. If, per impossible, we could completely analyze the sense quality into its elements, its sensible component would vanish entirely and we would be left with a purely intellectual perception of reality itself. 18. In this case, the spatial qualities of the object would disappear completely and we would perceive nothing less than the monads, which are extensionless points. All this means that our sense perception is illusory after all, not in the sense that it consists in an hallucination or mirage, but in the sense that it naturally gives rise to false judgments about reality itself. If we were to judge reality itself on the basis of the senses alone, we would make false judgments, because the senses perceive as one and extended what is many and extensionless. 3. The dispute in the aesthetic. Whatever the accuracy of Kant's interpretation of Leibniz, his critique of Leibniz's idealism in the aesthetic plays a crucial role in his case for transcendental idealism. Kant's defense of the empirical reality of space, which is the characteristic teaching of his transcendental idealism, is essentially directed against Leibniz's claim that the perception of bodies in space consists in only a confused perception of the understanding. Against this claim, Kant reaffirms the thesis of the inaugural dissertation that sensibility is not a lesser form of the understanding but a distinctive faculty in its own right. To perceive things in space is not to have a confused intellectual perception of something noumenal but a clear sensible perception of something phenomenal. The representation of things in space has empirical reality, then, insofar as it consists in a clear perception of the phenomenal. Kant's case against Leibniz's idealism therefore ultimately rests upon his general distinction between understanding and sensibility, and thus his attempt to establish the autonomy of sensibility vis-a-vis the understanding. To justify the independence of sensibility from understanding, Kant attempts to prove two propositions. First, that sensibility has its own distinctive structure or form, that is, that the representation of space is not reducible to concepts of the understanding. Second, that sensibility has its own characteristic subject matter, that is, its objects are not noumena but phenomena. Kant had already argued for both propositions in the dissertation, he reaffirms both in the first Critic. Kant's main defense of the first proposition consists in his argument that the representation of space is intuitive rather than discursive, so that it belongs to sensibility, a faculty of intuitions, rather than understanding, a faculty of concepts. 824-25.19 According to Kant, intuition is a singular representation of something particular, and so it stands in an immediate relation to its object. By contrast, a concept is a general representation of something universal, and so it stands in a mediate relation to its object because it is a single representation of many singular representations of objects. 20 The representation of space is an intuition in this sense, Kant argues, since it is a representation of something unique, singular, or individual. Space is a unique indivisible whole that precedes all its parts, points, lines, places, each of which is possible only through it. This is because we can conceive a point, line, or place only within some space, but they do not precede the idea of space, as if it were only abstracted from them. The representation of space cannot be a concept, then, because a concept is an abstraction from its particular instances, each of which precede it and make it possible. 21. Kant's argument for the distinctive structure of sensibility vis-a-vis the understanding ultimately presupposes his contrast between two kinds of whole-part relations, which is only implicit in the aesthetic but much more explicit elsewhere. 22 According to this contrast, there is a singular whole or totem that is prior to its parts, each of which is possible only within it, or there is a universal whole or compositum that abstracts from its parts, each of which it presupposes. In other words, in a totem the whole precedes its parts, whereas in a compositum the parts precede the whole. Kant maintains that space is a totem rather than compositum because each particular space is conceivable only as a limit of a single universal space. The particular instances of a concept, however, exist prior to the universal term, which is abstracted from them. Although it is not explicit, Kant's argument for the distinctive structure of sensibility is anti-Leibnizian, probably by intention and certainly by implication. It is directed against Leibniz's claim that the idea of space arises from the idea of a place, which is only an abstraction from all the particular distances between things. 23 In Kantian terms, Leibniz holds that the idea of space is general rather than singular, a concept rather than intuition, because we know of space only by abstraction from particular distances, each of which precede that idea and make it possible. Against Leibniz, Kant countered that even these distances were conceivable only within the single space of which they were only parts. As a marginal note of the first edition puts it, space is not a concept of external relations, as Leibniz supposed, but that which grounds the possibility of external relations. XXIII. 22. Kant's two arguments for the second proposition that sensibility has its distinctive subject matter are more explicit in the dissertation and amphibole than in the aesthetic. The first argument is from incongruous counterparts, that is, two objects that are exactly alike except they cannot be enclosed in the same space, for example, the right and left hand, two drops of water, helices winding in opposite ways, 15, 2, 402 to 403, A 263 to 264, Point 24. The central thrust of the argument is that there are purely spatial differences between such objects that are not expressible in concepts of the understanding. Kant sees such objects as a violation of Leibniz's principle of the identity of indiscernibles, according to which two objects are the same if, and only if, they have the same inner determinations or properties. Since these properties are universal, they are concepts of the understanding in Kantian terms, so that the identity of indiscernibles identifies or distinguishes objects strictly according to their conceptual structure. While Kant concedes that this principle is true for noumena, objects of the understanding, he insists that it is false for phenomena, objects of the senses, A 264. For two phenomena can be distinct from one another simply by virtue of occupying distinct places, and even if all their sensible properties are the same. A part of space can be completely identical with another part in intrinsic terms, yet they are still different from one another because they are in different places in space, A 264. It does not help Leibniz here to maintain that spatial differences are also expressible in terms of general properties east of Tucson, right at the stoplight, because such differences would be purely extrinsic for Leibniz, who insists that differences cannot be entirely extrinsic but must be based upon their intrinsic properties. Point 25. Kant's point, however, is precisely that there are extrinsic differences not based on intrinsic ones. Kant's second argument is much stronger than the first. It maintains not only that phenomena have extrinsic characteristics not reducible to intrinsic ones, but that phenomena consist entirely in extrinsic characteristics. Alternatively, the intrinsic properties of phenomena consist solely in relations, so that phenomenal substance is entirely a sum total of mere relations, A 265 to 266. Kant's argument for this view consists in three steps. 1. We know of things in space only through the forces they exert, whether by resisting other bodies entering their place, repulsion, or by drawing other bodies to it, attraction. 2. Such forces of attraction and repulsion consist entirely in relations. 3. Phenomena are constituted by the properties we know of them. Hence it follows that phenomena or objects in space consist entirely in their relations. We have no reason to assume that objects in space have any inner determinations in addition to these purely relational characteristics, Kant argues, because such inner determinations would have to be non-physical or spiritual, given that all relational properties are physical properties, A 265 to 266. The only evidence for ascribing spiritual characteristics to an object must come from experience, and we know of the existence of things from experience only by noting their physical characteristics, for example, whether they are impenetrable and resist other things from entering their space. Point 26. One of the most striking results of Kant's polemic against Leibniz's idealism in the aesthetic and amphiboly is that, contrary to the weaker dual aspect interpretation, 27 appearances cannot be determinations or aspects of things in themselves. Kant could make his case against Leibniz's idealism only if appearances were aspects of phenomenal substances rather than aspects of things in themselves or noumenal substances. If sensibility were to consist in clear perceptions of its own objects rather than confused representations of things in themselves, then these objects would have to be distinct from thing in themselves. Sensibility is not illusory for Kant precisely because its spatial qualities are truly predicible of phenomena but falsely predicible of noumena. Hence, in arguing against Leibniz, Kant reaffirms the doctrine of the inaugural dissertation that understanding and sensibility differ not only in form but also in content or subject matter, A 44, 265 to 266, 284, 285. This distinction resurfaces very explicitly in the following passage from the Aesthetic. Through sensibility we do not cognize the constitution of things in themselves merely indistinctly, but rather not at all, and, as soon as we take away our subjective constitution, the object with the properties that sensible intuition attributes to it is nowhere to be encountered. A 44, my emphasis. The same result appears even more explicitly in the amphiboly. Here Kant attacks Leibniz's theory that the substrata of appearances are things in themselves, and contends instead that such substrata must be phenomena, A 284-285. It is an error of the understanding, he argues, to assume that the relations of space must be based upon the inner properties of things in themselves. Such an inference would hold only in the realm of the pure understanding, when abstraction has been made from all the conditions of the sensible world. In the realm of sensibility, however, no such inference is permissible. All that it is possible to say in this realm is that appearances inhere in phenomenal substances, whose reality consists entirely in their relations. It is certainly startling to hear that a thing should consist entirely of relations, Kant reassures us, but such a thing is also mere appearance, A 285. Here Kant draws a sharp distinction between noumenal substances having inner determinations and phenomenal substances whose reality consists entirely in relations or extrinsic determinations. We must not confuse these ontological orders, Kant warns us, as if properties of one were attributable to the other. If we attribute appearances to a noumenal substance, then we are guilty of an amphiboly. We confuse the faculties of understanding and sensibility, assuming that the inner determinations of the noumenal world are the basis for the phenomenal world. 4. Dogmatic idealism in the antinomies. The antinomies have always been seen as crucial for Kant's discovery and defense of transcendental idealism. It is less well appreciated, however, that they also involve a critique of idealism. It is easy to overlook this critique, given that Kant's single critical remark on idealism in the antinomies is parenthetical and simply repeats a point already made in the critique of the fourth paralogism, A 491. If we dig a little deeper, however, it is clear that Kant is also criticizing Leibniz's idealism. Although it is not explicit in the proofs themselves, many of Kant's explanatory remarks reveal that the thesis of the second antinomy represents the dogmatic idealism of Leibniz. Prima facie, the thesis and proof of the second antinomy have nothing to do with idealism. The thesis states that every composite substance consists of simple parts, and that nothing exists except the simple and what is composed of it, A 434. The proof is a reductio ad absurdum of the antithesis. If composites were infinitely divisible, then there would really be nothing to divide, so that even composites would be impossible, A 435. As stated, the argument is so general that it seems to concern the existence of any kind of simple substance, whether material or immaterial, be it an atom or a soul. Hence it seems as if the thesis could represent materialism or idealism, or at least that it is neutral between them. However, Kant's comments on the thesis make it evident that it represents idealism alone. Point 28. There are three comments that show simple substance cannot be the atom of the materialist but only the monad of the idealist. First, in his remark on the thesis, Kant explicitly rejects labeling the thesis transcendental atomistic on the grounds that this word already has been used to indicate a special way of explaining corporeal appearances. He insists instead on calling it monadology, A 442. Second, in the third section and remark on the antithesis, Kant interprets the substance of the thesis to have the simplicity of the thinking self, A 443, 466. Third, again in the third section, Kant sees the opposition between the thesis and antithesis as a conflict between Platonism and Epicureanism, A 471, which is later described as a battle between idealists and empiricists, or between those who maintain that only the objects of reason are real and those who assert that only the objects of the senses are real, A 853-854, point 29. When in the critique of the fourth paralogism Kant first makes his promise to deal with dogmatic idealism, he describes the dogmatic idealist as someone who holds that he can find contradictions in the possibility of matter, A 377. It is possible to interpret the proofs of the second antinomy in just this light. The spokesmen for both the thesis and antithesis find the very idea of material substance to be self-contradictory because matter involves extension, which consists in aggregation or divisibility, whereas substance implies the existence of something simple and indivisible. Once we take into account that the thesis of the second antinomy represents dogmatic idealism, the conflict between thesis and antithesis turns into a dispute about the existence of immaterial substance. It is a general assumption behind the proofs of both the thesis and the antithesis that the very idea of material substance is impossible. Both thesis and antithesis define substance as simple, and identify matter with something extended, which is a form of aggregation. Hence they assume that if there are substances, they cannot be material. The main point at dispute between them is simply whether there are such substances. The thesis asserts their existence on the grounds that infinite divisibility is impossible, while the antithesis contests their existence on the grounds that infinite divisibility is necessary. Kant's critique of Leibniz's idealism in the second antinomy, which appears chiefly in the proof and remark on the antithesis, repeats a central theme of the amphiboly, that Leibniz creates a castle in the air, a purely intellectual system of the universe, A 270. However true his arguments for the existence of monads might be for the realm of the understanding, they cannot apply to the domain of sensibility, which has its own distinctive structure, subject matter, and origin. Kant concedes that it is perhaps the case that a whole thought through the understanding alone does consist in simples, A 439 to 441, 30, but this is completely false, he insists, when it comes to the realm of appearances, or the objects of the senses. For phenomena are essentially infinitely divisible. After all, these entities consist in nothing more than relations of space and time, which are infinitely divisible. Kant insists that it is a basic truth of mathematics, which has been proven countless times, that space, and whatever appears in it, is infinitely divisible, A 439. The Leibnizians attempt to escape this conclusion by a desperate stratagem. They distinguish between the objects within space and space itself, and then claim that the mathematical truths hold only for space, which is a mere abstraction. But, against this ploy, Kant cites the central thesis of the aesthetic, that space is the necessary condition for anything to appear to the senses, so that all the mathematical proofs describing this space must apply to all things within it, A 442. At this point, then, the argument against idealism in the antinomies presupposes that in the aesthetic. Ultimately, the chief problem of the dogmatic idealist is the same as that of all the positions in the antinomies, transcendental realism. Of course, the Leibnizian is not a naive transcendental realist who simply equates appearances with things in themselves. Rather, he insists that things in themselves do not exist just as they appear to the senses. Nevertheless, he does hold, as Kant himself describes him in the Amphiboly, that spatial aggregates are appearances of things in themselves, A 270 to 271. They are appearances of things in themselves because they are composites of simple substances whose activity and structure somehow produces them. For Kant, however, this assumption becomes unstuck because of the argument of the antithesis, which he accepts for appearances though not for things in themselves. If it is indeed the case that the appearances of things in space are infinitely divisible, it becomes difficult to understand how they are appearances of things in themselves, which are indivisible. Here again, then, as in the aesthetic, we see how Kant detaches appearances from things in themselves in his polemic against dogmatic idealism, see above, 1.3.5. Chapter 5. Kant and Berkeley. 1. The Göttingen Review. The first review of the Kritik der reinen Vernunft to raise the charge of subjectivism against Kant was also the most notorious, and indeed the most influential. This was the so-called Göttingen Review, which appeared anonymously in early 1782 in the Zugabe zu den Göttingergelert Ansichten. 1. Though the full story behind its composition and authorship is complex and controversial too, the main facts are simple and straightforward. In the summer of 1781, Christian Garve, a leading Berlin Aufklärer, was traveling through Göttingen where he had been enjoying the hospitality of J. G. Feder and C. G. Heine, the editors of the Göttingergelert Ansichten. To repay his generous hosts, he volunteered to write a review for their journal and chose Kant's recently published work. Garve made his offer expecting a short and popular work, something like Kant's Traumein's Geisterseehers, which he had enjoyed many years ago. So he was shocked by the length and depth of the tome handed to him. No book in the world, he later complained, had cost him so much trouble. At first Garve wrote a very long review, some 12 sheets long, which he then reduced by half. Since even this was too long, the manuscript was heavily edited by Frederick, who deleted some sentences, compressed others, and then finally added a few sentences and phrases all his own. Garve later disowned the review, which he said bore little resemblance to the original three, though it also must be said that he greatly exaggerated the degree of the editing. For nearly 2/3 of the published review came from Garve's original, at least in meaning if not entirely in style. It was indeed Frederick, however, who added some of the most controversial sentences of the review, and who is mainly responsible for the interpretation of Kant's Idealism. 5. Whoever the authors, the review epitomized the subjectivist interpretation. It was essentially a hostile polemic that judged the critic from the standpoint of the philosophy of common sense. The reviewers summed up Kant's work as a system of higher or transcendental idealism that transforms the world and ourselves into mere representations. The central principle of Kant's idealism was said to be the same as Berkeley's, that what we perceive are only ideas, which are only modifications of ourselves. Although the reviewers noted Kant's insistence that things are real in space and time, they countered that this ultimately means very little, given that Kant also stresses that space and time are only subjective laws of our faculty of representation. Kant's distinction between appearance and reality was then criticized on the grounds that dreams and visions also appear in space and time and occur in their own order. The reviewers also recognized that Kant wanted to distinguish his transcendental idealism from empirical idealism, but they saw this as another distinction without a difference, for Kant had demonstrated the reality of things in space simply by equating them with representations. What indeed is the point in talking about a higher transcendental idealism, Garve and Frederick asked, when it still affirms the fundamental principle behind all idealism, the identification of the objects of consciousness with ideas? 2. Kant's reaction. What was Kant's reaction to the Göttingen review? How did he reformulate or defend his philosophy against the charge of subjectivism? That Kant was angered by the review would be an understatement. He was distressed and dismayed, and indeed provoked. He dispatched a bitter reply, which appeared in the spring of 1783 as the appendix to his Prolegomena. Here Kant held up the review as an egregious example of sloppy and careless method and ignorant and biased judgment. Rather than considering the central problem behind the critic, the possibility of metaphysics, the reviewers simply condemned the work according to their own metaphysical system. They saw transcendental idealism as another system of metaphysics, and so failed to grasp that its central purpose is to solve a problem on which the very fate of metaphysics depends, namely, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? Not once had the reviewers wrestled with the transcendental deduction, though this was really the core of the book. The judgments cast in the review were so superficial that it was as if Euclid were blamed for subtle and long-winded reasoning about something everyone could see with their own eyes. Kant then challenged the author to emerge from behind his anonymity and to debate in public. Mortified, Garve duly revealed himself and begged apology. 6 Though he admitted responsibility for the review, he assured Kant he would be inconsolable if it were entirely from his own hand. 7 The sad irony was that Kant greatly respected Garve, whom he had once called one of the great analysts of the age. 8. Not surprisingly, Kant vehemently rejected Garve's and Federer's interpretation of his transcendental idealism, dismissing it as a deliberate distortion and caricature. In seeing his transcendental idealism as a system of metaphysics, they had ignored its central critical intentions, which placed severe contraints on all metaphysics, especially idealism. What particularly bothered Kant, however, was the equation of his idealism with Berkeley's. He feared that such an insinuation could completely undermine the reception of the critic. Given the general reputation of Berkeley's philosophy in late 18th century Germany, this could serve as a cheap and popular reductio ad absurdum of his entire work. Transcendental idealism would be dismissed as a radical solipsism or egoismus that doubts or denies the existence of everything except one's own self. Kant was so disturbed by the imputation of Berkeleyanism that, throughout the 1780s and 1790s, he made repeated attempts to distinguish his idealism from that of Berkeley. The appendix to the Prolegomena was only the beginning. In several other sections of the main body of this work, Kant went to considerable pains to distinguish his position from Berkeley's. Point 10. Then, in the second edition of the Critic, he added some passages to prevent any confusion of his idealism with that of the Bishop of Cloyne. Point 11. The new importance of Berkeley for Kant's thinking is apparent from the stature he now accords his idealism. In the first edition of the Critic, Kant never mentions Berkeley, and he is explicit that only Descartes' doubt about the existence of the external world deserves to be called idealism in the proper sense, A 368 to 369. In the second edition, however, Berkeley becomes Kant's explicit example of dogmatic idealism, B 274. Furthermore, in the Prolegomena, Kant defines idealism in terms that align it much more with Berkeley than Descartes. Thus he states that idealism is no longer doubt about the existence of the external world but the dogmatic claim that there are none but thinking beings, 4 288 to 289. While Kant is still intent on a refutation of Descartes' problematic idealism, he now conceives of his idealism as the proper antidote to that of Berkeley, 4 293 to 294. The new significance Kant gave to Berkeley altered his conception of dogmatic idealism in the Critic. The dogmatic idealist of the first edition assumes the proper reality of space but denies the existence of bodies within it, A 491. The dogmatic idealist of the second edition, however, holds almost the opposite view, that because the idea of absolute space is absurd, matter or all things within it are illusory, B 70 to 71, 274. Both forms of dogmatic idealism deny the reality of objects in space, but they give different reasons for such a conclusion. Leibniz denies their reality because of contradictions inherent in the very idea of matter, while Berkeley does so, at least according to Kant, because of the absurdity of absolute space. As a result of these differences, Kant shifts the locus of his refutation. In the first edition of the Critic, he implies that the refutation of dogmatic idealism will take place in the Antinomies, A 377, but in the second edition he declares that it has been already achieved in the Aesthetic, B 274. For all the new importance Kant gave to Berkeley after the Göttingen Review, it would be wrong to conclude that Berkeley was now his paradigm of dogmatic idealism. Point 12. Such a conclusion is unwarranted not only because Kant continues in the second edition to see Leibniz as a dogmatic idealist, but also because he characterizes Berkeley virtually in Leibnizian terms. Thus he places Berkeley in the same Platonic tradition as Leibniz, which claims that all sense perception is illusory while there is truth only in the ideas of reason, 4 374. Surely, only someone preoccupied with Leibnizian rationalism could cast Berkeley in such terms. It is not surprising, therefore, that Kant adds no new refutation of dogmatic idealism in the second edition of the Critic but simply assumes that his arguments against Leibniz in the Aesthetic apply to Berkeley. Even after the Göttingen Review, Kant never ceased to patronize Berkeley, whose idealism he could not take seriously but saw only as a paradox to stimulate thinking. Point 13. Whatever the stature of Berkeley in Kant's thinking, it was chiefly, if not entirely, the charge of Berkeleyanism that made Kant become aware of and respond to the subjectivist interpretation of his transcendental idealism. To understand Kant's reaction to this interpretation, then, it is necessary to consider first and foremost his response to this accusation. This raises some hoary questions. How did Kant attempt to distinguish his idealism from Berkeley's? And did he succeed? Were his differences with Berkeley real or only apparent? The issue is complex for several reasons. First, Kant himself ignores or understates some of his underlying affinities with and differences from Berkeley. Second, some of Kant's apparent differences with Berkeley rest on doctrines that appear to be inconsistent with, or unnecessary to, the critical philosophy as a whole. It seems that if Kant were completely consistent and rigorous, ridding his philosophy of all superfluous and troublesome assumptions, such as the thing in itself, then his position would indeed be much closer to Berkeley's after all. Third, Kant's interpretation of Berkeley is peculiar, resting on an apparent misunderstanding of his doctrines. While Kant's philosophy is indeed distinct from the imagined Berkeley, it still seems perilously close to the real historical Berkeley. For these reasons, the issue also has been very controversial. There are those who argue that Kant's idealism, if it were only consistent, would be essentially the same as Berkeley's 15, while there are those who contend that Kant's idealism is in its central principles at odds with Berkeley's. 16. Some adopt a middle position, that Kant's idealism was essentially Berkeleyan in the first edition of the Critic, but that it became much more realistic in the second edition and opus posthumum. 17. In this and the next chapter I will defend anew the case for Kant's anti-Berkeleyanism. While Kant himself did not make the best case for the distinctive status of transcendental idealism, it is in some of its fundamental principles opposed to the idealism of Berkeley, and it was so from its original conception in the first edition of the Critic. 3. Berkeleyanism in the first edition of the Critic. The case for the Berkeleyan interpretation of Kant's idealism mainly rests on the critique of the fourth paralogism in the first edition of the Critic, A 367-380. Here Kant's definition of transcendental idealism, the doctrine that appearances are to be regarded as being, one and all, representations only, not things in themselves, A 369, seems to be perfectly Berkeleyan. Furthermore, in lines that could have been virtually lifted from Berkeley, Kant maintains that matter and external bodies are only a species of ideas, A 370. But the analogy with Berkeley does not stop here. The critique of the fourth paralogism seems to show that Kant is struggling with the same problem as Berkeley, and that he has the same solution to it. 18. The problem is the skeptical consequences of Cartesian dualism. Both Kant and Berkeley think that the inevitable result of Descartes' standard of knowledge, the correspondence of a representation with a thing in itself, is complete skepticism, because it is impossible to get outside our representations to compare them with things in themselves. 19. Both also argue that the only solution to this problem is idealism, more specifically the identification of the objects of experience with representations or ideas. Like Berkeley, Kant argues that if these objects consist in representations, then merely having the representations is sufficient to prove their reality, A 370, 371, 374-375. It is essentially for these reasons that Kant's transcendental idealism has been, and continues to be, equated with Berkeley's. It has indeed been said that in this section Kant uses Berkeley to refute Descartes. 20. Even more radically, it has been argued that Kant was influenced by Berkeley when he wrote this section of the Critic, and that, if he later repudiated Berkeley, it was only to conceal his debt to him. 21. What are we to make of these arguments? Surely, there is something to be said for a Berkeleyan reading of the fourth paralogism. It is indeed the case that Kant is struggling with a problem similar to Berkeley, because he too is concerned to avoid the skeptical consequences of dualism. It is also the case that Kant has a similar solution, because he too avoids skepticism only by identifying the objects of experience with their representations. Like Berkeley, Kant thinks that the only way to avoid skepticism is to place the criterion of reality within the realm of consciousness itself, so that the distinguishing characteristic of reality is not correspondence with a thing but coherence among representations. To be sure, Kant has a much stronger conception of the coherence necessary for reality, because he thinks that it involves universality and necessity, not simply association and frequency, but, in the present context, this appears to be only a minor difference. For Berkeley and Kant agree that the criterion of reality must be within the realm of consciousness itself. The affinity with Berkeley stops here, however, For Kant does not share Berkeley's metaphysical agenda and refuses to draw his grander metaphysical conclusions from their common epistemological context. If, like Berkeley, Kant identifies the objects of experience with representations, at least in the fourth paralogism, this does not mean that he endorses Berkeley's esse est percipi principle. On the contrary, Kant denies this principle, holding that it goes beyond the limits of human experience. There are two respects in which Berkeley's principle transcends these limits. First, it assumes that what is true of objects of experience, appearances, is true of objects in general, and, second, it assumes that objects of experience are only representations, when, for all we know, they could be aspects of things in themselves. Kant's differences with Berkeley on this score become especially evident when we consider that Kant, unlike Berkeley, never doubts or denies the existence of things in themselves. This difference is not basic, as Kant himself sometimes portrays it, but follows from their very different agendas. Kant's essentially epistemological intentions mean that he only wishes to know the conditions of the possibility of a priori knowledge. If such limits mean that he cannot go so far as to affirm the reality of things in themselves, they also entail that he cannot deny it. Indeed, on several occasions in the critique of the fourth paralogism, he refers to a transcendental object that might exist as the ground of our representations, A 372, 379-380. For Berkeley, such an assumption, even if it is only hypothetical, is as absurd as it is superfluous. This reveals all the more plainly, however, the difference between Kant's and Berkeley's arguments against skepticism. Berkeley affirms and Kant denies that it is necessary to eliminate things in themselves to combat skeptical doubt. It is indeed just because Berkeley goes beyond the limits of knowledge in denying the existence of things in themselves that Kant dubs his idealism dogmatic. So, summa summarum, while Kant engages in Berkeleyan reasoning to resolve a Berkeleyan problem, he does this essentially for non-Berkeleyan ends, for an epistemological rather than metaphysical agenda. Kant's aim is not to determine the meaning of existence, the essence of being, but simply to determine the conditions for the possibility of objective knowledge. It is solely for this end that Kant makes use of Berkeley's point that ideas resemble nothing but ideas. While, for Berkeley, this is a metaphysical principle about the heterogeneity of the mental and physical, for Kant it is simply an epistemological principle about the ultimate conditions of the possibility of knowledge. Whatever the similarities between Kant and Berkeley in the fourth paralogism, the indisputable differences between them show that the first edition of the Critic had its own anti-subjectivist dimension. If Kant used Berkeleyan weapons to criticize Descartes, that was not because he endorsed the general metaphysical principles behind Berkeley's idealism. Still, the apparent affinity with Berkeley was enough reason for others to conflate transcendental with empirical idealism, and so enough reason for Kant to delete the text in the second edition. Hence the changes of the second edition were not the result of any change in Kant's principles. Rather, they were, as Kant himself insisted, merely the result of a tireless effort to avoid misunderstanding. B 30. For the argument of the Prolegomena. How did Kant himself attempt to distinguish his idealism from Berkeley's? To answer this question we need to take a close look at his arguments in the Prolegomena. Here, in various scattered passages, Kant makes three fundamental distinctions between his transcendental idealism and Berkeley's doctrine. Metaphysical versus critical idealism. First, Kant maintains that transcendental idealism attempts to determine only the necessary conditions of knowledge, whereas Berkeley's idealism claims to have knowledge of reality in itself. Hence in Remark 3-13 Kant stresses that his idealism concerns not the existence of things but simply the sensible representation of things. 293. Kant concedes, however, that his term transcendental has given rise to a serious misunderstanding. He originally chose this term because it does not refer to our cognition of things but only to our faculty of cognition 22 since, however, this term has inexpugnable associations with things beyond experience. It appeared to his reviewers as if his transcendental philosophy were a new system of metaphysics. To avoid any further confusion, Kant now resolves to withdraw the term and to call his idealism critical instead. This term has the advantage of stressing the essential concern of his philosophy, the critique of the conditions of knowledge, 293 to 294, 373 n, 375. Following his proscription of metaphysics, Kant further explains in the appendix that his idealism breaks with the fundamental dictum of all past idealism: all cognition through the senses and experience is nothing but sheer illusion, and only in the ideas of the understanding and pure reason is there truth. 374. It adheres to the very opposite principle: all cognition of things merely from pure understanding or pure reason is nothing but sheer illusion, and only in experience is there truth. 374. Kant insists that his place is the fruitful bathos of experience, because his idealism prohibits all purely rational speculation about the nature of reality beyond experience. He again admits that his term transcendental has been the source of misunderstanding. This term does not signify something beyond experience, he stresses, but simply that which precedes it a priori and makes cognition possible. 373 n. In this regard he complains that the reviewer has not observed his own distinction between the transcendent, going beyond experience, and the transcendental, preceding experience. The role of things in themselves. Second, Kant remarks that transcendental idealism affirms, while Berkeley's idealism denies, the reality of things in themselves. For these reasons, Kant sometimes writes as if he cannot be an idealist at all. He defines idealism as the view that there are none but thinking beings, and that everything we believe to find outside ourselves in intuition is nothing but representations in some thinking being, to which in fact no object outside them corresponds. 288 to 289. Kant points out that, by this definition, he cannot be an idealist, because he holds that there are objects existing outside our representations, which are the causes of them. 289. He later qualifies this point, however, claiming that it only makes him a special kind of idealist. Simply by holding that appearances must be appearances of something, namely things in themselves, his idealism differs from that of Berkeley, which holds that all that exists are thinking spirits and their representations. His idealism is merely formal because it states that the mind determines only the form of our experience. It differs therefore from the material idealism of Berkeley, which holds that the mind determines not only its form but also its matter. 23. On this account, then, Kant's postulate of the thing in itself is an essential distinguishing feature of his idealism. 24. It could be argued, however, that if Kant were to be consistent he should not postulate the existence of the thing in itself, and still less that it is the cause of our experience. 25. So on this score Kant's idealism collapses into Berkeley's after all. It is important to recognize, though, that Kant himself was aware of this objection, which he regarded as one aspect of his teaching most in need of clarification. 26. In the second critic he made 2 points in reply to it. 27. First, although it is indeed impossible to know anything beyond the limits of experience, it is still possible to think of something beyond it. Second, it is necessary to distinguish between the categories, which have to be schematized according to the forms of intuition, and the concepts of the understanding, which are valid of objects in general. While the categories are indeed necessary for us to know an object, the pure concepts of the understanding are sufficient for us to think of one. The net effect of this line of reply is to give the thing in itself a strictly problematic status as a theoretical concept, but it at least shows that it is not entirely inconsistent with the critical principles established in the first critic. 28. But if Kant avoids the charge of inconsistency, he does not vindicate his stronger claims that the thing in itself exists and that it is the cause of our sensations. All that he can say is that this is possible, or that he can think this, but not that he knows it to be the case. For this reason Kant also cannot claim that appearances are of things in themselves. It is still possible that they are only representations, just as Berkeley maintains. In this regard, then, Kant's differences with Berkeley boil down to little more than a flimsy and pale possibility. Since this possibility is based on Kant's critical principles, the second difference ultimately reduces down to the first. The reality of things in space. Third, Kant argues that transcendental idealism upholds, while Berkeley's idealism undermines, the reality of objects in space outside us. 290 to 291, 374 to 375. That objects in space have empirical reality was a point Kant made against Descartes' problematic idealism in the fourth paralogism and against Leibniz's dogmatic idealism in the Aesthetic. He now turns the same point against Berkeley's dogmatic idealism. Why does Kant think that Berkeley holds the perception of space to be illusory? Since Berkeley never expressly says this, Kant must be attributing to him what he thinks is the proper consequence of his general principles. If we examine Kant's texts carefully, we find two reasons for his attribution of illusionism to Berkeley. First, in the Prolegomena, Kant reaffirms his view that the distinction between reality and illusion is determined not by the content of representations but by their form, that is, by whether they conform to universal and necessary rules. 290. Objects in space are real, therefore, because they conform to a universal and necessary structure, the a priori form of space and the categories. Because of his empiricism, however, Berkeley thinks that space is a mere abstraction from experience, and hence it must lack universal and necessary form. Since reality presupposes conformity to universal and necessary rules, and since Berkeley's empiricism provides no basis for such rules, it follows that Berkeley reduces all of experience down to an illusion. 29. Berkeley thinks that the idea of the absolute reality of space is something impossible, so that all the things that appear to be in space must also be illusory. B 56 to 57, 70 to 71. Hence in the Aesthetic, Kant says that we cannot blame Berkeley for degrading bodies to mere illusion because this is a correct conclusion from the absurdities of assuming that space is a property of things in themselves. B 70 to 71, point 30. Prima facie, it does not seem fair of Kant to maintain that Berkeley wants to reduce everything in space down to an illusion. There are several reasons for thinking that Berkeley too wants to uphold the reality of things in space. First, Berkeley insists that his philosophy alone is able to rescue our ordinary belief in the reality of the senses, and he criticizes materialism precisely because it will make all our ordinary beliefs illusory. 31. Like Kant, Berkeley distinguishes between two senses of external: a transcendental sense in which it means absolutely independent of the mind, and another more empirical sense in which it means externally caused, and he prohibits the former but permits the latter. 32. Third, Berkeley has his own criterion to distinguish between truth and illusion, which, like Kant's, functions within the realm of experience itself. 33. Thus he attempts to establish a criterion of reality by distinguishing between ideas of sense and of imagination. The ideas of sense are more strong, lively, and distinct than those of the imagination, and they also have greater order, coherence, and regularity. 34. This is a twofold criterion in terms of form and content. In content, ideas of sense are more vivid and distinct, and in form they are more coherent and regular. This is not the end of the story, however. For while Berkeley intends to establish the reality of things in space, the question remains whether he can do so on the premises of his philosophy. Kant's point is that Berkeley's premises undermine his intentions. Regarding Berkeley's criterion of reality, Kant would no doubt reply that Berkeley's distinctions are inadequate. The distinction in terms of content does not work since dreams can be stronger and more vivid than reality. The distinction in form also fails because, on empiricist premises, appeals to past experience have no binding validity for the future. The only form of coherence possible will be based on constant conjunction and association, but there is no more connection between events that are constantly conjoined than between those that occur by sheer chance. Hence events that are constantly conjoined will be no more real or illusory than events that appear by chance. 35. Concerning Berkeley's claim to rescue the reality of the senses, Kant could argue that it is undermined by Berkeley's own account of the perception of space in the Principles and new essay on vision. While Berkeley does indeed insist that he wants to save our common sense belief in the reality of the senses, he also comes very close to saying that the perception of space, and of things in space, is only an illusion. Thus, in both the Principles and new essay, he maintains that, strictly speaking, we do not see things in space, or at a distance from us. He writes in the essay, "In truth and strictness of speech I neither see distance itself, nor anything that I take to be at a distance. I say, neither distance nor things placed at a distance are themselves, or their ideas, truly perceived by sight." 45. We do not have an immediate perception of distance, Berkeley contends, because this idea arises from the habit of coordinating tactual with visual sensations. If we think we see something at a distance from us, that is the result of coordinating what I see with what I would feel within an interval of time if I approached and then touched the body. As Berkeley explains in the Principles, the ideas of sight, when we apprehend them by distance, and things placed at a distance, do not suggest or mark out to us things actually existing at a distance but only admonish us what ideas of touch will be imprinted in our minds at such and such a distance of time, and in consequence of such and such actions. 44, compare Essay 44, 46. On these grounds Berkeley seems to be committed to the view that it is indeed an illusion that we see distance or things in space. If an illusion is a mistaken belief about what we see, and if people believe falsely that they see things at a distance or outside themselves, then they indeed suffer from an illusion. In the essay Berkeley virtually admits this point when he claims that it is a mere delusion that we see things in space. 126. Indeed, he finds it necessary to correct our common language when we say that we see something a mile away or that we see and touch one and the same object. 44, 49. Regarding the reality of things in space, Berkeley will have to insist that it is just another one of those things where, though we must indeed speak with the vulgar, we will have to think with the learned. 36. 5. Kant's interpretation of Berkeley. Kant's interest in, and knowledge of, Berkeley goes back to at least the 1760s. In his lectures on metaphysics from 1762 to 64 he explicitly criticizes Berkeley's idealism. This was part of his general pre-critical campaign against dogmatic idealism, which he believed should be banished as useless speculation and as a danger to natural religion. 37. Kant's early understanding of Berkeley is very typical of the early German reception. He attributes egoism, illusionism, and skepticism to Berkeley. Like Wolff and Baumgarten, Kant distinguishes between idealism, which affirms the existence of only spiritual beings, and egoism, which admits the existence only of my own self. 38. Although Kant recognizes that Berkeley is an idealist rather than egoist, he also thinks that the borderline between idealism and egoism is very fine once the idealist applies his argument against external things to other minds. 39. Kant also interprets Berkeley as a skeptic who doubted whether there are any bodies at all. Rather than recognizing Berkeley's claim to have saved the reality of the senses from skepticism, Kant interpreted him as saying that everything we perceive is only an illusion. Hence he attributes to Berkeley two standard skeptical arguments: the relativity of sense qualities and the lack of a distinction between dreaming and reality. While Kant eventually dropped the skeptical interpretation of Berkeley, who later became his paradigm of a dogmatic idealist, he never ceased to regard Berkeley as an illusionist who denies the reality of sense experience. It is uncertain whether, in these early years, Kant had actually read Berkeley. Kant owned a German translation of Berkeley's dialogues, but this edition appeared only in 1781.40. An earlier translation of the dialogues had appeared in 1756 by Johann Christian Eschenbach. 41. But there is little clear evidence that Kant had read it. 42. Some of the views that Kant attributes to Berkeley, especially skepticism and the denial of any distinction between appearance and reality, indicate that he had been influenced by the prevalent German interpretation rather than by any direct reading. Indeed, they suggest that Kant had not read Berkeley, for such an interpretation would have been corrected by even the most cursory reading. 43. It has been suggested that Kant had read De Motu, which first appeared in Paris in 1723.44, but, if so, this work would not have acquainted Kant with the principles of Berkeley's idealism, since it concerns only the causes of motion and contains no arguments against the existence of matter. While it does indeed contain some of Berkeley's criticisms of absolute space, Berkeley does not use these arguments to deny the reality of matter, as Kant later portrayed him in the second edition of the Critic. 45. The only work of Berkeley's to which Kant refers in any of his writings is Series, which had been translated into both French and German. 46 In his notes on Kant's 1762-64 lectures on metaphysics, Herder wrote, Bishop Berkeley-Sick in his treatise on the use of tar water, doubted whether there are bodies, XXVIII, 42. Of course, this does not show that Kant actually reads Series, and indeed he only seems to refer to the work to make a joke about Berkeley's solicitude for the body after he questions its very existence. If Kant read Berkeley at all, it was most probably after the Garbfeder Review, which gave him plenty of occasion to examine his philosophy. He was at least interested enough to acquire the edition of Berkeley's Werke that appeared in 1781. While there is no clear evidence that Kant read Berkeley, there is also no compelling reasons to think that he did not read him. Although Kant's interpretation of Berkeley as a skeptic suggests that he was ignorant of Berkeley's writings, it hardly proves this because Kant does not maintain that Berkeley intended to be a skeptic, but only that skepticism was the implication of his principles. However, some scholars, basing their case on Kant's very peculiar interpretation of Berkeley in the second edition of the Critic and the Prolegomena, have argued that Kant was completely ignorant of Berkeley. 47 In these texts Kant attributes three doctrines to Berkeley that seem to be not only blatantly inconsistent but also wildly inaccurate. 1. Illusionism. Kant accuses Berkeley of degrading bodies to mere illusion, B 69, of regarding things in space as merely imaginary entities, B 274, and of holding, with all idealists, that sense perception is illusory. 2. Rationalism. Kant sees Berkeley as a rationalist because, like all idealists, he is an Eleatic who holds that all sense experience is illusory and that there is truth only in the ideas of reason. 4. 374. 3. Mysticism. Kant holds that all idealism has a mystical tendency because it infers from our a priori cognitions a power of intellectual intuition. 4. 293, 375n. It is not difficult to understand why, given his argument for an a priori standard of reality, Kant attributes illusionism to Berkeley. But it appears impossible to understand how Berkeley can be a rationalist or a mystic, given that he is an empiricist who affirms that the mainspring of all our knowledge comes from the senses. 48 Historical accuracy aside, it is also necessary to ask whether Kant even has a coherent interpretation of Berkeley. Upon closer inspection, 1, and 2, contradict one another since Kant ascribes illusionism to Berkeley because of his alleged empiricism. So, incoherently, Kant seems to hold that Berkeley is both a rationalist and an empiricist. After considering these points, it is indeed tempting to dismiss Kant's interpretation on the grounds that he was probably simply ignorant of Berkeley. But such a conclusion would be premature, and indeed anachronistic. To understand Kant's interpretation, we must be careful not to read our modern picture of Berkeley back into the 18th century, which had a very different view of him based on works little read today. The modern reading of Berkeley is essentially derived from his earlier works, his Principles of Human Knowledge, 1710, and his Dialogues between Hylas and Philoneus, 1713, but the 18th century reading was very much influenced by Berkeley's later writings, and most notably by his series, 1744. A medical and metaphysical work whose main purpose was to publicize the virtues of tar water, series proved to be an immediate sensation and was soon translated into both French and German. 49 While Berkeley's Principles and Dialogues had been the subject of much controversy shortly after publication 50, they never reached the popularity of series, which helped to publicize Berkeley's later views. If we place Kant's interpretation of Berkeley in this 18th century context, then it makes much more sense, and it is indeed accurate. For while the younger Berkeley was very much an empiricist and nominalist, the elder Berkeley moved toward rationalism, mysticism, and Platonism. In series, Berkeley doubts the knowledge of the senses because it is a fleeting transitory realm, and he stresses that true knowledge comes from reason. 51 He even suggests that, though it is very weak, we have a kind of intellectual intuition of God. 52 Apparently, Berkeley's views underwent some drastic revision in his later years when he had to explain the possibility of our knowledge of the spiritual world. His earlier empiricism made it difficult for him to explain knowledge of spiritual substances, which were not the same as ideas. This led to some of the second edition revisions of the principles, which refer to our notions of spiritual things that are not derived simply from the ideas of sense. 53. In the end, then, the historical evidence is not compelling regarding whether Kant actually read Berkeley. Fortunately, not a lot hangs on this question, which settles nothing about the accuracy of Kant's interpretation of Berkeley, nor anything about the relationship between Kant's and Berkeley's idealism. Still, it does lead to one negative conclusion, that in the absence of any clear evidence that Kant actually read Berkeley, it is groundless to assume, as some have done, 54, that Kant was directly influenced by him. 6. The small but real differences. Now that we have considered Kant's attempt to distinguish himself from Berkeley, what can we conclude about his real differences from him? It would seem that these are not as great as Kant wants them to be. For one thing, Kant can at most say that it is possible that appearances are of things in themselves, so that he also must admit that it is possible that they are only representations. For another thing, Kant's complaint that Berkeley reduces the appearance of objects in space down to an illusion not only ignores Berkeley's own criterion, but it also presupposes the difficult argument that something as strong as universal and necessary rules is required to distinguish reality from illusion. In the absence of such an argument, though, the only difference between Kant and Berkeley seems to be the kind of structure necessary to distinguish truth and illusion. For Berkeley, that structure consists in empirically established generalities, whereas for Kant it resides in universal and necessary rules. The differences between Kant and Berkeley now seem to have shrunk down to nothing more than the distinction between an empiricist and rationalist variant of idealism. 55 The formula for Kant's idealism would then seem to be transcendental idealism equals Berkeley's idealism plus rationalism. Such a conclusion is still very one-sided, however. If the differences are not everything that Kant wants them to be, the similarities are also not everything that the subjectivist would like either. The most salient difference is the critical dimension of Kant's idealism. This makes it necessary for Kant to forbid not only all of Berkeley's speculations about the existence of God and the soul, but even his central dictum esse est percipi. This critical agnosticism means that there is some room for the notorious things in themselves after all. Although Kant cannot indeed claim knowledge of the existence of things in themselves, his critical strictures also prohibit him from denying their existence. Here again Kant differs from Berkeley, who finds the very idea of a thing in itself an impossibility. Still, it could be argued that this difference, though real, is not that considerable. The general formula is now longer but still simple enough. Kant's transcendental idealism equals Berkeley's idealism plus rationalism plus agnosticism. The differences are not so great because, granted the young Berkeley would spurn Kant's rationalism and agnosticism, there still seem to be deeper underlying affinities between them, based on the apparently indisputable fact that Kant and Berkeley both advocate the central principle of all modern idealism, that the objects of our awareness are nothing but ideas or representations. After all, this was the central contention of the Göttingen Review, and it still remains unscathed by all Kant's polemic in the Prolegomena, which, remarkably, never touches this fundamental point. The only differences between Kant and Berkeley seem to be how they qualify this principle or the conclusions they draw from it. Are we to accept, then, the charge of subjectivism, at least in substance if not in all its details? We shall see in Chapter 7 that this would be a serious mistake. For all Kant's polemics, he failed to state some of his fundamental departures from Berkeley and the entire subjectivist tradition. But before we consider Kant's deeper break with the subjectivist tradition, it is necessary to consider how he revised his refutation of idealism in the second edition of the Critic. Chapter 6. The second edition refutation of problematic idealism. 1. The problem of interpretation. In the second edition of the Critic der reinen Vernunft, which was published in 1788, Kant added a short section of 4 pages entitled The Refutation of Idealism. This section is of crucial importance to understand Kant's transcendental idealism. It is here that Kant's break with the subjectivist tradition becomes most explicit and extreme, and it is here that he makes his strongest case yet against the problematic idealism of Descartes. Unfortunately, these few pages have proven to be some of the most intractable and controversial in the entire work. It has rightly been said, the refutation of idealism is Kant's chef d'oeuvre of compressed obscurity. 1. His motives, his thesis, and his argument all pose serious problems of interpretation. If the refutation still troubles its readers, it also tormented its author. Before the second edition went to press, Kant inserted an elaborate emendation into his new preface, where he completely recast his whole argument, b. 6, sli. But even this did not completely satisfy him. After the second edition appeared, Kant did not cease to revise. From 1788 to 1793 he redrafted his refutation of problematic idealism no less than 10 times. 2. The lectures on metaphysics from the early 1790s also show evidence of struggle, for they too contain interesting reformulations of his arguments against problematic idealism. 3. Ever since its first publication, the refutation of idealism has been the source of heated controversy in Kant's scholarship. 4. One cause of friction has been the role of the refutation in Kant's system and development. There are those who see it simply as a restatement of Kant's transcendental idealism in the fourth paralogism of the first edition, but there are also those who regard it as a fundamental shift in Kant's position, such that it breaks with his earlier transcendental idealism and amounts to a new form of realism. 5. Another source of disagreement concerns the merits of Kant's argument. Some consider the argument a petitio principii against the Cartesian skeptic, 6. Others view it as the paradigm case of the problems with transcendental arguments, 7. Still others regard it as a source of great insight, though rarely in the terms Kant intended it. 8. The task of the present chapter is to re-examine some of these old issues. I will argue that the refutation is, in at least one basic respect, consistent with Kant's transcendental idealism as stated in the first edition of the Critic. It attempts to prove nothing more than the empirical reality of objects in space, and not a stronger form of realism that claims the transcendental reality of such objects. The refutation therefore accords with Kant's earlier arguments for empirical reality in the Dissertation, Aesthetic, and Critique of the Fourth Paralogism. However, I will also contend that, in another crucial respect, the refutation marks an important development in Kant's thinking. While in the first edition of the Critic Kant argued for the parity of inner and outer sense, and indeed for the priority of inner sense in schematizing the categories, in the second edition he makes a case for the priority of outer over inner sense. There is still no fundamental inconsistency between these priority claims, however, because Kant gives priority to each sense in different respects. Rather than a simple restatement of his earlier doctrines, and still less a fundamental break with them, the refutation marks a progression in Kant's views, a reformulation and revision of his position in the fourth paralogism. Any plausible interpretation of the refutation of idealism has to avoid a basic dilemma. 9. When Kant attempts to prove the existence of external objects, it seems as if these objects can be only of two kinds, appearances or things in themselves. While appearances are representations of an object in space outside me, and so have only empirical reality, things in themselves are objects existing completely independently of representations, and so have transcendental reality. If Kant tries to demonstrate only the existence of the former kind of objects, he is consistent with his transcendental idealism, but he begs the question against the Cartesian skeptic, who does not doubt that we have representations of objects in space outside us. If, however, he attempts to prove the existence of the latter kind of objects, he does not beg the question against the skeptic, but he does violate the principles of transcendental idealism, which forbid knowledge of things in themselves, and which denies the transcendental reality of objects in space. Hence Kant's refutation is either trivial or inconsistent. The interpretation sketched here attempts to escape this classic dilemma. The middle path between its horns, I shall argue, consists in Kant's attempt to prove that we have an experience of objects in space. The objects of experience are not things in themselves because they do not exist apart from the representations of them, but neither are they appearances in the sense of single perceptions or mere representations. Rather, they are appearances only insofar as they conform to universal and necessary rules of the understanding and the form of outer sense, which is space. Following Kant's analysis of the concept of an object in the analytic, the object of experience consists in more than any conjunction of mere perceptions or representations, because it also involves, a. their systematic order, lawful unity or interconnection, and, b. their locatability in a single, universal space. Such an object is indeed distinct from its representations or appearances, though not in an ontological sense as an entity existing apart from them, but only in a formal sense as a whole whose individual perceptions are only its parts. This is to say that the refutation of idealism attempts to establish the existence of an object in Kant's own technical sense of existence or actuality. Whatever is connected with a perception according to empirical laws is actual, Worklich, A 376.10. While the refutation is therefore consistent with the transcendental deduction and transcendental idealism as a whole, it also marks an advance over Kant's critique of empirical idealism in the first edition Fourth Paralogism, because there, Kant had too simplistically equated appearances with representations themselves, leaving himself open to obvious skeptical objections. 2. Kant's motives. The first problem in the interpretation of the refutation concerns Kant's motives in writing it. The refutation replaces the critique of the Fourth Paralogism, which had been deleted in the second edition of the Critic. Why did Kant write the new section and delete the old? One common explanation is that it was a response to the Göttingen Review. 11. Supposedly, Kant wanted to distinguish his idealism from that of Berkeley, and he did so by adding the refutation and deleting the Fourth Paralogism, which contained many incriminating Berkeleyan passages about how objects in space are simply representations. There is, however, a serious problem with this account. It ignores the simple but basic fact that the explicit target of the refutation is not Berkeley's dogmatic idealism but Descartes' problematic idealism. Kant explicitly states that the refutation of Berkeley's idealism has already been achieved in the Aesthetic, B 274. Of course, the refutation can still be read as a refutation of Berkeley's idealism, but that is more by implication than by intention. For all the importance Kant gave Berkeley after the Göttingen Review, he did not cease to concern himself with Descartes' problematic idealism. Indeed, in the introduction to the refutation he seems to return to his older more favorable assessment of Descartes in the Fourth Paralogism, A 368-369. Comparing Descartes and Berkeley's idealism, Kant states explicitly that Descartes' idealism is more reasonable and in accordance with a thorough and philosophical mode of thought because it raises the important question of how we can prove the existence of things in space outside us, and because it does not make the dogmatic claims of Berkeley's idealism, such as space, if it exists, must be a thing in itself, B 274-275.12. The explanation for Kant's edition of the refutation of idealism lies more with his new strategy for a rebuttal of Descartes' problematic idealism. In the Fourth Paralogism Kant criticizes Descartes' skepticism essentially on the grounds that it is based on a false standard of truth, the correspondence of a representation with a thing in itself. Kant's reply to Descartes consists basically in his identification of the object in space with the representations of it. The argument against the Cartesian is that simply by having the representation of something in space it is possible to establish the reality of things in space, because these things are nothing more than the representations of them, A 370 to 371. Indeed, Kant insists twice that to refute empirical idealism it is sufficient to show merely that I am having a representation of things in space, A 371, 376 to 377. In making this argument, however, Kant failed to emphasize some of his critical doctrines crucial to his case against Descartes, more specifically his own criterion of empirical truth. Point 13. Though Kant presupposed this doctrine, and even expressly stated it, A 376, he never stressed it, and so he failed to reveal its central role in his argument. What Kant had come to see, however, is that, as stated, the refutation is very weak. It would not do to refute a Cartesian skeptic simply by identifying things in space with representations, for the Cartesian never doubts that we have representations of things in space. What he holds is that these representations might be completely illusory because they do not conform to things in themselves. So what Kant needed to show is not only that we have representations of things in space but also that we have knowledge of things in space. In the footnote to the second preface, Kant posed just such a Cartesian objection to his whole argument. To this proof it will probably be objected, that I am immediately conscious only of that which is in me, that is, of my representations of outer things, and consequently that it must still remain uncertain whether outside me there is anything corresponding to it or not. Beiser 6. While Kant thinks that this objection is not valid against his new proof, he seems to acknowledge that it is fatal against the initial formulation of his earlier argument in the fourth paralogism. It was this very objection, I suggest, that compelled Kant to write a new refutation of idealism for the second edition. Although Kant's primary concern is with the Cartesian objection, he still wanted to distance himself from Berkeley. The identification of objects with representations already seemed much too Berkeleyan for a thinker who hated to see his position conflated with the Bishop of Cloyne. Still, it was Descartes who Kant wanted to refute in the fourth paralogism, and what he now realized was that his earlier identification move was no good for this purpose. In short, the decision to delete the fourth paralogism was overdetermined. It not only seemed too Berkeleyan, it was also just a bad argument against Descartes. Further evidence for this reading of the refutation appears in several sections of Kant's Prolegomena, which were probably written in 1782, before the second edition of the Critic and in response to reviews of the first edition. In 49, Remark 3 of 13, and the appendix, Kant is especially eager to rebut the charge of idealism made against him by the Göttingen Review. It is noteworthy that this review based its charge upon texts Kant would soon revise or delete, the Aesthetic and the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism. It is also significant that Kant now stresses a point against idealism that he did not make in these earlier texts, that the distinction between reality and illusion resides in the coherence of experience, its conformity to universal and necessary laws. Point 14. Transcendental idealism provides a sufficient basis to distinguish between reality and dream, Kant argues, because it has a conception of truth as the connection of appearances in both space and time according to universal laws of experience. 4. 337, 290. It is enough to refute material idealism, Kant then contends, if we can show that appearances conform to such laws. There is indeed no other criterion available to us, given that we can concern ourselves only with our representations and the existence of things in themselves outside them is nothing to us. 336. While Kant thus continues to affirm the argument of the fourth paralogism, 337, that we know things in space with certainty because their reality does not consist in their conformity to things in themselves independent of our representations, he now realizes that he must also stress the role of coherence if he is to counter empirical idealism. Stressing the ideal status of single representations alone could not be sufficient, not when the incoherent representations of dreams could claim such status. The truth of our experience cannot be ascertained simply by the content of the representations, Kant now argues, because both the empirical idealist and transcendental realist agree about what they see, The crucial question concerns the form of these representations, whether their content conforms to universal and necessary laws. 290. Only transcendental idealism provides a proper formal basis to distinguish between truth and illusion, Kant insists, because it alone shows the possibility of the a priori structure of experience. 375, and so does justice to its universal and necessary structure. These passages from the Prolegomena anticipate Kant's later argument to such a degree that in 49 Kant even states in Nous the central idea behind the refutation, that we have a proof that something real corresponds to our perceptions if we show that there is something empirical, i.e., some appearance in space outside us, whose objective reality is proven by its connection according to laws of experience. 336. Whatever the fons et origio of the refutation, the net result of Kant's thinking about idealism after the first edition of the Critic is that he needed to reformulate his argument against material idealism. Sure enough, in the section introducing the refutation of idealism, Kant announces a new strategy against Descartes, b. 274 to 275. He now explains that he will begin with Descartes' own starting point, the apparent self-evidence of my inner experience, the self-consciousness of my existence in time. He will then argue, however, that the condition of such self-consciousness is the consciousness of something permanent in space outside me. This will show, in other words, that inner experience is possible only through outer experience, because an inner experience will be determinable in time only through a spatial framework. The essence of this strategy, as Kant describes it in Remark 1, b. 276 to 277, is to turn the idealist's game against him. Rather than basing outer experience on uncertain inferences from inner experience, Kant will show that inner experience has to be founded upon outer experience. This is a new strategy against Descartes because nowhere in the fourth paralogism does Kant attempt to connect inner and outer sense, and still less does he argue for the priority of outer over inner sense. The argument there treats the senses as separate and equal, contending only that outer sense has parity with inner sense because it gives as much certainty about objects outside us as inner sense gives certainty about objects inside us. Now, however, Kant holds that we can know our inner states in time. We can say that we had an experience at a certain moment only if we can somehow locate them within a single public space. In other words, knowing when I had certain experiences somehow involves knowing where I had them, and to know where I had them demands the possibility of identifying them in a single universal space shared by everyone alike. Now that the idealist's game has been turned against himself, there is no mistaking the point that the intersubjective spatial world cannot be subordinated or constructed out of the mere ideas of the individual subject. Rather, the very opposite is the case, that intersubjective order precedes or makes possible the subjective order of my inner consciousness. In short, Kant's break with the subjectivist tradition is final and complete. 3. The question of Kant's realism. Another no less serious problem in the interpretation of the refutation is determining exactly what Kant intends to prove. The central thesis of the refutation states, the mere, but empirically determined, consciousness of my own existence proves the existence of objects in space outside me, b. 275. The conclusion reads, the consciousness of my existence is at the same time an immediate consciousness of the existence of other things outside me, b. 276. What Kant seems to mean in these obscure lines is that I can be self-conscious of myself in time. I can determine when I am having certain perceptions only if I am also conscious of the existence of things in space outside me. In more Kantian terms, empirical apperception, or my self-consciousness in time, involves outer sense, the awareness of objects in space outside me. But why this should be so, and what it means exactly, is still open to interpretation. The question immediately arises what Kant means by the phrases existence of objects in space outside me or the existence of other things outside me. What ontological status do these objects have? Are they things in themselves? Or are they only appearances? And if they are only appearances, what kind are they? Are they appearances understood as mental states? Or appearances as aspects of things in themselves? Or even appearances in themselves, that is, objects that exist independent of the empirical subject though they are indeed posited by the transcendental subject? 15. Strangely, Kant's texts give no unambiguous answer to these questions. Prima facie there might not seem to be that much of an issue about how to read Kant's phrases, given that Kant himself provides precise instructions in the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism. According to his own explanation, the phrase things outside us, außer uns, can have two possible meanings. It can refer to the transcendental reality of an object, its existence as a thing in itself, or it can allude to its empirical reality, its existence as an outer appearance, that is, as an object located in space according to outer sense, A 373. Kant is quite explicit that his transcendental idealism denies the transcendental reality but affirms the empirical reality of the objects given in experience. So, it would seem that Kant must intend to demonstrate the existence of objects in the empirical sense, their reality as outer appearances. For if he were to attempt to prove their reality in the transcendental sense, he would be patently violating his own strictures about the limits of knowledge, according to which we cannot know anything about things in themselves. Because reading the phrase things outside us in a transcendental sense leads to such a blatant inconsistency, the common interpretation of the refutation has been to read it as an attempt to prove only the empirical reality of objects. 16 Kant's aim, it is usually argued, is to prove that we know inner appearances in time only through outer appearances in space, but it is not to demonstrate the existence of any kind of objects ontologically distinct from all representation. According to this interpretation, then, the refutation of idealism is only a new version of the argument against problematic idealism put forward in the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism. Though there is indeed some change in exposition and argument, there is none in doctrine. After all, this is only in keeping with Kant's own description of the refutation in the preface to the second edition as one affecting the method of proof only, B. 36. But understanding Kant's refutation is not as simple and straightforward as some advocates of the traditional interpretation would have us believe. There are some serious difficulties in squaring the text of the refutation with Kant's earlier formulation of transcendental idealism in the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism. First, there is the more realistic language of the refutation, which appears to commit Kant to the existence of objects distinct from all representations. Second, there is the even more realistic language of Kant's later refutations of idealism, the Reflexionen from the late 1780s and early 1790s, where Kant not only refers to objects that are distinct from representations but to things in themselves. Third, Kant deletes the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism in the second edition, so that it is questionable whether it should be used as a guideline about how to interpret that edition. In any case, the simplistic distinction between transcendental and empirical reality in the Fourth Paralogism invites a dichotomy between mere representations and things in themselves that Kant himself had moved beyond in the second edition. Basing their interpretation upon these later texts, some scholars have stressed the greater realism of the refutation, and have argued that Kant began to move away from the transcendental idealism of the Fourth Paralogism. 17 They maintain that the objects in space outside me are indeed ontologically or numerically distinct from the conscious subject, existing independently of all actual or possible representations. There is a sharp difference of opinion, however, regarding the precise nature of these objects. Some straightforwardly identify them with things in themselves, 18 others with the appearances of things in themselves, 19 and still others with appearances in themselves. 20. Although it is tempting to dismiss the stronger realistic interpretation because of the inconsistency it seems to attribute to Kant, it would be very rash, and indeed naive, to do so. Several more arguments can be made in its defense. First, it is not so obvious that the more realistic reading is incompatible with Kant's transcendental idealism. Most advocates of this interpretation do not maintain that Kant simply returns to transcendental realism, as if the object, as spatially represented, were the thing in itself. They indeed question the basic dilemma behind the conventional reading of the refutation. Kant reduces appearances to representations, or he claims knowledge of things in themselves. Some of them hold that empirical objects are appearances in themselves and as such neither things in themselves nor representations. Others argue that appearances are of things in themselves, and that Kant's transcendental idealism involves a distinction between epistemological and ontological independence, which claims that we can know that something exists independently of us without knowing what it is like independently of us. 21. Second, this interpretation is perfectly in keeping with the direction of Kant's thinking after the Göttingen review. We have already seen how Kant reformulated his transcendental idealism in a much more realistic manner in the years immediately after the publication of the first edition of the Critic. In the Prolegomena and second edition of the Critic he ceased to identify appearances with mere representations, and instead began to stress that they are appearances of things in themselves. He now began to describe his idealism as only one of the form, but not of the content or matter, of experience. Hence the realistic reading of the refutation and the reflection and corresponds fully to the basic direction of Kant's thinking in the 1780s. In line with this development, the objects in space referred to in the refutation could well be things in themselves as they appear in space. Could it not be that Kant intended to prove the reality of these objects to give a further distinction between his formal idealism and the material idealism of Descartes and Berkeley? Third, it can also be argued that, even prior to the Göttingen review, there were deeper realistic tendencies in Kant's thought, which finally emerged in the refutation of idealism of the second edition of the Critic. It has been contended, for example, that even in the first edition of the Critic, Kant sometimes saw the object as distinct from our representations. 22. It has also been maintained that the refutation of idealism returns to an earlier realism Kant had attempted to formulate in the 1770s. 23. If the stronger realistic reading cannot be so easily dismissed, then it seems that the problem of interpretation is still unresolved. The only means of settling the dispute about the proper reading of the refutation is to return to the texts themselves, sifting through the evidence pro and con. For realism in the refutation. There are three passages in the refutation of idealism where Kant uses much stronger realistic language than in the first edition critique of the fourth paralogism. The first passage comes from the conclusion of the refutation. Here Kant states explicitly that the perception of something permanent is possible only through a thing outside me and not through the mere representation of a thing outside me, b. 275. The second passage derives from the second edition preface where Kant deliberately restates the argument in more realistic terms. He writes that the permanent cannot be an intuition in me because everything within me amounts to only representations, bxl. The third passage also comes from the second preface where Kant warns us against confusing the representation of something permanent with a permanent representation, and argues that our representations refer to something permanent though they themselves are transitory, Beasley. Some commentators have been so struck by the marked discrepancy in language between the refutation and the fourth paralogism that they place selected passages in apposition to one another in a manner reminiscent of Kant's own antinomies. 24. Thus the conclusion of the refutation states, perception of the permanent is possible only through a thing outside me and not through the mere representation of a thing, but the thesis of the fourth paralogism goes, outer objects are mere appearances, and are therefore nothing but a species of my representations, the objects of which are something only through these representations, apart from them they are nothing, A 370. According to Kempsmith and Weyinger, for example, there is a great disparity between the critique of Descartes in the first edition and that in the second edition. Both arguments attempt to establish the immediacy of our perception of objects in space, that is, that we know objects are in space and do not simply infer that they exist. But, they contend, there is a very large difference in what they regard as immediately known. In the first edition what is known are representations alone, whereas in the second edition what is known are objects distinct from representations. Granted that Kant is using stronger language here, the question still remains how to interpret it. What are these objects distinct from my representations of them? There are four possibilities, each with its own problems. The first possibility is that they are ordinary material objects, which continue to exist when we do not perceive them, and which have independent of us all the properties we perceive them to have. The most obvious problem with this reading is that it attributes transcendental realism to Kant, flatly contrary to his explicit avowal of transcendental idealism. It could be replied, however, that this very contradiction is implicit in Kant's texts, and that it is in just this respect that the second edition marks a retreat from the transcendental idealism of the first edition. But this imputes a blatant contradiction to Kant. It is hard to understand how it could be only implicit, and makes it difficult to understand why Kant reaffirmed transcendental idealism in the second edition. Leaving that aside, however, there is another more telling rejoinder to this interpretation, that the argument of the refutation is scarcely plausible if it attempts to prove the existence of material objects in the ordinary sense. Point 25. Crudely, Kant's argument attempts to show that the awareness of objects in space is a necessary condition for the consciousness of inner states in time. Such an argument will work, however, only if these objects in space are appearances. For if, per contra, we assume that they are transcendentally real material things, the argument is vulnerable to skeptical objections, the very kind of objections it was Kant's aim to refute. Point 26. Simply because we must be aware of objects in space to be self-conscious of representations in time does not show that these objects exist independent of our awareness of them. In more general terms, a necessity of our conceiving or representing X does not prove that X exists independent of our conception or representation. It does so only if the existence of X is a function of how we conceive or represent things. In other words, X must be an appearance. A second possibility is that the objects are things in themselves as they appear in space. Point 27. Although there is some evidence for this view, as we have just seen, it still suffers from some grave difficulties. The main problem is that the refutation would still violate Kant's strictures upon the limits of knowledge. Even if the thing in itself is identified as the thing that appears, and not as a noumenon completely distinct from phenomena, to attempt to prove its existence still goes beyond the limits of possible experience. This would still amount to a transcendent application of the category of existence. Furthermore, to interpret the thing outside me as a thing in itself stretches the text of the refutation. For Kant always refers to the thing as something permanent in space, a clear allusion to the concept of substance, which is applied to things in experience, and so cannot be a thing in itself. Yet a third possibility is that the objects are appearances in themselves. If this is the case, then they exist independent of our empirical consciousness but are still dependent upon the synthetic activities of the transcendental ego. This proposal has some clear advantages. It does not blatantly violate Kant's teachings about the limits of knowledge, and it does justice to the more realistic language of the refutation. Most important, it shows how the refutation is consistent with Kant's transcendental idealism because it shows how objects can exist independent of us but still be created by our knowing activity, namely, they are independent of our empirical consciousness but dependent on the activity of our transcendental ego. However, this explanation too has some serious disadvantages, which we have already noted above. 1.2.5. The chief difficulty concerns the very idea of an appearance in itself, which leads to a paradoxical duplication of appearances. Empirical subjects perceive not appearances of the thing in itself but only appearances of an appearance. Furthermore, to assume that appearances exist independent of all empirical consciousness not only underestimates the role of sensibility in their production, but it also reinstates the whole problem of knowledge on the level of empirical consciousness. The fourth and final possibility is that the objects are simply appearances, and more specifically appearances in the empirical sense or what conforms to the a priori forms of space and the categories of the understanding. According to this interpretation, when Kant writes of a thing outside me and distinct from my representations, he is using the phrase outside me in a very narrow and specific sense to contrast the appearances of outer sense with those of inner sense. 28. This is only in keeping with the context of the refutation because Kant is beginning from empirical apperception and starting from the Cartesian premise that all my representations are inner rather than outer. in time alone rather than in space. From this Cartesian perspective, objects in space do indeed appear outside me. So when Kant writes about objects outside my representations, he contrasts them with something more specific than representations in general, namely, my inner representations, which appear to occur according to inner sense alone. This means that when Kant refers to objects outside me, he is using the expression outside me strictly in the empirical sense. There is no contradiction, then, between the refutation, where Kant appears to distinguish representations from their objects, and the fourth paralogism, where he identifies objects with representations, because the first usage is empirical while the second is transcendental. While Kant speaks from the standpoint of the transcendental philosopher in the fourth paralogism, he writes from the standpoint of empirical consciousness in the refutation. Point 29. This reading has several strong advantages. It does justice to the realistic language of the refutation, it makes Kant's transcendental argument plausible, and it is consistent with Kant's transcendental idealism as a whole. But it too seems to suffer from a fatal difficulty. If all Kant means by objects outside us are appearances in space, then he has not established much at all, and certainly nothing against the Cartesian, even if he has proven their existence. For the Cartesian does not doubt that we have representations of things outside us, though that is all that has been demonstrated on this reading. In the footnote to the second preface, Kant indeed restates this very objection and makes it clear that his refutation is designed as an answer to it, Beiser 6. But on this interpretation it is hard to see how the refutation responds to Descartes' skepticism at all. Kant just has no new strategy against Descartes, or if he does, it is an abject failure. We have now come full circle. After considering all the options, it seems as if we have gotten nowhere. The whole strategy against Descartes demands a stronger realistic rendition of the phrase things outside us, but any stronger reading burdens Kant with other paradoxes and inconsistencies. It seems, then, as if Kant is still caught between the dilemma of triviality or inconsistency. 5. The new strategy. The path out of this morass appears when we recognize that Kant himself thinks that there is something between the mere representation of outer things and things in themselves, and that it is not an appearance in itself. This third term is experience, the representation of outer things according to universal and necessary principles. Experience, Erfahrung, is a technical term for Kant. He defines it as an empirical cognition, that is, a cognition that determines an object through perception, b. 218. The term almost always means representation insofar as it is the product of the synthetic activities of the understanding, or the perception of an object arising from these activities. Point 30. Experience signifies more than single perceptions and contains a reference to their systematic unity and lawful interconnection. It also implies the idea of a single spatial and temporal system, of which all perceptions, no matter what their content, are only parts. While already clear in the first critic, this meaning of experience will become even more explicit and emphatic in the Opus Posthumum, where Kant defines it as a systematic whole of perceptions, and insists constantly that there can be but one experience. 31. Now what Kant wants to demonstrate in the refutation is that even our inner consciousness involves an experience of things in space, and not merely single representations or perceptions of them. If we have such an experience, then our representation or perception will not be an illusion because it will conform to the universal and necessary principles of experience in general, which serve as the criteria to distinguish between all truth and illusion. Such an argument does not beg the question against the Cartesian because it does not simply identify objects with representations in the manner of the fourth paralogism. Rather than stating merely that we have only a representation of things in space, it claims that we have a knowledge of things in space because our representations of space conform to the universal and necessary conditions of experience. That Kant's aim in the refutation is to demonstrate that we have an experience of things, and not merely the imagination of them, the texts leave no doubt. Indeed, Kant himself insists on the point. In the introduction to the proof, Kant is explicit that he must show against Descartes that we have experience, and not merely imagination of outer things, b. 275, Kant's emphasis. And in the preface to the second edition he states against the Cartesian objection that we have only representations of things in space, but through inner experience I am conscious of my existence in time, consequently also of its determinability in time, and this is more than to be conscious merely of my representation, BXL, again Kant's emphasis. 32. The context of the refutation also confirms that this is Kant's intention. 33. The refutation is situated almost as an appendix to the postulates of empirical thought. In this section Kant's main concern is to show how the categories of modality, possibility, actuality, and necessity can be understood as transcendental conditions of experience. Kant explains that the possible is that which agrees with the formal conditions of experience, the actual is that which also conforms to its material conditions, namely sensation, and the necessary is that which must comply with these conditions, b. 265 to 266. In discussing the concept of actuality, Kant stresses that to determine the actuality of a concept we do not need the immediate perception of it, all that we require are connections with other perceptions according to the analogies of experience, b. 272. In other words, the concept of actuality extends beyond objects immediately given in perception to those whose existence can be inferred according to the analogies, the categories of substance, causality, and reciprocity. Kant gives as an example of such an object the magnetic matter pervading all bodies that is inferred from the attraction of iron filings. Though our senses are too crude to perceive such a matter, we can still know that it is real because it is connected with other perceptions according to the principles of experience. Now it is in just this context that Kant raises the problem posed by skeptical idealism. He explains that he must consider the problem of idealism because it raises objections to proving the existence of anything mediately or by inference from what is given in perception, b. 274. Kant provides little further explanation, but the context makes clear the difficulty confronting him. The Cartesian idealist treats the relationship of our inner consciousness to things in space on the same model as the relationship between the iron filings and the magnet. Just as we have to infer the existence of the magnet, which we cannot immediately perceive, so we must infer the existence of things in space, which we also cannot immediately perceive. It then seems as if the existence of things in space can be as uncertain as the existence of the magnetic matter. But, for Kant, the whole analogy is misplaced and misleading. The relationship between inner consciousness and spatial order is not like that between two objects within our experience which are the cause and effect of one another. Rather, spatial order is the transcendental condition of inner awareness, and as such constitutive of our awareness of ourselves in time. There is no need to infer spatial order from our inner consciousness, then, for the simple reason that it is already a necessary condition of it. In a word, the Cartesian is guilty of hypostasis, of treating a transcendental relationship as if it were a causal empirical one. This provides another formulation for what is wrong with the Cartesian's doubts about the whole objective order of experience, his fears that its entire structure could be an illusion, see also above, 1.3.2, 1.3.4. Such suspicions arise in the first place, Kant would say, only because the Cartesian extends his analogy beyond its proper limits. We make inferences according to the principle of causality about specific things or events within our experience, but we cannot extend it to the entire realm of experience itself. This is exactly what the Cartesian does, however, when he casts doubts upon our entire experience because the relationship between cause and effect is only an inference. It is always possible, he argues, that all my experience is an illusion because all my perceptions might have their cause from a malicious demon rather than from the spatial order of things. For Kant, however, such doubts amount to a transcendent use of the principle of causality. Rather than using it to determine truth or illusion about specific events within our experience, we extend it to experience as a whole. The problem with such a transcendent use of the category of causality is not that it is meaningless, the categories still have a formal significance when not applied in experience, but simply that it cannot have any application or cognitive significance. it is impossible to know the existence of any object that is independent of the whole of experience, and so absurd to think that there could be more or less reliable inferences about it. Hence Kant's final response to Cartesian skepticism is that it is self-defeating, its intelligibility parasitic on the very rules it would question. The Cartesian skeptic attempts to cast doubt on the normal rules of experience because he doubts if we can make a reliable inference from the whole of experience to the thing in itself, yet in doubting the truth of the whole of experience he still presupposes the basic rules of its possibility. For to doubt any inference from effect to cause is to apply the category of causality, it is to assume the general norms of evidence for assessing cause-effect relations. This skeptic wants to say that all of our experience could be illusory, yet there is no possible case in which this could be so because we determine that something is an illusion only within our experience according to its rules. Hence Kant himself remarks in Note 3 to the refutation that whether this or that supposed experience is merely imaginary must be checked from its specific determinations and from its conformity with the criteria of all real experience, b. 279. Here it could be objected against Kant that if we determine the veracity of our perceptions through their coherence, through their causal connections with one another, then we are forced to use inference after all, because such coherence is not given with the content of any particular representation. If, however, we have to use inference, we are stuck again with all the problems of its unreliability. This objection again fails to recognize, however, the important difference between the two kinds of inference. There is a difference between determining the connections between representations within experience and determining the connection between experience as a whole and reality in itself. The former connection is something verifiable in principle, the latter is not, for it involves the impossible task of determining whether our representations conform to things in themselves. Kant's recognition of the role of causal inference also involves no inconsistency with his claim that our empirical self-awareness involves an immediate awareness of objects in space. For what is mediate or inferential is determining the veracity of a specific representation. What is immediate or non-inferential is the spatial framework in general, which is a necessary condition of having any representation of ourselves in time. If, then, we grant that Kant's aim in the refutation is to prove that we have an experience of objects, this begins to shed further light on Kant's more realistic language, the sense in which objects are distinct from mere representations. The objects in space outside us are indeed appearances, but because they also are objects of experience they conform to the structure imposed by the a priori forms of space and the categories, and so they are not reducible to individual representations or perceptions. The objects are distinct from their representations not in an ontological sense, they are not an entity that exists independent of them, but only in a formal sense they are wholes of which individual perceptions or representations are only parts. To say that a whole is not reducible to its parts does not mean that the whole exists apart from its parts, it indeed exists only through them, but that its meaning or identity is more than the conjunction of its parts. In short, the irreducibility refers to its essence, not its existence. Kant's conceptual shorthand for the conditions of objectivity is the transcendental object, and it is noteworthy that the transcendental object plays an important but implicit role in the refutation of idealism. 34 The transcendental object works in the background to provide the necessary formal conditions for the experience of objects in space. It is distinct from specific representations because it is the whole of which they are only parts. This is only in keeping with Kant's analysis of objectivity in the first edition's Deduction and Analogies, where he explains what it means for a representation to correspond to an object. Kant's explanation provides a sense in which the object, though really only a rule imposed by the activity of the understanding, can be distinct from representations. As an a priori rule it precedes all the representations of experience, and as a rule for the synthesis of representation it cannot be reduced simply to the sum of them. Of course, when Kant does refer to an object outside us it is an empirical object in space, einen Gegenstand außer uns im Raum, and not anything so abstract as the transcendental object, which does not appear as such in experience, b. 275. But because the transcendental object is applied to every manifold that becomes something objective in consciousness, it should also be involved in empirical objects in space. That Kant had it in mind becomes clear from Reflection 5654, which bears the explicit title Wieder den Idealism. Here, in discussing the senses in which an object can be distinct from a representation, Kant writes: "It is to be observed that every object refers to something distinct from the representation, but which is only in the understanding, hence inner sense itself, which makes ourselves objects of our representations, relates to something distinct from ourself, as the transcendental object of apperception." 18, 312. 6. The argument of the refutation. This reading of Kant's intentions in the refutation becomes clear from a detailed examination of the argument itself. Scrutiny of the text shows that Kant's aim was to establish only that our inner consciousness conforms to the conditions for the experience of objects in space, not that we know objects independent of consciousness. While the argument has some plausibility when read in the light of Kant's account of experience in the Analytic, it has none at all if it is interpreted as requiring a stronger realism. The only kind of realism permitted by the argument is that in which the object in space has empirical reality because it conforms to the universal and necessary conditions of experience in general. Kant's main argument consists in 4 steps, each of them formulated in a single sentence. 35. Step 1. I am conscious of my own existence as determined in time. This is the premise of a classical transcendental argument. It states a self-evident fact that even the skeptic must accept, that I am conscious that I exist at a specific time, or that I am having an experience at such and such a time. 36. Since it is only a statement about myself and inner consciousness, it should be certain in ways that statements about the external world, other minds, and my own body are not. 37. It is important to recognize that the self-consciousness of my existence in time amounts to my empirical self-consciousness, and that it is not simply the formal self-consciousness of the unity of apperception. Kant is clear in the paralogisms that no substantive conclusions about the existence of things follows from the unity of apperception alone. Indeed, in the preface to the second edition he casts the fallacy of the Cartesian in terms of his confusion between transcendental and empirical apperception, BXL, SLE. The argument of the refutation is not, then, a reformulation of the thesis of the transcendental deduction. 38. Step 2. All determination of time presupposes something permanent in perception. This is one of the central theses of the first analogy. There Kant argues that all perception in time requires something permanent, and that this something is substance. Only the first claim seems relevant to the refutation, since Kant does not refer explicitly to the category of substance in his proof. Still, Kant does introduce it in both the second remark, B 278, and in the general remark to the system of principles, B 291 to 292. It is also noteworthy that Kant barely distinguishes substance from the permanent. He writes that the proposition substance is permanent is tautological because permanence is the sole ground for applying the category of substance to appearance, B 227. If, then, we have sufficient warrant for applying the concept of the permanent, we should also ipso facto have adequate basis to introduce substance. It is indeed a serious mistake to jettison the concept of substance from the refutation. 39. Rather than having no place in the argument, the concept of substance plays the crucial role of providing the objective element of experience. Substance is that analogy of experience that shows our inner consciousness is connected according to the same rules that apply to spatial objects. It serves as the mediating link between my awareness of time and my awareness of things in space, for temporal awareness requires something permanent and the permanent must be in space. In the first analogy Kant provides at least 3 arguments for his claim that all determination of time requires something permanent. First, that all appearances are in time they are simultaneous or successive and that the time in which they are represented remains and does not change, B 224 to 225. The underlying assumption behind this argument is Kant's peculiar identification of the permanent with time itself. He explains that change does not affect time itself but only appearances in time, permanence. Expresses time in general. For change does not affect time itself but only appearances in time, b. 226. Second, our apprehension of the manifold is always changing, and through it we cannot determine whether the object of experience is really coexistent or in sequence. To determine whether the object of experience, as opposed to the manifold of successive representations, is coexistent or successive, we require something abiding and permanent, of which all change and coexistence are only so many determinations or ways in which it exists, b. 225 to 226. Clearly, this argument resurfaces in the refutation itself. Third, a coming or ceasing to be that is not the determination of something permanent but is purely absolute cannot be an object of perception. If we assume that something begins to be absolutely, we must have a point of time in which it is not, but we cannot attach this point to anything. Since it is an absolute beginning, there is no previous thing in relation to which it is perceived. But an empty time is not an object of perception, b. 231. What Kant is saying in all these arguments is that, a. we cannot determine coexistence or succession except with reference to some framework within which these events appear, and that, b. this framework must be permanent, at least relative to these events themselves. This is to say that the standard or criterion by which we measure change cannot be changing itself, at least with respect to the events it measures. Point 40. Kant's main point here is that the criterion to determine objective positions in time must be independent of the events themselves, because it is only in virtue of its independence from these events that it provides an objective measurement of them. Point 41. Another formulation for the underlying point behind Kant's arguments is to see it as a version of his distinction between the form and matter of experience. While the temporal framework consists in the relations between ideas or representations, and so belongs to the form of experience. 42. The events which they measure consist in the contents of the ideas themselves. Now Kant insists that it is necessary to distinguish between the form and matter of experience because the relations in which we order sensations cannot belong to sensation itself, A20/B 34. But this poses a difficulty for the material idealist. Since these relations are not given in perception itself, and so do not amount to an object of perception, the material idealist cannot claim that their essence consists solely in their perception. Point 43. Step 3, this permanent cannot be something in me, since it is only through it that my existence in time can be determined. The revision in the second preface reads: but this permanent cannot be an intuition in me. For all grounds of determination of my existence which are to be met with in me are representations, and as representations they themselves require a permanent distinct from them, in relation to which their change, and so my existence in the time wherein they change, may be determined. The point of the revision is to clarify why the permanent cannot be something within me, namely, that what is in me are representations, which are always changing, and that their change must be measured by something permanent. But this very point has been controversial. That the permanent cannot be within me has often been perceived as a sticking point in Kant's proof. Point 44. It might be admitted that the measurement of all change requires something permanent, but then the question arises why it cannot be within me. Kant has several reasons for excluding the possibility that the permanent is something within me. First, from the empirical standpoint, all my representations are changing, and so the permanent cannot be found among them. Second, from the transcendental standpoint, the I think cannot provide any evidence for the existence of something permanent within me, as Kant will soon argue in the paralogisms. Third, the permanent is the transcendental condition for the measurement of change, and as such it must be distinct from the very phenomena that it makes possible. It cannot be a representation itself because it is that which measures change among all representations. None of these points entails, however, that the permanent must be in space outside me. Step 4, therefore perception of this permanent is possible only through a thing outside me and not through the mere representation of a thing outside me. Kant writes as if this step follows from the previous ones, and it is indeed already the nub of the main conclusion. However, it does not follow from the others if a thing outside me means either, a, an appearance in space, b, an appearance of a thing in itself, or, c, the thing in itself. All that does follow is that the permanent must be distinct from my representations in the sense that, as the framework within which the change of my representations is determined, it cannot be one of those representations themselves. It is distinct from the representations themselves only because it provides the transcendental condition under which we determine change within them. This is all that follows from the argument of the first analogy, which is the basis for step 2. This is problematic, however, because Kant often writes as if he has demonstrated that the thing outside us is an object in space. The thesis refers to the existence of objects in space outside me, b. 275, and the conclusion of the proof mentions the existence of actual things outside me, b. 276. As it stands, Kant's argument needs another premise about how the meaning of the concept of substance must be specified in outer sense or space. It is striking that Kant provides just such a premise in the general note on the system of principles, which is appended to the postulates. Here he contends that to demonstrate the objective reality of the categories we need not only intuitions in general but outer intuitions specifically. To have something permanent in intuition corresponding to the concept of substance, for example, we require the intuition of space. For space alone is determined as permanent, while time, and everything in inner sense, is in constant flux, b. 291. Kant then argues that we can represent change in general only through the movement of a point in space, and that we can represent inner change only by drawing a line, b. 292. With this simple psychological observation Kant rests his case for the spatial schematization of transcendental principles. Whatever the precise details of Kant's argument, its general point and structure seem plain. Kant attempts to show that, to know the time in which any of my representations occur, I must be able to locate them within a framework that is permanent relative to them. But this framework must be distinct from the representations themselves because, a, it is that in which their change is measured, and, b, it is permanent while they are changing. Furthermore, this framework must be spatial since we represent all change through space, though a point moving along a line. The net result of the argument is that the change of our subjective experiences is determinable only within the public framework of space. 7. Outer vis-a-vis inner sense. Behind the argument of the refutation there lies a new and fundamental assumption that Kant articulates only in several places in the second edition of the Critic, that inner states must be represented spatially. The dependence of empirical self-knowledge, the awareness of myself in time on the perception of space stated in the refutation, is only one case in point of a more general argument in the second edition about how the representation of time depends upon space. In the second edition's deduction and in the general note to the system of principles, which were added in the second edition, Kant stresses that we can represent time to ourselves only spatially through the drawing of a line or through the movement of a point in space, b. 156, 292. This has important implications for our empirical self-knowledge, given that the a priori form of inner sense, the general form of all self-knowledge, is time. This means that we also must represent all change in ourselves spatially or through motion, b. 292. Kant goes so far as to state that the determinations of inner sense have to be arranged as appearances in time in precisely the same manner in which we arrange those of outer sense in space, b. 156. One of the most remarkable changes from the first edition of the Critic is the central importance that Kant now gives to space. 45 In the first edition Kant gave primacy to time, inner sense was the form of all appearances whatsoever, and it played the central role in the schematism in applying the categories to experience. In the second edition, however, space usurps the title once accorded to time. Kant now stresses that space is fundamental to give objective reality to a priori concepts. In the general note to the system of principles, for example, Kant argues that to demonstrate the objective reality of the categories we need outer intuitions, b. 291 to 292. The concept of the permanent, he explains, requires an intuition of matter, and the concept of causality requires an intuition of motion. Nowhere is Kant more explicit about the central role of outer sense, however, than in the preface to the second edition, where he says that it is from the existence of things outside us that we derive the whole material of knowledge, even for our inner sense, bxxix. In a similar vein he writes in passage added to the Aesthetic, the representations of the outer senses constitute the proper material with which we occupy the mind, b. 67-68. The new role of outer sense in the second edition of the Critic probably originated from Kant's reflections while writing his 1786 work Metaphysisk-Anfangsgrund der Naturwissenschaften. 46. There Kant had stated that metaphysics should derive the meaning of its concepts from the doctrine of physical body, in other words, from external intuition, 478, and he had stressed that a discipline is a science only to the extent that its concepts are capable of mathematical construction in space. 470. In the first part of the work, The Metaphysical Principles of Phoronomy, Kant maintains that temporal measurement is made through spatial intuition, or that we should represent units of time through lengths in space, 489. Equal temporal intervals are measured by equal spatial ones, that is, the intervals in which a point traverses equal spatial units. It is indeed possible that it was this point that suggested to Kant the dependence of temporal upon spatial perception that lies at the base of the refutation. 47. It is important to see that, for all the new importance Kant gives to outer sense in the second edition of the Critic, he does not completely demote the past role of inner sense. It is not as if he holds that only outer sense is immediate and all inner sense is based on it, as if the converse does not also hold in other respects. 48. Significantly, Kant retains the passages in the second edition that make inner sense the form of all representations, and those that make time central to schematizing the categories. Kant still thinks that inner sense is also the basis for outer sense, insofar as we construct motions outside us on the basis of momentary sensations given inside us. The main shift is that Kant now thinks that both senses are interdependent, inner sense depends on outer sense as much as outer sense on inner sense. 8. Kant's refutations in the Reflexionen, 1788-1793. From 1788 to 1793 Kant continued to rethink his refutation of idealism. The Reflexionen from these years are filled with long passages having such titles as Gegen den Materialen, Idealism, R5653, Widerlegung des problematischen Idealismus, R6315, and Wider den Idealism, R6316. There are essentially two groups of fragments, Reflexionen 5653-5655, 305-316, which were written in October 1788, probably as part of a reply to Eberhard's Philosophisches Magazin, and Reflexionen 6311-6316, 606-629, which were most probably written in 1790 in conjunction with the visit to Königsberg of J.C.E. Kiesutter, a student of Kant. 49. In the autumn of 1790, every other day from 11 to 12 o'clock, Kant and Kiesutter would meet to discuss problems of the critical philosophy. Evidently, a major subject of discussion was the refutation of idealism. These fragments are interesting and important chiefly because they clarify concepts of, and supply missing premises for, the argument in the second edition refutation. The most important new point is the introduction of the concept of simultaneity to link the concepts of permanence and spatiality, whose connection was left obscure in the earlier proof. 50. It has often been objected against Kant that even if the recognition of change requires something permanent, there is no need that this permanent object be something in space. Kant now addresses this very point with the concept of simultaneity. The nub of his argument is that we can recognize something as permanent only through simultaneity, and that the awareness of simultaneity cannot be reducible to inner sense, the awareness of my representations in time. The main premises of the argument are that, 1. We know something to be permanent only if we can recognize it more than once in the order of our perceptions, and that, 2. We can do this only if we also can know it to be coexistent or simultaneous with other things, R 6312, 612. How do we recognize things to be simultaneous, Kant asks. He answers, only if it is possible for us to reverse the order of our perceptions, so that we can proceed not only forward from A to C but also backward from C to A. But if we are able to reverse the order of our perceptions, Kant then argues, that cannot be a function merely of inner sense, because all representations of inner sense are only successive. Besides clarifying some steps of his reasoning, the reflection also helped to clarify the general intuition underlying Kant's argument. The obscure connection between inner and outer senses becomes much clearer when Kant states that I know myself as a particular person existing at a specific time only through also knowing my place in the world and how I interact with other things. If I only had inner sense, he argues, then I could not recognize my place in the world, and I could not even know the location of the soul in my body, R 6315, 18, 619, 5-8, and 620, 16-19. Hence it is only through locating my place in space that I also recognize myself as this particular person at this particular time. This conception of knowing my place in the world, of knowing myself through interaction with other things, will later play a crucial role in the Opus Posthumum. 51. The reflection mark no fundamental change of position from the second edition refutation. Kant continues to criticize transcendental realism 52 and he reaffirms the central principles of his transcendental idealism, and more specifically his doctrine of formal idealism, according to which the form of an object has transcendental ideality while its existence or reality is something given, R 6316, 18, 621-622. The central thesis of the second edition refutation also remains intact. The reflection do not argue for the existence of objects independent of representations in a stronger realistic or transcendental sense, where the objects would be things in themselves existing independent of all consciousness. Rather, they attempt to prove the existence of objects in space outside us in the empirical sense, where existence is again taken in the technical Kantian sense, whatever is connected with a perception according to empirical laws. The main strategy of the refutation also reappears, to show that inner sense my empirical self-consciousness involves outer sense, the awareness of objects in space. It is sufficient to refute idealism, Kant thinks, if we can demonstrate that inner sense requires outer sense, and that outer sense is sui generis, irreducible to the awareness of my own representations through inner sense. 53 The problem with idealism, as Kant sees it, is not that it denies the transcendental reality of objects, but that it does not admit their empirical reality when it reduces all forms of outer to inner sense. While Kant considers the possibility that we could have a representation of space that does not refer to an external object, his response is not that the external object must indeed continue to exist unperceived but only that such deception or illusion could not be universal. 54 The possibility of illusion and deception presupposes that we do have genuine representations of things in space, where these things are perceptions complying with the form of outer sense and the categories. It has been argued, however, that the reflection mark an important shift from the transcendental idealism of both the first and second edition of the Critic. Supposedly, they provide unmistakable evidence for Kant's attempt to establish a much more robust form of realism than the mere existence of objects in space. 55 In attempting to establish the existence of objects distinct from our representations, Kant's aim is to establish their transcendental reality, and more specifically how the representations of outer sense involve appearances of things in themselves. This does not mean, of course, that Kant is relapsing into transcendental realism, but it does show him trying to prove one of the central theses of his formal idealism, namely that representations are appearances of things in themselves. The evidence for this reading derives from the stronger realistic language of the reflection, which seems to commit Kant to the existence of objects distinct from representations in the ontological or transcendental sense. Hence Kant sometimes uses expressions such as something I must represent in another manner than myself, something existing distinct from the subject, R5653, 309, 20-21 and 29, and the representation in me. The object outside of me, R6315, 620, 21-23. When placed in context, however, these phrases imply nothing more than similar ones in the second edition refutation. Kant is contrasting not consciousness as such with objects in themselves, but the representation of myself as a specific person with that of another object in space that is in a different place from myself. There is a specific representation in question, that of my empirical self-consciousness, the representation of myself in time and as having a body. Kant is saying only that the content of this representation is distinct from that of the object in space outside me. It is important to stress that the subject in question here is not the transcendental but the empirical subject, the subject that is aware of itself in time, and that has a physical body. Hence Kant sometimes summarizes the point of his argument by saying that the empirical subject must locate its body in a wider space, whose existence comprises many other objects, R6315, 619, 5-10, and 620, 17-20. The object would exist independent of the subject in a transcendental sense only if Kant were contrasting it with the transcendental subject, pure self-consciousness, but he makes it clear in many places that this is not the case. The most plausible passages in the reflection and in favor of a stronger realist reading are those where Kant refers to the object outside us as existing in itself. It is not clear from some of these passages, however, whether Kant is using the phrase object in itself in an empirical or transcendental sense, R6312, 612, 13, R6323, 643, 19-21. Kant sometimes permits an empirical use of the phrase when he contrasts illusions with appearances. For example, he writes in the Aesthetic of the First Critic that the rain can be considered as a thing in itself, and the rainbow as its appearance, even though the rain is only an appearance from the transcendental perspective, b. 63. There are indeed other passages, though, where Kant does use the phrase in itself in a transcendental sense, R6315, 618, 28-29, R6312, 613, 9-16. In these Kant writes of how outer sense refers to an object outside us even if we cannot know what it is in itself but only how it appears to us. Still, these passages provide no evidence for the stronger realist reading of the refutation, for in them Kant is not explicitly arguing for the existence of something external to ourselves but only explaining how the doctrine of inner sense fits with his belief in the existence of things in themselves. Some reflection have been interpreted as arguments for the existence of the thing in itself. 56 This seems to be especially the case in R5653 where Kant argues that my perception of a thing outside me in space proves that I am passive and that I am acted on by things outside me. Since the things in question here are interpreted as things in themselves, Kant appears to be providing an argument in behalf of affection by things in themselves. But there is no reason to assume that the objects affecting me here are things in themselves. They could be other empirical objects acting on my body in space. That this is the more plausible reading is confirmed by R6315, where Kant makes it clear that the dependence of inner upon outer sense means that I can locate my body in space in interaction with other bodies. In any case, such an interpretation goes against Kant's explicit admission around this time that we can only think things in themselves according to the categories. 57. Chapter 7. Kant and the Way of Ideas. 1. The Theory of Ideas. Kant famously said that a philosopher is not always the best interpreter of his own words, and that we can often understand him better than he understands himself, A 314/B 370. That maxim also holds for Kant himself, of course, and especially with regard to his own standing vis-a-vis the subjectivist tradition. In fundamental respects Kant's break with that tradition was truly profound and pervasive, but it was not always fully apparent to himself, and much less so to many of his readers. The problem is that Kant retained much of the language of subjectivism, even when arguing against it. To fathom the depth of Kant's break with the subjectivist legacy, it is necessary to get beyond the level of his explicit polemics in the Prolegomena, which are marred by his misunderstanding of Berkeley and by his own lack of historical perspective. It is important to go back to the very foundation of the subjectivist tradition itself and to consider how Kant departed from some of its most basic assumptions. We have to examine, then, the central doctrine of that tradition, the source of so much of its teaching, the theory of ideas. The main thesis of the theory of ideas is that the basic objects of awareness consist in ideas. Whatever we are thinking of is an idea, so that ideas are the objects of all thought. It was Descartes who inaugurated this usage by defining an idea as whatever is immediately perceived by the mind or as any object of thought. Leibniz, Arnauld, Malebranche, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume would soon follow in his footsteps. Point 2. In all these authors there is an ambiguity whether an idea refers to only the object of thinking in a narrow sense, so that it is involved only in conceiving, judging, and reasoning, or whether it is the object of all forms of consciousness, including even dreaming, sensing, and willing. It is the latter more generic sense that eventually became dominant, however, and that is usually associated with the way of ideas. According to the way of ideas, ideas are not only objects in consciousness whatever we are aware of when we are thinking, but they are also essentially representative, standing for or referring to some object beyond themselves. They are understood as the medium by which the subject knows the world because he becomes aware of the world through them. We have no knowledge of what is outside us except by mediation of the ideas within us, as Arnauld put it. Point 3. Hence ideas are often described as the immediate objects of perception, because we know them directly and the world indirectly through them. What we know with certainty are ideas, and we must infer the existence of the world from the evidence they provide. Thus arose the infamous veil of perception and the skepticism whether we can see beyond it. Point 4. There were three pervasive assumptions behind the theory of ideas. First, an assumption about origins, that ideas are given to, not constructed by, the mind. This holds whether an idea is innate or acquired from experience. If it is innate, it is only a question of our reflecting upon it, and if it is empirical, it is only a matter of our receiving it. In either case we do not make it. Second, an assumption about meaning, that the idea is the basic unit or bearer of meaning. All meaningful terms are either compounds of simple ideas or simple ideas themselves, each of which has a complete, self-sufficient, and unanalyzable meaning. Third, an assumption about truth, that ideas represent their objects only by virtue of some kind of similarity with or resemblance to them. This assumption appears in various forms in Descartes, Leibniz, and Locke. 5. Though it was questioned by Berkeley, who maintained that an idea could resemble only another idea. Point 6. 2. Loyalty and apostasy. It is important to recognize that, to a considerable extent, Kant himself was an adherent of the theory of ideas. Prima facie this might not seem to be the case because, in a notable passage in the dialectic of the first critic, he laments the fashionable use of the term idea, ide, to refer to all the forms of mental life, insisting that it should be used to designate only the special objects of reason. Kant then proposes instead the word representation, Vorstellung, as the generic term for all forms of consciousness, A 319-320, B 376-377. Representation should designate every kind of mental content, whether it is the ideas of reason, the concepts of the understanding, or the intuitions of sensibility. This term was the jargon of the Leibnizian Wolffian school, which saw the mind essentially as a vis representativi, a faculty or power of representation. Point 7. Nevertheless, Kant's preference for the term representation amounts to merely verbal departure from the way of ideas. Indeed, he uses this term in ways remarkably similar to the traditional idea. In many passages of the first edition of the Critic he writes as if representations, like ideas, are the objects of consciousness. His usage of representation is also ambiguous in the same manner as idea. A representation not only has the function of standing for something else, but it can also be the object of representation. Kant himself notes this very ambiguity but only to endorse it. All representations have, as representations, their object, and can themselves in turn become objects of other representations. A 108.8 Finally, Kant appears to accept the theory of meaning behind the way of ideas, for he often writes as if representations are basic, as if they are simply given to our sensibility, and as if they are complete in themselves, the fundamental units of all mental synthesis. 9 Indeed, he is sometimes explicit that representations can be given to us without their being subsumed under, or processed by, the rules of the understanding. A 89-90, B 122-123. All this is consistent with, and even follows from, Kant's adoption of the Leibnizian Wolffian terminology, because Leibniz and Wolff had absorbed many of the elements of the theory of ideas into their account of representation. Yet, for all his apparent adherence to the theory of ideas, Kant's allegiance was shaky and ambivalent, to say the least. For he also undermines, if only implicitly, each of the central assumptions behind the theory of ideas. First, he questions its assumption about the origin of ideas. For Kant, no idea is simply given, but all are constructed, the products of more basic synthetic activities. While he indeed admits that an idea might be given to consciousness, he still insists that its appearing to consciousness is the result of subconscious activities. Representation is never something simple, basic, and given, but it is always something complex, derived, and constructed. According to one line of argument in the Analytic, especially evident in the first edition of the Critic, the very possibility of representation depends on more fundamental activities, such as apprehension, imagination, and apperception. A 98-104. Second, Kant also contests the assumption about meaning. He denies that ideas have a self-sufficient meaning, as if they somehow represent objects by virtue of their own nature alone. It is one of Kant's central theses in the Analytic that ideas acquire their representative status, their capacity to designate or refer to an object, only if the understanding synthesizes a manifold of sensations according to a rule. This act of synthesis creates a necessary connection between these sensations, such that each plays a necessary role in a whole. The sensation of a red patch becomes the representation of a rose, for example, because it, along with many other sensations, can be subsumed under the concept of a rose in a judgment like "this is a rose." Without being combined with other sensations according to rules, without being able to serve as the possible subject of a judgment, a sensation would be impossible to us or nothing to us, that is, it would not represent anything at all, and so would have no cognitive significance. Nowhere is Kant's distance from the theory of ideas more apparent than when he writes in the opening section of the B deduction that all analysis presupposes synthesis. 15, B 130. Here, by implication if not by intention, Kant denies that there can be any such thing as a simple idea. An idea is not something complete and self-sufficient, he is saying, because it acquires its significance only from the whole of which it is a part. The very idea of a simple idea now shows itself to be a false abstraction from its whole. In these lines Kant rejects the analytical paradigm of explanation of the theory of ideas, which understood something only by analyzing it into its separate components. It is no accident that his own paradigm is more holistic, a system organized around and derived from a single principle. A 654/B 673, A 833, 834/B 861-862. Finally, Kant also criticizes the assumption about truth. He denies that ideas represent their objects by virtue of their similarity to them, insisting instead that they represent their objects only because they are synthesized according to rules. 10 In a nutshell, representation consists not in resemblance to a thing but in conformity to rule. Such is the purport of Kant's analysis of the object of representation in the first edition version of the Transcendental Deduction, A 104-105. Here Kant raises the central question: what is meant by the object of our representations, and more specifically by representations corresponding to something distinct from themselves? he argues that the concept of an object as something completely distinct from all of our representations, a mere something in general equals X, is useless because we have to admit that we cannot get outside our representations to compare them to something existing apart from them. Once we admit that we have to deal with nothing more than our own representations, it becomes necessary to account for the concept of the object within the realm of consciousness itself. This concept admits of a perfectly adequate analysis within this realm, Kant argues, as that which confers necessity upon our representations, preventing them from being arbitrary and chaotic. What gives them such necessity, he continues, is the unity of rule, A 105, the synthesis of representations through a common function of the mind for combining it in one representation, A 109. On this analysis, the object is still something distinct from its representation, and it is still possible to speak about a representation corresponding to its object, but the meaning of this distinctness and correspondence has changed. 11 The object is distinct from its representations not by virtue of its existential or ontological status as a thing in itself, but by virtue of its formal or epistemological status as a synthesis of representations. Such a synthesis is not reducible to any of its individual elements because it is that which binds them together and gives each of them their representative status. The representation corresponds to its object not in the sense that it resembles something in itself, but in the sense that it conforms to a rule and plays a necessary role in a whole. Though it is central to his philosophy, Kant's concern with the problem of representation is not always apparent in the analytic of the first critic. This is chiefly because Kant explains his intentions in terms of the more narrow problem of knowledge rather than the more general problem of representation. Kant often presents his problem in terms of how a priori concepts apply to a manifold of representations, where it seems as if these representations are already complete and given, and as if the only issue is to determine how they acquire objectivity or become knowledge. For this reason Kant's account of the concept of an object is often interpreted in a narrow sense as the object of knowledge alone, overlooking its more general sense as the object of representation. Such a restricted reading of Kant's problem ignores, however, some of his most important innovations. There can be little doubt that Kant's inquiry in the analytic went much further than the problem of knowledge alone. Kant's concern with the more general issue of representation becomes perfectly explicit in the second analogy when he poses the striking question, what does it mean for an appearance, a term often synonymous with representation, not only to be an object but to stand for one, A 189, 190/B 235, A 108. Now the issue is not only how a manifold of representations can be synthesized to give knowledge of an object, but how even a single representation is possible. What the subjectivist tradition had simply presupposed that mental states have a meaning, that they represent something, had now become a problem for Kant. 12. 3. The transcendental versus the subjective. Despite Kant's break with the theory of ideas, the subjectivist can still defend his interpretation. Although he might concede that Kant denies simple ideas, he will still insist that Kant accepts one central thesis of the way of ideas, that ideas are the ultimate bearers of meaning. He will point out that Kant has questioned only the account of how ideas establish meanings as wholes rather than as parts, or through synthesis instead of analysis, but not that ideas are the source of meaning. This becomes fully apparent, the subjectivist will contend, when we consider that the categories are themselves merely representations. They too are only ideas, just more abstract and second-order ones. But such an interpretation of the categories stretches the concept of an idea beyond its already broad boundaries in the subjectivist tradition. It is important to see that the categories cannot be just ideas in the traditional subjectivist sense, whether ideas are taken as conscious states or objects of consciousness, because the categories also lay down the conditions under which we have ideas. They determine the conditions for having conscious states and for these conscious states representing objects. To interpret the categories merely as representations, even the most general kind of representations, is therefore too abstract from their transcendental role in the formation of representations. Rather than seeing the categories as ideas, it is more accurate to interpret them exactly as Kant describes them, as rules, Regeln, A 106, 126, 302. As such they cannot be mistaken for just another kind of representation, given that they are norms whose specific task is to form and govern representations. Point 13. The fundamental problem of the subjectivist reading of the categories, then, is that it does not recognize their transcendental role or normative status. This interpretation attempts to reduce all of experience down to the level of the purely subjective, to the individual subject and its ideas, whether actual or possible. But this neglects all of the conditions under which subjects have ideas, and indeed under which we individuate subjects. In beginning with the experience of an individual subject who has ideas, the subjectivist simply presupposes the phenomena that are to be explained: ideas, individuality, and consciousness. That a subject has ideas, that it identifies itself as the subject having them, and even that it is conscious all presuppose the operation of the activities of synthesis and the application of the categories to experience. In short, the subjectivist interpretation of Kant's philosophy fails to recognize the point behind its central and characteristic dimension, the transcendental. Rather than reducing experience down to the level of individual consciousness, the critical philosophy makes both the subjective and objective understood as the representations of inner and outer sense, equal and coordinate parts of a single intersubjective structure or form. This normative order is neither mental nor physical but transcendental, the necessary condition for the possibility of experience of any rational being equipped with a human sensibility. Its extramental and extraphysical status becomes apparent as soon as we recognize that it is the condition under which we identify anything as mental or physical, as an object of either inner or outer sense. In other words, as the norm that governs or regulates the mental and the physical, it cannot be mental or physical itself. Indeed, its normative status remains unaffected whether it governs what is inside me in time or what is outside me in space. Both spatial objects outside me and temporal objects inside me are equal instances or cases of its neutral and inescapable laws. Recognizing the normative status of the transcendental is crucial if we are to understand Kant's attempt to solve the classical problem of knowledge: how do I know that my representations correspond to things? If the transcendental consists merely in the subjective, the ideas or consciousness of the perceiver, then the question still remains how we know that the subjective corresponds with the objective. This problem cannot be resolved simply by pointing to the order among the ideas of the subject, for on subjectivist premises this order too consists in nothing more than just another set of ideas. Though these ideas are relational and of a higher order, they are still ideas all the same, so that the correspondence of this set of ideas with reality still stands in need of demonstration. If, however, the transcendental consists in the normative, then both the subjective and objective, the appearances of inner and outer sense, become parts of a single experience. Point 14. The subject's ideas correspond to its objects because the interaction of these appearances conforms to one universal and necessary structure, one common system of interconnected laws. It is not the subjective status of the mental and the physical that they are both appearances that makes their correspondence possible, for Kant still admits the heterogeneity of the representations of inner and outer sense. Point 15. To guarantee the correspondence between such distinct kinds of appearances there must be, then, some higher intelligible form that governs both. Transcendental idealism is an empirical dualism precisely because the normative status of the transcendental explains the interconnection between the very different appearances of inner and outer sense. For the question of consistency. Granted that Kant breaks with the theory of ideas, at least in some basic lines of his thinking, the question still remains whether he is consistent in doing so. His critique of the theory of ideas hardly squares with his frequent statements that representations are something given to sensibility, and that they appear independent of the functions of the understanding. How are we to interpret such statements? Is there an inconsistency here, or is there another reading compatible with his anti-subjectivism? To understand Kant's language, it is necessary to place it within the context of his own implicit distinction between two standpoints, the transcendental and the empirical. While the transcendental standpoint holds for the philosopher who investigates the conditions of experience, The empirical viewpoint is valid for ordinary consciousness within the framework provided by these conditions. Point 16. The apparent inconsistency arises from a confusion between these levels, from failing to see that Kant can speak with two voices. When Kant states that representations are given, he is speaking often, if not always, from the empirical standpoint as an accommodation to our ordinary ways of thinking, but when he states that they are possible only through the forms of synthesis, he is speaking from the transcendental standpoint. Although not developed by Kant himself, such a distinction is already implicit in his own distinction between transcendental ideality and empirical reality. Admittedly, when writing of representations as given, Kant does not always speak from the empirical standpoint. In the opening chapter of the Transcendental Deduction, for example, he speaks from the standpoint of the philosopher when he explains that the problem of knowledge arises because appearances can be given to us in space and time without their subsumption under the categories, A89/B122, A90/B123. However, a careful examination of Kant's language reveals that, though he is indeed writing as a philosopher, he is only making a hypothetical assumption for the purposes of argument. To paraphrase, he is saying something like, since it seems to be that the objects of sense are given prior to the application of concepts, we have to raise a question about their justification. In other words, the givenness of the objects of sense is only a problematic thesis whose falsity Kant intends to demonstrate in the course of his argument. Sure enough, shortly after speaking of representations as if they were given, Kant explicitly writes that the transcendental deduction of the concepts of the understanding shows them to be a priori conditions of the possibility of experience, whether of intuition or of thought, A94/B126, my italics. Seen from the transcendental standpoint, it is Kant's more precise and strict doctrine that the given in experience consists not in representation but sensation, Empfindung. It is sensation that constitutes the matter of experience, which is merely given to our sensibility through the action of some object upon it, A19-20, B34. Kant explains that sensation is the proper empirical element of experience, or that which gives an intuition its specific quality. For example, it is what makes red that color rather than blue, green, or yellow. 17. It is striking and significant that Kant expressly states that, by itself, sensation amounts to only a modification of the subject, a mere affection of sensibility, A320/B376, and that it does not involve any reference to an object, A166-167, B207-208. Indeed, sensations do not even appear in space or time. Since sensation takes place only at one moment or at each instant, it does not involve successive synthesis, and so it has no extensive magnitude. Rather, it has only an intensive magnitude, which can be measured by the extent to which something affects our senses, A166-167, B208-209. Furthermore, by themselves sensations do not even appear to consciousness, and they do so only by virtue of their synthesis according to rules. Kant reserves the term perception, Wahrnehmung, for those sensations that are synthesized and finally appear to consciousness, A166, 168/B207, 209. So, properly speaking from the transcendental standpoint, what is given independent of the understanding are not representations but simply sensations, which are blind by themselves, having no meaning for us until they become representations of something. 18. 5. The doctrine of inner sense. Although much of Kant's language can be reconciled with his critique of the way of ideas, there is still another side to his philosophy that seems to betray its deeper affinity with the subjectivist tradition. This is Kant's trying and troublesome notion of inner sense. One aspect of the earlier version of this theory in the first edition of the Critic seems to place Kant firmly in the Cartesian tradition, for it states that we have an immediate knowledge only of our inner states. What does Kant mean by inner sense? Kant gives little explicit account of it in the first Critic, most probably because the term had been so widely used in 18th-century psychology. Following the lead of Locke's essay concerning human understanding, such thinkers as J. N. Tietjens, Alexander Baumgarten, and Francis Hutcheson developed a theory of inner sense. 19 Locke had suggested that we could call the knowledge the mind acquires from reflection on its own operations inner sense. Though he recognized that such a term was purely metaphoric, Locke still thought it was apposite to describe the awareness of our inner states, because such awareness is a form of perception or experience rather than judgment or inference. For Locke, the theory of inner sense was deeply bound up with his allegiance to the Cartesian tradition, for it was through inner sense or reflection that we become aware of those ideas that are the immediate objects of all our thinking. Kant's retention of the concept of inner sense then raises the suspicion that it is a lingering element of subjectivism. Sure enough, Kant's sketchy account of inner sense seems to follow in Locke's footsteps. In the first Critic he defines inner sense very schematically and almost en passant as the intuition of ourselves or our inner state. A22.20 An intuition is a singular representation of an object, one that stands in a direct or immediate relation to it. A concept is a general representation of many particular representations, and so immediate representation of an object. 21 So, in describing inner sense as an intuition, Kant seems to agree with Locke's thesis that the knowledge of inner states is a form of experience rather than of judgment or reasoning. What Kant adds to the Lockean theory is his own view of the a priori status of time. Since our inner states are constantly changing, we perceive them in time, and since time, according to the transcendental aesthetic, is an a priori form of intuition, we must intuit these states according to such a form. Hence Kant states that time is the a priori form of inner sense. A23. It is through inner sense, then, that the mind becomes self-conscious of its inner states in time, or that it becomes self-aware of the change in itself. 22. To understand inner sense, we must distinguish it from other faculties of the mind. First, Kant contrasts inner with outer sense. If by inner sense we become conscious of states inside ourselves in time, by outer sense we become aware of objects outside ourselves in space. Hence space is the a priori form of outer sense as time is the a priori form of inner sense. A22-23. Second, Kant also distinguishes inner sense from apperception, with which, he says, it is all too often confused. B 153-154. Both are forms of self-consciousness, but they differ in kind. Through the I think of apperception I express my activity or spontaneity as a knowing subject, but through inner sense I know myself as passive and determined in time. 23 Apperception is an essentially intellectual faculty, the source of the application of the categories to experience. Inner sense is an intrinsically sensible faculty, applying to intuitions the a priori form of time characteristic of human sensibility. What motivates Kant's doctrine of inner sense is some of the logical peculiarities involved in empirical self-awareness. According to his theory, there are three central characteristics of such self-awareness. First, it is intuitive or experiential rather than intellectual or discursive because it does not involve, at least explicitly and consciously, judgment and reasoning. Hence Kant calls inner sense a form of sense, sin. Second, to know my inner states I do not use one of my outer senses. For example, when I focus my attention upon any of my mental activities, I do not become aware of it through seeing, touching, tasting, hearing, or smelling. 24 This is why my knowledge must be an inner rather than outer sense. Third, my inner states are temporal but non-spatial. They are temporal because they are constantly changing, but they are not spatial because I cannot assign a size, shape, or weight to them. Hence time rather than space is the form of inner sense. The Cartesian interpretation of Kant's doctrine of inner sense is suggested by some passages in the Transcendental Aesthetic of the first edition of the Critic. Here, unlike the argument of the fourth paralogism, Kant sometimes seems to give inner sense clear priority over outer. He now maintains that time is the formal a priori condition of all appearances whatsoever, whereas space is the a priori condition only of outer appearances. A 34. The meaning of these lines seems tolerably clear, that we intuit all representations, even those of things in space, as in time, because all of them, as mental states, are changing. But Kant goes a step further. He is explicit that time is the immediate condition of the inner appearances, of our souls, and thereby the mediate condition of outer appearances, a 34. The precise purport of these lines is very unclear. But Kant seems to give epistemic priority to knowledge of our representations in time rather than to knowledge of the objects of these representations in space. While knowledge of these representations appears immediate and certain, knowledge of the objects of them seems mediate and inferential. Such is the natural reading of this passage, and one sometimes given. 25. It is, however, a distortion of Kant's real meaning. That this is so becomes clear from the first edition of the Aesthetic itself, where Kant already anticipates the later argument of the fourth paralogism, a 38. In the elucidation to section 2, Kant argues that both space and time give us immediate certainty of their objects, so that we do not have to infer the existence of objects in space outside us, a 38. So, unless we are to attribute a gross inconsistency to Kant within the Aesthetic itself, we have to develop a different interpretation of his statement about the immediacy of inner sense. We can understand what Kant means only when we consider the problem that arises for his view that the objects of inner sense are not spatial. Kant is clear that we do not see mental states as outside us in space any more than we see objects in space as inside us in time, A23, 357. Thus space and time are separated from one another as the respective forms of outer and inner sense. This raises the question, how do we see objects in space as in time? Clearly, Kant has to admit that we see objects in space in time, given such obvious facts as motion. Indeed, he does not deny the point. All that he wants to say is that such facts are constructions and not immediately given. We construct such facts as motion by attributing time to spatial objects according to the categories. After considering this point, another more plausible reading of the passages in the Transcendental Aesthetic suggests itself. When Kant states that time is the immediate condition of inner appearances and the mediate condition of outer ones, he is not saying that we have certainty only about inner states and that we know of outer appearances only through inference. Kant is really only making a point about how we attribute time to outer appearances rather than about how we know outer appearances as such. The claim is that although we immediately perceive our inner states in time, we attribute this time to outer appearances only by virtue of the application of concepts. While the knowledge of spatial objects throughout time is constructed, this does not diminish the immediate certainty of knowledge of outer states at any given moment. It is only when we also see the outer state as throughout time that we must begin to apply the categories to them and the role of mediation or conceptualization begins. How such conceptualization occurs is, of course, a much longer story, shortly to be told in the Analytic and Principles. But the main point to see here is that the contrast between the immediate and mediate is not between degrees of certainty, the certain versus the inferred, but between modes of cognition, the intuitive versus the conceptual. The advantage of this reading is that we can reconcile Kant's statement at a 38 that both space and time give us an immediate certainty of their objects with his claim that time is the immediate condition of inner appearances and the mediate condition of outer. Seen in this light, Kant's theory of inner sense does not endorse but criticizes the subjectivist doctrine that we have an immediate awareness only of our inner states, for, true to the fourth paralogism, this theory holds that inner sense and outer sense are on a par in giving us equal knowledge of their objects. 6. Kantian self-knowledge and the Cartesian tradition. There is another aspect to Kant's doctrine of inner sense that appears to be irreducibly and inexpugnably subjectivist. This apparently ineliminable subjectivist element becomes plain as soon as we consider one of its immediate consequences, that we know ourselves only as appearances. Such a consequence follows directly from Kant's view that time is the a priori form of inner sense. To know ourselves, we must apply the form of inner sense to ourselves, but this form affects ourselves, so that we cannot know ourselves as we really are prior to such self-affection. Sure enough, Kant draws just this conclusion, and reasons in just this manner, in the second edition version of the Transcendental Aesthetic, b. 67-69. Such a result only seems to reveal Kant's abiding subjectivism, and indeed to carry the subjectivist tradition to its bitter extreme. Like Hume, Kant appears to be saying that we cannot know our real self any more than things outside us. After all, the subjectivist holds that we know only representations, not even the self that has them. It is important to see, however, that Kant is not claiming, as the subjectivist implies, that self-knowledge is illusory. Here again he maintains that we have knowledge of ourselves as we have of things in space, so that self-knowledge too has empirical reality. Kant places both self-knowledge and knowledge of external things on par insofar as they are both forms of knowledge conforming to the universal and necessary structure of experience. Both have empirical reality insofar as they conform to the conditions and limits of such a structure, but neither has transcendental reality because there is no reason to assume that the frameworks themselves, and indeed anything within them, corresponds with things in themselves. Seen from another angle, Kant's theory of self-knowledge does not radicalize the subjectivist tradition but breaks with it. For not everyone in the subjectivist tradition drew the radical skeptical conclusions of Hume. If we consider Descartes, Leibniz, or Berkeley, we find them maintaining that there is an asymmetry between our self-knowledge and the knowledge of the external world. While we have direct and certain knowledge of ourselves, we know the external world only through indirect and uncertain inferences. Thus Descartes had argued that, though our knowledge of things in space is only of appearances, we have an immediate knowledge of ourselves as thinking things. 26 Berkeley insisted that we know ourselves as substances, though he vacillated about whether we know ourselves immediately or through inference. 27 And Leibniz stated unequivocally that the existence of intelligible things, particularly of the I who thinks and is called a mind or soul, is incomparably more certain than the existence of sensible things. 28. Kant's break with the subjectivist tradition consists in his disputing this asymmetry. We have already seen how he undermines this asymmetry in the critique of the fourth paralogism by arguing that knowledge of external things is as certain as knowledge of ourselves. But Kant also rejects this asymmetry for the converse reason. He claims that knowledge of ourselves gives no more insight into reality in itself than knowledge of external things. This is indeed the flip side of the argument in the critique of the fourth paralogism. For this argument has the effect not only of upgrading the certainty of our awareness of things in space, but also of downgrading self-awareness to the level of appearances. Both consciousness of our inner states and consciousness of things in space are certain, to be sure, but they are also only of appearances. Of course, it is at least plausible to argue that, to some extent, Kant reinstates the Cartesian tradition in the first critic by giving pride of place to self-consciousness as the foundation of knowledge. In the Transcendental Deduction, in both the first and second editions, Kant makes the principle of the unity of apperception the basis for his deduction of the categories. This principle accords a central role to self-knowledge in all my consciousness, since it states that my having a representation requires at least the possibility of my self-awareness of it. The Cartesian provenance of this principle becomes apparent from its most common formulation. Alluding to Descartes' cogito, Kant states his principle in terms of the phrase I think, ich denke, b. 132. Yet, for the more demanding and discerning Cartesian, Kant's apparent act of homage was a formal and empty gesture. While Kant does give self-consciousness a central role in the transcendental deduction, he is explicit and emphatic that such self-consciousness does not amount to the knowledge of my inner self, or to the awareness of some soul or substance. He insists repeatedly that the principle of the unity of apperception is purely formal, the condition under which I know anything in my experience, whether inner and outer, so that it should not be confused with any experience of an object itself. A 341, 343, 355. To assume that the self-knowledge that is the condition of my experience provides me with a knowledge of myself is indeed sheer hypostasis, the central fallacy exposed in the paralogisms. Indeed, the whole thrust of the paralogisms was anti-Cartesian, that the I think cannot provide the basis for any doctrine about the substantiality, permanence, or personal identity of the soul. Though it is a distinctive feature of his transcendental idealism, Kant's demotion of self-knowledge to the level of appearances plays a largely implicit role in the first edition of the Critic. There Kant's aim was to show the parity of outer to inner sense rather than to downgrade the knowledge of both senses to the level of appearances. To be sure, Kant does affirm in the first edition that we can know ourselves only as appearances, 29, but nowhere does he stress its importance for his transcendental idealism. The doctrine probably would have been left implicit and inchoate if it were not for the objections of H. A. Pistorius, who, in a review of the Prolegomena, confessed that he found the whole doctrine that we know ourselves only as appearances paradoxical. 30 If we know ourselves only as appearances, Pistorius argued, then we should know only our representations too as appearances, so that all we really know are appearances of appearances. Pistorius confessed that he did not understand Kant here, and he begged him to explain how appearances are possible if all knowledge of them is also only an appearance. This request did not fall on deaf ears. In the second edition of the Critic, Kant added several sections to dispel the paradox. 31 That we know ourselves only as an appearance, he argued, is the inevitable outcome of any doctrine of inner sense, according to which the mind affects itself in the act of knowing itself. Such self-affection occurs in every act of attention, he explained, whenever the mind seeks out that which lies within itself, thereby determining how it appears to itself, b. 68-69, 156-157. Kant admitted, however, that there is indeed something of a paradox to his theory. The self that knows itself is different from the self that is known, raising the question how there is self-knowledge at all. But he stressed, somewhat desperately, that these were problems inherent in any theory of self-knowledge, b. 68, 155, 156, 157n. Kant's insistence in the second edition of the Critic that we know ourselves only as appearances seems somewhat ironic in view of his later desperate efforts to distinguish his idealism from that of Berkeley. That Kant had radicalized Berkeley's subjectivism by denying knowledge even of the self was a point made by some of his early critics. The only explanation for the apparent irony must be that Kant did not believe his theory of self-knowledge had the skeptical consequences attributed to it. Kant could indeed maintain that his theory supported rather than undermined the reality of self-knowledge. There are reasons to have doubts about the reality of self-knowledge, Kant could argue, only if we demand that our representations correspond to some soul or substance behind them. Once we admit, however, that such a demand is inappropriate because we can never get outside our own representations, and once we recognize that knowledge of ourselves conforms to the universal and necessary order imposed by inner sense and the categories, then it is possible to accord empirical reality to self-knowledge as well as to knowledge of things in space outside us. Such a line of reasoning, though never explicitly developed by Kant, is implied by Kant's general position in the first Critic. It at least explains Kant's readiness to stress that we know ourselves only as appearances amid his general attempt to distinguish his idealism from all forms of subjectivism in the second edition of the Critic. Chapter 8. The Transcendental Subject. 1. Persistent Subjectivism. So far, we have examined some respects in which Kant's transcendental idealism is anti-subjectivist. Whether by intention or implication, Kant breaks with some of the basic assumptions of the subjectivist tradition, that ideas are simple, given, and resemble objects, that the subject is transparent to itself, and that the subject knows its ideas with more certainty than objects in space, whose reality must be inferred from these ideas. Indeed, in fundamental respects, Kant turns the subjectivist tradition upside down, reversing the priority it once gave the subject over the object. No longer is the public world constructed from the ideas of the individual subject, rather, these ideas acquire their meaning, or represent something, only by virtue of their conformity to universal and necessary norms. Kant's profound break with the subjectivist tradition raises the inevitable question, is his transcendental idealism subjectivist at all? It is tempting to conclude, as some have done, one that Kant's subjectivism resides only in his retention of the language of the way of ideas, and that, stripped of such nomenclature, his philosophy cannot be properly labeled idealism at all. Yet such a conclusion would be premature. For all Kant's criticisms of the subjectivist tradition, there are still deep subjectivist strands to his philosophy. One of these strands is Kant's qualified but persistent adherence to the subjectivist principle that the immediate objects of perception are only ideas. Of course, there is an important sense in which Kant breaks with this principle, but there is also another in which he retains, and indeed radicalizes, it. Kant's stance toward this principle is ambivalent, depending on the meaning given to the crucial term idea. If ideas are taken to be the private data of an individual mind, from which the reality of the external world must be inferred or constructed, then Kant denies this principle. If, however, ideas are representations conforming to the intersubjective conditions of experience, the categories and the forms of space and time, then he affirms it. For Kant sometimes identifies the objects of awareness with appearances, which he says are only representations in us. Point 2. That Kant reaffirmed the subjectivist principle becomes especially apparent when we consider the strategic use it had for him. This principle was his chief weapon against transcendental realism. When Kant identifies objects in space with representations, he is basically making a point against transcendental realism, that appearances, or what we perceive, do not exist as things in themselves, because they would disappear without consciousness. In making this point, Kant forms a common cause with the subjectivist, who maintains that the objects of consciousness are not things in themselves. Like the subjectivist, Kant rejects direct realism. He too argues that what we perceive depends on the conditions of our perceiving it, hence he warns that we should not hypostatize the object of perception, as if it continues to exist independent of these conditions. A 384 to 385, 386. So, rather than completely rejecting the subjectivist principle, Kant is in one respect reaffirming it, and indeed generalizing it, so that it applies to the objects of outer sense, things in space, as well as objects of inner sense, things in time. Thus Kant parts company with the empirical idealist not in denying this principle but in extending it to the objects of outer sense. The empiricist idealist wants to restrict it to the objects of inner sense alone, as if these alone were known immediately, and as if the existence of objects of outer sense had to be inferred. Point 3. Of course, Kant's agreement with the subjectivist against transcendental realism does not mean that he identifies appearances with representations in the same sense as the empirical idealist. As we have already seen, Kant's representations are not those of the subjectivist tradition, they are not given to consciousness, and they do not correspond to objects by some similarity to them. Rather, his representations are those analyzed in the transcendental deduction. They are produced by the synthetic activities of the understanding, and they correspond to objects by their conformity to rules. If we understand representations in this Kantian sense, the argument against transcendental realism still works, but it also does not commit Kant to empirical idealism. On the contrary, Kant is questioning one of the central assumptions of the empirical idealist, that representations are the private data of an individual mind, from which we have to infer or construct the reality of the external public world. Another persistent strand of subjectivism in Kant's transcendental idealism appears from his analysis of objectivity. In both the first edition Transcendental Deduction and Critique of the Fourth Paralogism, Kant argues that it is impossible for us to get outside our own representations to compare them with things in themselves. A 104 to 106. Point 4. Any comparison of our representations with an object will have to be nothing more than another representation. A 378, 376. The whole argument reaffirms a central premise behind Berkeley's polemic against dualism, that an idea can be like nothing but an idea of 5. After making this argument, Kant draws a conclusion that the subjectivist too would endorse, that objectivity, the distinction between reality and dreaming, has to be explained within the realm of consciousness itself. To be sure, Kant's use of this argument does not mean that he completely endorses the subjectivist account of objectivity. For Kant's account does not analyze the concept of an object into actual or possible representations, as if it were nothing more than a construction out of them. Rather, the concept of an object has priority over each particular representation, providing the conditions for its being a representation. According to Kant's analysis, each representation performs its role of representing an object only by virtue of its coherence with other representations according to a rule. It has no power to represent an object by virtue of its own nature alone. With this move Kant turns subjectivism upside down. Since these rules are universal and necessary, the public intersubjective world becomes the condition for the data of the private individual mind. One way to formulate Kant's ambivalence toward subjectivism is to see it as a partial endorsement of the subjectivist claim about the existence of objects of experience, but also as a complete rejection of the subjectivist claim about their essence. 6 While the subjectivist is right to maintain that the existence of such objects is analyzable into a set of actual and possible representations, he is wrong to claim that their essence or nature is reducible to, or is only a construction of, particular representations. Clearly, there is a difference between claiming that the existence of an object depends on having actual or possible experiences, and claiming that objectivity simply means having such experiences. It is a simple distinction, but one often ignored, especially when scholars think that Kant's analysis of objectivity alone implies a rejection of subjectivism or phenomenalism. THIRD-WORLDISM. 7. 2. Eliminating the transcendental subject. Apart from Kant's qualified endorsement of the subjectivist principle that what we perceive are ideas, there is another even deeper subjectivist dimension to his philosophy. This appears in the fundamental principle of the transcendental deduction, the unity of apperception. According to this principle, the I of the I think is inescapable and ineliminable. I cannot abstract from it, or think it away, because the very attempt to do so presupposes it. This I is the necessary condition of all awareness, because a representation of which I could not be aware would be impossible, or at least nothing to me. B. 131. So important is the principle for Kant that he declares the I think to be the highest principle of the understanding. It precedes or accompanies all representations, while no representation precedes or accompanies it. B. 132, 135. Such a principle has notable subjectivist implications. For Kant insists that the synthetic activity of the I in appropriating the manifold of sensation is the source of all combination, and therefore the form of experience. B. 130. This means that the form of experience is created by me, so that all appearances are only appearances for me. Of course, the I in question here is not my personal and private self but my impersonal and public self, whoever that is, and these appearances are still intersubjective in the sense that they have a universal and necessary validity in conforming to the norms of the understanding, which hold for all human beings. Nevertheless, these appearances are still subjective in the sense that their existence depends on the subject who has them. In other words, if there were no subjects, there would be no appearances, so in this respect it would seem that transcendental idealism is properly described as idealism after all, and indeed a form of subjective idealism. Still, there have been those who deny that, even to this limited extent, Kant's transcendental idealism is subjectivist. They maintain that the concept of the transcendental subject is incompatible with Kant's deeper principles, or with the ultimate meaning of his analysis of experience. If we follow these principles to their final conclusion, they argue, it becomes necessary to eliminate the transcendental subject entirely. All that we are then left with is the normative dimension of Kant's idealism. The forms of sensibility and understanding are now self-subsistent, existing independent of the subject who has them. Advocates of the extreme anti-subjectivist reading usually begin by pointing out the very peculiar status of the Kantian transcendental subject. As the referent of the I think, the fundamental condition of experience, this subject cannot be individuated or identified as having a body. Because it is the condition of all such individuation and identification, it cannot be individuated and identified itself. To attempt to individuate or identify it simply presupposes it. But if it is not possible to individuate or identify it, how is it possible to say that it is a subject at all? Kant himself seems aware of this very point when he suggests characterizing the I of the unity of apperception as even an it or thing that thinks, A 346/B 404. Some have argued that the concept of a subject makes sense only within the realm of possible experience, so that it is impossible to describe the condition of possible experience as a subject at all. 8 They contend that to be a subject means to be an individual person who has a determinate body somewhere in space and time, and they further point out that the very concept of subjectivity makes sense only in contrast to objectivity, a contrast that also works only within experience. On these grounds it has been argued that there should be no subjective dimension to Kant's transcendental idealism. This was indeed one of the most powerful motives behind the formation of objective idealism, which is inter alia transcendental idealism without a subject. According to the objective idealists, the subjective falls entirely within the domain of experience, so that the conditions of experience cannot be regarded as subjective themselves. See below, 3.1.3. They ask, what is the point in calling the conditions of experience subjective when both the subjective and objective fall under these conditions and have their meaning only in contrast with one another? In their view, these conditions are better described as completely noumenal or intelligible, as the archetypes, ideas, or forms of things. Although they retain the concept of appearance, they alter its meaning. It is no longer the subjective as opposed to the objective but the phenomenal in contrast to the noumenal, the ectypical rather than the archetypical. Lately, the subjective dimension of Kant's transcendental idealism has come in for some hard knocks from very different quarters. The recent trend of much Kant scholarship has been to make Kant safe for cognitive science. With that goal in mind, some scholars have been eager to reduce the Kantian transcendental subject down to the more natural dimensions of its cognitive functions. They maintain that the unity of apperception designates only the fact that cognitive states are connected to each other through syntheses required for cognition, but not any awareness of a separate thing. Or even that cognitive states belong to a separate thing, a self. 9 All that the Kantian subject amounts to, on one reading, is the global representation, the single representation within which many of the usual denizens of a system of representations are all contained, or a continuing interdependent system of representations. 10. Although such an interpretation seems implausible or anachronistic from the perspective of traditional Kant scholarship, there is a sound motivation behind it. These scholars have come to their interpretation in the attempt to resolve a perennial dilemma facing any attempt to explain the Kantian transcendental subject: it is neither a bundle of impressions nor a single numerically identical substance. Their middle path between these extremes is the idea of a cognitive system. Since the units of such a system are contentually interdependent, it is not simply a bundle of impressions, and since the system does not require a substrate behind it to function, it also is not a substance. The Kantian subject is then best seen as simply the entire functioning of such a system, or as some representation of such a system. In any case, it is not any entity above and beyond it. Whether objective idealist or cognitive scientist, the aim has been to eliminate the Kantian transcendental subject. If it is banished, transcendental idealism loses every trace of subjectivism. For there simply will be no subject that is the source of the forms of experience, no subject for whom appearances exist. Detached from the subject, these forms have their own sui generis status, whether as archetypes or functions. 3. The criteria of subjectivity. There is some truth behind these anti-subjectivist arguments. It is true that Kant's transcendental subject is no ordinary subject, given that it cannot be individuated or physically identified. Furthermore, because it is neither a substance nor a bundle of impressions, its ontological status remains obscure. Nevertheless, one goes too far in concluding that the subject should play no role in Kant's theory. Oddity alone gives no grounds for elimination. There are indeed important respects in which subjectivity remains an ineliminable feature of Kant's transcendental idealism. Arguably, it is one of its defining features, for Kant's transcendental idealism differs from objective idealism and cognitive science mainly in retaining a dimension of subjectivity. Before we explain why subjectivity is irreducible, it is necessary to raise a crucial question: in what sense is Kant's transcendental subject subjective? Why did Kant think himself justified in referring to the transcendental I as a subject? Why did he not always refer to it as a thing, as he once suggested? This raises the more general question what Kant means by subjectivity or its synonyms: intelligence, intelligens, reason, Vernunft, or personality, Persönlichkeit. Like many of his contemporaries, Kant maintains that one distinguishing characteristic of subjectivity is self-consciousness. The power of a human being to refer to itself as I, he writes in the Anthropology, is that which elevates it above all other earthly creatures. 127. If self-consciousness is one defining condition of subjectivity, the transcendental subject meets this requirement. For Kant thinks that the I think of the unity of apperception expresses self-consciousness. Of course, this is a very minimal form of self-consciousness, the possibility of recognizing that I have a representation, but it still seems enough to ascribe subjectivity to the transcendental I. Another distinguishing feature of subjectivity for Kant is freedom. He understands freedom in the very specific sense of autonomy, the power to create and act according to self-given laws. The importance of autonomy for subjectivity becomes very clear in the Grundlegung zur Metaphysik der Sitten, where Kant states that the distinguishing characteristic of a rational being is its power to act not only according to laws but according to the very idea of a law. 412, 427. It is indeed this very power to act according to the idea of a law, he adds, that is characteristic of the will, Wille. Now it is striking that Kant also attributes this feature of subjectivity to the transcendental subject. This emerges from Kant's statement in the B deduction that the I think of the unity of apperception expresses the act of determining my existence or the spontaneity of my thought, B 157, 158n. It is by virtue of this spontaneity, he says, that I call myself an intelligence. The use of the term intelligence, intelligens, here is crucial. For Kant, this is a technical term, designating the power of spontaneity and freedom distinctive of a rational being. In the second critic he explicitly defines intelligens in terms of autonomy, as a being that is capable of actions according to the idea of law, a rational being, v. 125. Kant's description of the transcendental subject as spontaneous is remarkable because it explicitly links the subject with the noumenal or intelligible realm. This is to make the I of the I think designate the subject as noumenon or thing in itself. Prima facie such an interpretation should not be controversial because there are passages in the first critic where Kant makes just this identification, b. 520, 574. But this reading becomes problematic as soon as we consider that there are other passages where Kant expressly states that the I think does not give knowledge of the subject as either phenomenon or noumenon, b. 157, 423n. It then seems necessary to distinguish the transcendental self, which is a mere logical subject, from the noumenal self, which is a thing in itself. Such a distinction seems necessary not least because of Kant's arguments in the paralogisms, which forbid all metaphysical inferences from the I think. Still, Kant's texts can be made consistent, and the lesson of the paralogisms observed, provided that we recognize one simple point, that although the I of the I think does indeed designate the noumenal subject, this principle alone does not give us grounds to know it. The force of Kant's argument at b. 157 and b. 423n is only that I cannot know myself as a thing in itself from the I think, not that the I must designate a special kind of subject, no matter how sparse or formal. Those who invent a third transcendental self in addition to the noumenal and phenomenal selves therefore only multiply entities beyond necessity. According to this reading, then, the I of the unity of apperception is just the noumenal self in its transcendental role. As far as we know, it designates only that which experiences, and as such it is only a logical subject, but this does not mean that it somehow designates some new kind of subject distinct from the noumenal self. Still less does it mean that the I has no referent, as if it were a purely formal requirement of experience, for Kant is perfectly clear that the I think gives me knowledge of my existence as a spontaneous self, b. 157, 158n, 423n. For the subjectivity of the transcendental. Granted that self-consciousness and spontaneity are the distinguishing traits of subjectivity, the question still remains, what justifies Kant in attributing these characteristics to the transcendental I? The problem has not been resolved but only deepened because, on Kant's own principles, it seems impossible to ascribe these very properties to the transcendental subject. Of course, the principle of the unity of apperception expresses one form of self-consciousness, but Kant insists that it is only the self-consciousness that I exist, not how I exist, b. 157, 158n. On its own, this principle expresses a merely formal requirement of experience, that all representations have a subject. But it does not tell us anything about the nature of the subject. Indeed, in the paralogisms, Kant expressly and emphatically argues that the transcendental subject cannot know itself, for, as the condition under which the categories are applied to experience, it cannot in turn become an object of experience, b. 422, a. 346, 366, 402. Kant's general constraints on knowledge also mean that the subject cannot know itself as a free or spontaneous being. He holds that self-knowledge, like all knowledge, requires the application of the categories, but to apply the categories to myself is to make myself passive and determined, given that anything that falls under the categories is determined according to the principle of sufficient reason. For these reasons, the transcendental subject appears unknowable, a mysterious entity, which Kant appropriately designates with the symbol X. If, however, the transcendental subject is unknowable, then we cannot attribute self-knowledge or spontaneity to it, which are Kant's own criteria of subjectivity. So, again, we are left with the question, why is the I not simply a thing or it that thinks? Kant does have an answer to this question, though it is not developed systematically and lies buried in a few methodological remarks in the first Critic. He thinks that he has sufficient grounds to ascribe subjectivity to the I simply from its transcendental role in grounding experience. This I cannot ascribe personality or substantiality to itself, to be sure, but it can regard itself as subjective because both self-consciousness and spontaneity are necessary conditions of possible experience. If we view these conditions purely transcendentally, as necessary conditions of possible experience, then ascribing them to the subject does not make any transcendent metaphysical claims about noumena. That self-consciousness is a necessary condition of experience is already clear from the principle of the unity of apperception itself. According to this principle, the subject can have representations, and so experience, only if it is possible for it to be self-conscious of them. If it could not recognize the representations as its own, they could not represent anything at all for it. While such self-consciousness does not give the subject knowledge of its inner properties, it does express one fundamental condition of the possibility of experience. Hence the analysis of possible experience alone gives reason to ascribe self-consciousness to the subject. That spontaneity is a necessary condition of experience is also evident from the unity of apperception. This principle, Kant says, expresses an act of spontaneity, b. 132, 157, 158n, an act that is the source of the synthetic activity of the understanding, the very activity that creates the form and structure of experience. It is only in virtue of its spontaneity, Kant contends, that the I synthesizes its representations, and so establishes order and connection among them, a. 125, b. 129. There are places in the A deduction where Kant maintains that the self somehow sees its spontaneity in the act of synthesizing its representations, a. 108, 116. This suggests something almost mystical, as if the self knew its spontaneity without qualification. but it is important to keep these passages in context. The subject knows that it is spontaneous not insofar as it is the source of free actions, but solely insofar as it is the source of the forms of experience. Furthermore, it is their source not in the sense that it literally creates or makes them, but only in the sense that it can explicitly bring to self-awareness what is entirely innate within itself. Just as I can excogitate the rules of logic by reflecting on the rules implicit within my reasoning, so I can produce the forms of understanding and intuition by reflecting on the necessary conditions of my experience. It is a common point that Kant thinks the activity of the I is utterly obscure in its moral role. Though perfectly correct, this point is exaggerated, so that it seems as if the activity of this I is completely mysterious in all its roles. This tends to overshadow the fact that Kant assumes just the opposite about the activity of the I in its transcendental role, that it is completely transparent to itself. The self-transparency of the subject, one of the hallmarks of the subjectivist tradition, then returns to Kant's philosophy on a metacritical level. This reappearance of the self-transparent subject is especially clear from the prefaces to the Critic, where Kant is concerned to explain the possibility of transcendental knowledge. Reason is self-explaining and self-illuminating, he contends, since it knows whatever it creates, and its creative activity is completely apparent to itself. AXX, B13, XXVIII. Nothing escapes us, because what reason produces entirely out of itself cannot be concealed, but is brought to light by reason as soon as one has discovered its common principle. AXX. In the Amphiboly, Kant even invents a name for the method by which the subject recreates the forms of its activity and assigns them to their respective source: transcendental reflection. B 316 to 319, 325, 351. It is through transcendental reflection that the subject knows its own spontaneous activity insofar as it becomes embodied in the forms of experience. Point 11. There is indeed no mystery how the subject knows itself in its transcendental role, Kant later argues, because here there is not really a distinction between the subject and object at all. B 505. The spontaneous subject knows its own creative activity for the simple reason that, in this singular case, it creates what it knows. To know that I act, I only have to act, and so I create what it is that I know, namely, activity. This is not to ascribe an intellectual intuition to myself, because I still do not know myself as an object, but only as that activity that constitutes itself through the forms of experience. It could be argued, however, that even this minimal form of transcendental self-knowledge goes beyond Kant's own critical limits. Although Kant is careful to say that the I think gives me knowledge not how but only that I exist as a spontaneous subject, he still makes a transcendent claim for the simple reason that existence too is a category. But Kant is aware of this very problem, duly addressing it in a footnote to the second edition of the Paralogisms. In this case, existence does not function in its normal role as a category, he explains, because there is no determinate object in intuition to which it is applied. B 423n. The I think expresses only an indeterminate empirical intuition in the sense that it designates something that in fact exists, even though it is given neither as noumenon nor as phenomenon but only to thinking in general. Although Kant's reply seems evasive and ad hoc, there is a solid rationale behind it. Kant is saying that to know itself in its transcendental role, the subject only has to think itself according to the categories. There is no need for a specific intuition because the subject's activity is examined only insofar as it creates and acts according to them. The transcendental subject is purely formal in the sense that its activity is expressed through and constituted by the forms of experience. Since its existence is so limited, such a formal subject can be known purely formally, that is, through unschematized categories. Hence the intuition of its existence will be indeterminate and given only to thinking in general. Kant himself insisted that the subject's self-knowledge in its transcendental role gave it no basis for self-knowledge in its moral role. It was for this reason that he abandoned the pre-critical doctrine that apperception provides proof of spontaneity, and it was for this reason that he maintained he had established only the possibility of freedom in the first Critic. The proof for spontaneity in the moral sense would have to wait for the second critic, where the ratio cognoscendi of freedom is found in the moral law. Nevertheless, it should be clear that Kant's denial of a proof of freedom in the first critic did not prevent him from attributing spontaneity to the transcendental subject. Point 12. 5. Restoring the transcendental subject. Granted that Kant has some reason to regard his transcendental I as a subject, why should this subject remain irreducible and ineliminable? This raises two more specific questions that are closely connected. First, why must it be transcendental and not just phenomenal? Second, why should it be more than simply the system of its representations, or more than a special kind of representation? The most obvious reason the transcendental subject cannot be phenomenal lies with its spontaneity. According to Kant's argument in the third antinomy, spontaneity is impossible within the phenomenal realm where every event happens according to the category of causality. Spontaneity involves unconditioned causality, the power to begin a causal series without a prior cause, but the category of causality implies that every event happens of necessity because of other events prior in time, b. 476. So, contrary to those critics who think that transcendental noumenal status is incompatible with subjectivity, Kant insists that such status is not only compatible with, but even necessary to, subjectivity. Of course, this point has not been lost on Kant's critics. They still maintain, however, that there are overwhelming reasons against granting transcendental status to the Kantian subject. They argue that since Kant makes all kinds of claims about the subject, and since these claims must take place according to the categories, all of whose objects are phenomenal, it follows that the subject also must be something phenomenal. Point 13. Hence the price of insisting on the transcendental status of the subject would be complete silence, the abandonment of transcendental philosophy itself. But such an argument rides roughshod over two of Kant's careful distinctions. First, it ignores his distinction between thinking and knowing an object according to the categories, a distinction that makes it possible to think about non-phenomenal objects. Second, it confuses his distinction between the transcendental and the empirical, or between second-order discourse about the conditions of our knowledge of things and first-order discourse about these things themselves. Since transcendental discourse does not deal with objects but with the conditions of our knowledge of objects, its subject matter is not some kind of entity, whether that is noumenal or phenomenal. Rather, its object is nothing less than the pure forms of experience, which we can reconstruct simply by reflecting on the forms inherent in our perception and practices. Insofar as the subject is involved at all, it is only in its transcendental role as that which acts according to these forms. The other less obvious reason the transcendental subject cannot be phenomenal rests with its self-consciousness. In the paralogisms, in both the first and second editions, Kant argues that the subject that is the condition of all awareness cannot be except on pain of circularity an object of awareness. Any attempt to make the transcendental subject an object of the categories is to reason in a circle, given that it is this very subject that makes it possible for anything to be an object of the categories, b. 422, a. 346, 366. Hence the main reason the transcendental subject is an irreducible and ineliminable dimension of Kant's transcendental idealism ultimately rests with its two distinguishing characteristics, spontaneity and self-consciousness. Point 14. Such a subject cannot be reduced to a system of representations, and still less a special kind of representation, because it is that which can be self-conscious of, and also that which produces, any representation, and indeed the entire system of representations. What is aware of having representations, and what plays a role in producing them, cannot be merely the system of representations, and still less just a special kind of representation. To make any such identification is to fly in the face of a common Kantian argument, that the conditions of experience cannot be given within it. While these points are sometimes acknowledged, it is still replied that they do not prove the case for irreducibility. It is only necessary to enrich the concept of a cognitive system, it has been argued, to do justice to these features of the Kantian subject. Cognitive systems are not only dynamic, but even self-reflexive, so that there is no need to place spontaneity and self-consciousness in some transcendental realm, rather, they can be directly attributed to the system itself. Point 15. Perhaps these are indeed properties of cognitive systems. Whether this is so obviously raises larger questions that cannot be pursued here. Suffice it to say now that this is not a Kantian view about them. Such a contention runs up against Kant's constraints on reflective judgment in the Third Critic. In 65 and 73 of that work 16, Kant provides strong reasons for thinking that we cannot ascribe self-awareness and spontaneity to an organism, the 18th century analog of a cognitive system in a constitutive sense, and that we can do so only in a regulative one. In other words, we are justified in treating an organism only as if it were spontaneous and reflective. The main thrust of Kant's arguments is that we can ascribe self-generation, self-organization, and indeed self-consciousness to an organism only by analogy with our own selves. We only project these human attributes onto the organism, because it is impossible to acquire sufficient empirical evidence that it really has them. Assuming, for all these reasons, that the Kantian transcendental subject is irreducible and ineliminable, the problem still remains of accounting for its peculiar status. If it is impossible to reduce the Kantian subject down to a system of representations, it is also incorrect to inflate it into a metaphysical entity. Kant not only rejects Humean empiricism, which would reduce the subject to a collection of impressions, but he also repudiates Wolffian rationalism, which would make the subject into a single permanent substance. What, then, is the middle path between reduction and inflation, phenomenalism and metaphysics? How is it possible to keep the transcendental subject and to forestall inferences about the existence of a single numerically identical substance? The answer to these questions comes when we identify the transcendental subject with that agent that performs the roles, functions, or tasks necessary for the possibility of experience. On the hand, this subject is not simply reducible to these roles, functions, or tasks, because it is the agent behind them, that which executes them. But, on the other hand, there is no commitment to a single numerically identical and enduring substance behind this agency. There could be many numerically distinct but related selves that perform them. While Kant holds that the I of the unity of apperception is a referring expression, he simply leaves it open to what it refers, and he even admits that it could be nothing more than a series of selves whose experiences are communicated to one another, A 353, 363, 364n. Whatever the subject might be in itself, the transcendental philosopher maintains a strict agnosticism about it, claiming to know it only as that X that performs certain functions. He makes no claims about its nature beyond these functions, and indeed he does not even claim that it must have an unknowable nature beyond them. All that he says is that, as far as I know, this subject is only what enacts these roles and tasks. Sometimes, when faced with all the difficulties of making the transcendental subject safe for cognitive science, the cognitive scientists frankly admit that their interpretation is revisionist rather than historical. Point 17. They concede that their aim is not to reconstruct what Kant said, but what he meant or ought to have said. But the crucial question to ask here is, according to whose principles? It is tendentious in the extreme for them to say that their interpretation represents what Kant ought to have said according to his principles, especially when placing the Kantian subject in the phenomenal world deprives it of its transcendental and moral status. In general, we must beware of cutting Kant into contemporary shapes and sizes according to what he ought to have said in some modern discipline. This is fine provided that we distinguish sharply between the historical Kant and the contemporary Kant, but this is done too little, and we are too often made to think of Kant as the greatest proto-cognitive psychologist, as if he not only anticipated cognitive psychology but even superseded it. Alas, those who preach to cognitive psychology about what it has to learn from Kant have really told us more about what Kant should have learned from cognitive psychology. Chapter 9. The status of the transcendental. 1. The problematic status of the categories. Concerning the objective or subjective nature of Kant's transcendental idealism, there is no more important issue than the status of the categories themselves. We have already seen that the categories are not simply representations but the rules or norms governing representations, 1.7.3. But this is hardly a sufficient account of them. For, granted that the categories are norms, how are we to understand them? Are they mental functions, laws of thought? Or is their status independent of all psychology? If so, how are we to interpret their extra-psychological status? Is it logical, epistemological, or metaphysical? Subjectivists and objectivists have been deeply divided over these questions. Subjectivists have always advocated the psychological interpretation. They stress that the categories are only mental functions or faculties, so that they have no validity apart from our manner of conceiving things. The objectivists have always championed the non-psychological interpretation, but they have rarely agreed about precisely how to characterize the non-psychological status of norms. Some give them a purely logical status, so that they are nothing more than fundamental presuppositions of empirical judgment, while others regard them as epistemic conditions, as necessary conditions of our representing things, and still others see them as having a metaphysical status as the ideas, forms, or archetypes of things. Point 3. The issue surrounding the status of the categories raises another hoary and tricky question: the relation between psychology and epistemology in Kant's critical philosophy. There can be no doubt that Kant's main concern in the Critic is epistemological, at least in the very vague and general sense that his aim is to determine the validity of synthetic a priori judgments. But the question remains, what role does Kant's transcendental psychology play in this epistemological enterprise? Is it a necessary part of his epistemological task? Or is it completely superfluous? Here again scholars are divided. There are those who insist that the psychological dimension of the critique is ineliminable, playing a necessary role in Kant's transcendental idealism, and there are those who insist that it is superfluous, masking or betraying Kant's essential epistemological goals. Point 5. The questions concerning the status of the categories raise an even broader issue: what is the transcendental? This is a wider issue since Kant uses the term transcendental to refer to all the necessary conditions of experience, whether they are the a priori forms of the understanding, the categories, or the a priori forms of sensibility, space and time. What Kant meant by this term is obviously crucial for understanding his transcendental idealism. But in his first critic Kant gives us only the sketchiest account of the meaning of this term. He tells us that the transcendental concerns not objects themselves but the conditions of our a priori knowledge of objects, b25, and that it deals with not the nature of things but the understanding that judges about the nature of things, b26. But how are we to understand these conditions for a priori knowledge? Are they psychological, metaphysical, or logical? In some respects each of these characterizations seems to be accurate, in other respects each seems to be misleading. 2. The metaphysical interpretation. One of the most common interpretations of the transcendental understands it in metaphysical terms, so that the categories are the intelligible structures, forms, or archetypes behind experience. This is how Kant's categories were transformed in the late 18th century by the objective idealists by Hölderlin, Schelling, and Hegel, who freed the categories from their subjective moorings and made them into Platonic or Aristotelian forms constitutive of reality itself. The objective idealists argued that the categories could not arise from the knowing subject because, as necessary conditions of experience, they precede and make possible subjectivity itself. Both the subject and the object fall within experience, so that these necessary conditions of experience cannot be conceived as either subjective or objective, rather, they belong to the realm of the intelligible or noumenal, which is neither subjective nor objective though it appears equally in both. This interpretation of Kant has not lacked modern protagonists, since it can be found, more or less, among the Marburg Neo-Kantians and the British Hegelians. 6. Perhaps its last major exponent was Norman Kemp-Smith. 7. Because it seems so flatly contrary to Kant's intentions, the metaphysical interpretation appears scarcely plausible. If the categories are forms or archetypes, it seems as if we blatantly violate Kant's express teachings about the limits of knowledge. It appears as if we go beyond the transcendental realm, which is limited to possible experience, and enter into a dangerous transcendent one, which lies beyond experience. Even worse, such an interpretation appears to commit that fallacy that Kant exposed in the dialectic of the first critic, hypostasis, the reification of the conditions of experience. If the categories are conditions under which anything becomes an object of experience, they cannot be objects in their own right. Last but not least, this interpretation seems to run counter to Kant's firm distinction between the categories and the ideas. While the categories have a constitutive status because they are necessary conditions of experience, the ideas or archetypes have a purely regulative status because they cannot be schematized in experience itself. The metaphysical interpretation seems even less plausible when we recall Kant's explicit repudiation of the metaphysical interpretation of his transcendental idealism in the Prolegomena. There Kant blasted the interpretation of his philosophy as a form of Platonism, firmly dissociating it from the doctrine that true reality lies in the intelligible realm alone. Clearly and categorically, Kant denied any knowledge of an intelligible realm, insisting instead that the place of his philosophy lay in the bathos of experience. Indeed, on just these grounds, he revoked the term transcendental to describe his idealism because it suggested something lying beyond the realm of the senses. It is more accurate, he stressed, to describe his system as critical idealism because its main concern is with the conditions of the knowledge of objects rather than with the objects themselves. 293 to 294, 373, 374n. It is not clear, however, that these apparent problems are decisive. Much still could be said in behalf of the metaphysical interpretation. At least some of the most common objections against it are misconceived. For one thing, it is a mistake to object that it commits a paralogism, as if it hypostatizes the conditions of experience, for the metaphysicians do not understand the categories as objects in the empirical sense, though these are the only objects that presuppose the categories. Rather, they stress that the categories are not entities at all but simply the intelligible form or structure of experience that all entities instantiate or exemplify. This structure does not have a mental or physical status, they further argue, because it consists in the conditions under which anything appears to inner and outer sense. Furthermore, it is also problematic to insist on Kant's distinctions between categories and ideas. For the metaphysicians' point is precisely that this distinction breaks down. They insist that their ideas play the same transcendental role as the categories, they too are necessary conditions of possible experience. And since such conditions are also necessary conditions of the objects of experience, the ideas should have the same objective validity as the categories. The whole matter becomes more complicated and compromised for the orthodox Kantian when we consider that Kant himself, in the appendix to the Transcendental Dialectic, made principles of reason into necessary conditions of experience and gave them a constitutive status. 8. The metaphysical interpretation is indeed unsound if its advocates claim that the categories are Platonic archetypes that exist independent of experience. Since Kant insists that the categories are valid only as necessary conditions of experience, this would be to transcend his critical limits. It is not always or necessarily the case, however, that the metaphysician makes such a strong claim. His point is that there is no fundamental distinction between ideas and categories because both are necessary conditions of experience. He would be violating the spirit of Kant's philosophy only if he were to claim some intellectual intuition for the existence of the archetypes, but the metaphysician need not do this. His main defense of the idea is perfectly Kantian because he claims that they too can have their own transcendental deduction when they are necessary conditions of experience. 3. The psychological interpretation. According to the subjectivist reading, the categories are nothing more than laws of thought, the necessary modes of operation of our cognitive constitution. It is precisely the psychological status of the categories, the subjectivist argues, that ensures their subjective status, their limitation to how we conceive of the world. The subjectivist might admit, therefore, that the categories are not simply representations but the rules governing them. Nevertheless, he will add that this gives them no extra subjective status because these rules determine only how we conceive the world. While there is something to be said for the psychological interpretation, as we shall see below, 1.9.5, it still cannot be a complete explanation for a very simple reason: it fails to do justice to the specifically normative dimension of the categories. Simply because they are normative, the categories determine the conditions for how someone ought to think rather than how they happen to think, or even how they must do so. Kant himself often stressed this point with regard to the laws of logic, the formal basis of the categories. He insisted in the Critic that logic draws nothing from psychology, and in the Logic he is even more explicit: some logicians presuppose psychological principles in logic, but to bring such principles into logic is as absurd as deriving morals from life. 9:14. Similarly, in the Third Critic he criticized the psychological interpretation of regulative maxims on the grounds that they do not tell us how we happen to judge but how we ought to do so. V. 182. For these reasons alone, it is unfair to suspect Kant of the fallacy of psychologism, the attempt to base logic on psychological laws. It might be countered, however, that the Kantian categories are really not properly speaking normative at all. They could be normative only if they were imperatives, but they are imperatives only if we could somehow fail to comply with them, which is not really the case. We cannot but conform to the categories, for they are necessary to and constitutive of any possible experience. They are not like the laws of logic, which are indeed normative, but only because it is possible for us not to comply with them, as, for example, when we commit a fallacy for want of attention to the rules of inference. Though the categories are indeed necessary conditions of experience, it is also noteworthy that they provide rules of judgment to apply in particular cases. While we necessarily follow them in having experience of the world, it is not necessarily the case that we always heed them in conscious acts of judgment. We can indeed lapse into fallacies, transcendental illusions, if we attempt to extend them as rules of judgment beyond their appropriate domain in possible experience. Hence the categories do have a normative meaning after all, at least when we consider them as rules of judgment rather than as conditions of experience. There is a more modern psychological reading of the normative that explains it according to the concepts of cognitive science. 9 On this interpretation, the categories are mental functions that essentially consist in the forms of mental processing necessary to achieve cognitive tasks. This reading has several strengths. First, in appealing to functions rather than representations, it does justice to Kant's insistence that we understand the categories as rules. Uncannily, Kant himself seems to anticipate the functionalist reading when he describes judgment as a function of unity, b. 93-94. Second, it explains the psychological dimension of Kant's transcendental discourse without postulating metaphysical causes, or even without referring to psychological processes. A function, we are often told, transcends its tokens, the specific events that instantiate it. Third, it accounts for the normative because a function involves a task, which involves standards and purposes. Still, there are reasons to doubt whether this interpretation too provides a complete explanation of the normative or transcendental. For one thing, the very concept of a mental function is essentially derivative, depending upon the normative rather than vice versa, because we identify a function in terms of the requirements of a task or role. Hence the explanation of the normative in terms of the functional proves to be circular. For another thing, Kant is not especially concerned with the mental processes, or causal conditions, involved in performing tasks or following these roles. 10 Rather, his main interest is in identifying the standards and roles themselves. But if this is the case, the question remains, in what sense is Kant doing psychology at all? Any psychological account of Kant's transcendental discourse must be careful to avoid burdening it with the fallacy of psychologism. This desideratum is flaunted, however, as soon as we claim that Kant's ultimate response to the quid juris is we can do no other. 11 If the necessity is only one of psychological constitution, our faculties cannot function otherwise, then it becomes simply a contingent fact about our human nature. But Kant explicitly rejected such a result, and for two very instructive reasons. First, he insisted that the principles of logic, and the categories based on them, are valid for any rational being and not only our human nature. Second, he recognized that all appeals to the subjective necessities of our own nature, whether based on innate ideas or habits of association, could never establish claims to objective validity, for the question remained whether these necessities corresponded to anything in nature itself. Hence psychologism begged the question against the Humean skeptic. Point 12. These difficulties of the psychological reading of the categories reveals one of the main shortcomings of the subjectivist interpretation. While this interpretation might be correct in seeing the categories as laws of our cognitive constitution, it does not follow from this that they have only a subjective validity, as if they were only subjective dispositions of our nature. Such an interpretation fails to account for the claims to objective validity of the categories, that is, their validity for all rational beings, and their truth for experience itself. To establish the objective validity of the categories, to show that they are not only subjective necessities of our nature but true of objects of experience itself, was precisely the goal of all Kant's labors in the transcendental deduction. Of course, it is possible that the deduction fails, so the subjectivist interpretation is correct after all. But then the subjectivist must first contend with the deduction itself. For the logical interpretation. The main danger of both metaphysical and psychological interpretations of the transcendental is that they fail to do full justice to Kant's explicit definition of the transcendental. Though dense and brief, this definition has to be constantly held in view. I entitle transcendental all knowledge which is occupied not so much with objects as with the mode of our knowledge of objects, insofar as this mode is to be possible a priori. B. 25. The immediate purport of Kant's statement is that transcendental discourse is essentially second order, dealing not with the world itself but with our knowledge of the world. If we take this statement at its full value, then it means that transcendental philosophy does not deal with any specific kind of entity, whether that be noumenon or phenomenon. Point 13. Hence we should beware of interpreting the transcendental as if it concerns either archetypes, the metaphysical interpretation, or even the mind itself, the psychological interpretation, for both interpretations fail to consider the second-order status of transcendental discourse. It is important to recognize, however, that there are different interpretations of the second-order status of Kant's transcendental discourse. We can read this second-order status in epistemological terms, so that it deals with cognition about the world rather than the world itself, or we can construe it in logical terms, so that it is concerned with judgments about the world instead of the world itself. It could be argued such second-order status has a strict logical rather than epistemological meaning, because the epistemological still deals with faculties and activities, which are still something first-order within the world itself. Point 14. There is some good evidence for the strict logical interpretation of the transcendental, which appears confirmed by some of Kant's own statements about the general purpose of transcendental philosophy. One of these statements appears in the preface to the first edition of the Critic, where Kant describes the critique of pure reason as a tribunal to judge the claims of reason according to its own eternal laws, A. 11, 12, B. 799. To judge the claims of reason is an essentially logical enterprise, involving assessing whether there is sufficient evidence for certain propositions. Another statement emerges in 13 of the Analytic, where Kant distinguishes sharply between the quid juris and quid facti, the question of the justification of a principle and the question of its origins, B. 126 to 124. Kant then makes it perfectly clear that his main interest in the transcendental deduction is with the quid juris. While Kant insists elsewhere that his answer to the quid facti is of great importance for my chief purpose, he also stresses that it does not form an essential part of it, and that it is indeed somewhat hypothetical in character, for his central concern is to determine what the understanding can know apart from experience and not to discover the sources of thinking itself, A. 17. Both of these passages seem to show that Kant's investigation is second order in the strict logical sense. They state that what the critique investigates are claims to knowledge, and that its central concern is with the justification for some of our beliefs. Hence the main issue for Kant seems to be whether we have sufficient evidence for some of our fundamental principles, more specifically synthetic a priori ones, which are especially problematic because they cannot be justified by experience or the laws of logic alone. Seen in this light, Kant's chief business is not psychological but logical in a very strict sense. That is to say, his central concern is not with the activities of knowing, and still less with the origins or causes of these activities, but with the truth or falsity of judgments, and more specifically synthetic a priori judgments. If we are to interpret the transcendental in the strict logical sense, then the necessary conditions of experience should determine the truth conditions of our making more specific judgments. Sure enough, Kant sometimes regards a necessary condition of experience as a specific kind of synthetic a priori principle, namely one that establishes the general truth conditions for all specific synthetic judgments, whether a priori or a posteriori. Among these principles are the axioms of intuition: all intuitions are extensive magnitudes; the anticipations of perception: all intuitions are intensive magnitudes; and the analogies of experience: in all change of appearances substance is permanent, all changes take place according to the law of cause and effect. These principles lay down only necessary or minimal conditions for the truth of these judgments, in the sense that if they were false, then these specific synthetic judgments would be also false, but if they are true, it does not follow that these judgments are also true. To determine the truth or falsity of specific synthetic judgments, it is necessary to consult experience or resort to mathematical construction. According to this logical reading, then, the transcendental consists in those synthetic a priori principles necessary for the truth of other judgments, principles that cannot themselves be dependent on any higher principles. This is indeed just how Kant explains the a priori in one striking passage. Principles a priori are so named not merely because they contain in themselves the grounds of other judgments, but also because they are not themselves grounded in higher and more universal cognitions. B. 188. In this sense the transcendental is normative because these principles lay down the minimal desiderata or standards for making true synthetic judgments. Further confirmation for the logical reading of the transcendental, a point too often passed over in psychological interpretations, comes from the fact that the model for Kant's transcendental discourse is formal logic. In the preface to the first edition of the Critic, Kant is explicit that the critique of pure reason can achieve certainty and completeness because, like logic, it deals with nothing but reason itself and its pure thinking. Common logic itself supplies an example, he writes, how all the simple acts of reason can be enumerated completely and systematically, A14. In the second edition preface, Kant further explains that logic is the paradigm of a complete science, because it deals with the pure forms of thought regardless of its content, B9. Transcendental philosophy has similar hopes of becoming a science because it too deals with synthetic a priori knowledge, which also has its origins entirely in the thinking subject. Like logic, its methodology is essentially one of conceptual analysis. Hence Kant explains that completeness in the critique is perfectly possible because its knowledge is derived solely from pure concepts, AXX. In general, he maintains that philosophical knowledge is knowledge gained by reason from concepts, B 741. The primacy of the logical in Kant's transcendental discourse also becomes clear from his few remarks on transcendental method in the first Critic, his account of transcendental reflection in the amphiboly of the concepts of reflection, B 316-319. Prima facie, Kant's account of his method is entirely psychologistic. He explains that the task of transcendental reflection is to determine the specific faculty to which a representation belongs. While logical reflection does not consider the origin of a representation but simply compares it with other representations, transcendental reflection not only compares representations among themselves but also considers their source, the specific faculty to which they belong. Nevertheless, the essentially logical interest behind transcendental reflection finally and fully emerges when Kant states that its aim is to prevent dialectical illusion. We need to determine whether a representation belongs to understanding or sensibility, so that we do not draw conclusions beyond the kind of evidence each faculty warrants. Ultimately, then, Kant's main purpose is to prevent fallacies rather than to understand mental activities. In the final analysis, the logical precedes the psychological because it is logical form or the type of discourse, rather than the origin or genesis, that determines the specific faculty to which a representation belongs. All too often Kant's talk of a faculty is simply a metaphor for a type of discourse or evidence. 5. The ineliminable psychological dimension. Although we have to understand Kant's transcendental discourse in essentially logical terms, and as such concerned with the truth conditions of judgments, it does not follow that we must explain it entirely or exclusively in such terms. Indeed, there is good reason to hold that we cannot, and indeed should not, attempt to eliminate the psychological idiom of the critique. It is obvious to any reader of the critic that Kant's discourse abounds in psychological terms referring to the activities and faculties of the mind. While we have to understand these activities and faculties as essentially normative because they are identified by their roles and tasks, it is obvious that they are not only that. Quite simply, they are also the mental activities and powers that follow these roles and that fulfill these tasks, so that they cannot be one and the same as them. 15. It is indeed questionable whether we can understand the normative dimension of Kant's discourse entirely apart from all reference to the psychological. The very idea of a norm is that of a constraint on activity, and the very concept of a rule is that which governs or imposes limits on conduct. So if there were no activity or conduct, there would be no purpose in invoking the idea of a norm or rule in the first place. This means that the transcendental cannot be understood entirely logically, as if the necessary conditions of experience were nothing more than truth conditions for empirical judgments. We must also interpret the transcendental psychologically, as including the conditions necessary for the actual or hypothetical perception and conception of the world. In other words, they are not only normative constraints with which the mind ought to comply, but conditions with which it must comply. The transcendental consists in more than a system of synthetic a priori principles, it also comprises those activities that produce these principles. Although Kant's concept of a faculty has to be understood as a metaphor for a type of logical discourse, there is still an undeniable genetic dimension to transcendental discourse. Kant is explicit that one of his central tasks is to determine the origins or sources of knowledge, hence he analyzes representations into the a priori and a posteriori according to whether they originate in the spontaneity of the understanding or the passivity of sensibility. Indeed, the very idea of a faculty involves that of a cause or a disposition, even if the cause is not made explicit. This genetic dimension of transcendental discourse is central to Kant's transcendental idealism, because, as we shall soon see, 1.9.7, it is the subjective origin of the forms of sensibility and understanding that establishes one of the central conclusions of the critic, the limitation of knowledge to the realm of appearances alone. The close connection between the logical and the psychological in Kant's transcendental discourse is also present in that aspect of the critic apparently most removed from the psychological, the transcendental deduction. Prima facie Kant's distinction between the quid juris and the quid facti means that the transcendental deduction should not deal with the origin or genesis of concepts. According to this reading, the quid juris concerns the second-order question about the justification for a belief, while the quid facti deals with the first-order question about the causes or origins of a belief. Kant's distinction is then between the epistemic justification and the causal explanation of a belief, where the epistemic justification requires reconstruction in the form of a deductive argument. 16 Such an interpretation does not entirely fit the text, however, because Kant does not completely separate questions of justification from questions of origin. In two respects he thinks that these questions are joined. First, he holds that we can justify empirical concepts by showing their origin. Second, he maintains that we can justify synthetic a priori principles by showing how they originate from some source other than experience. The aim of the transcendental deduction is indeed to show that a priori principles have a completely different certificate of birth, Geburtsbrief, from empirical concepts, B 119. The point of Kant's distinction is not to exclude all genetic questions but simply an empirical deduction of synthetic a priori principles. His target is a very specific one, Locke's attempted derivation of a priori concepts from experience. The transcendental deduction will inevitably involve genetic considerations since it will attempt to show how synthetic a priori principles arise from a more fundamental faculty of the mind, such as the unity of apperception. 17. It is indeed in just this sense that we must understand Kant's subjective deduction in the first edition version of the transcendental deduction. The point of the subjective deduction is to show how one kind of mental operation or activity is involved in a more fundamental operation or activity, whose existence and functioning cannot be called into question. While such a subjective deduction does not replace the objective deduction, which is logically deductive in form, it does serve as a supplement to it by showing how the knowledge justified in the objective deduction can be acquired. The significance of the logical, and the ineliminability of the psychological, aspects of Kant's transcendental discourse mean that, ultimately, it is necessary to combine both the logical and psychological interpretations. There is no reason to assume that these interpretations must be exclusive. We can consider the transcendental as both logical and psychological, as laying down constraints both about how we ought to think and about how we must do so. There is no fallacy of psychologism in doing so, provided one does not attempt to base normative constraints on psychological laws. 6 Problems of transcendental psychology. It is important to realize, however, that attempting to preserve the psychological dimension of the critic also invites serious trouble. It was indeed all the problems of transcendental psychology that made the austere logical interpretation so attractive in the first place. One of these problems arises from the genetic interpretation of Kant's faculties. If we regard a faculty as literally a source or origin of knowledge, then it is in some sense the cause of its representations. But then Kant's transcendental inquiry is caught in a vicious circle. To know the causes of some representations presupposes the principle of causality, whose validity it is the very purpose of the critique to investigate. 18 Even worse, it seems as if Kant is guilty of transcendent speculation, applying the category of causality to the conditions of experience when these cannot be given in experience itself. The reply to this objection is that transcendental psychology does not use the concept of cause in its everyday sense. Kant is not making statements about the causes of specific representations, still less is he speculating about the origins of certain activities or events. Rather, the point of his faculty talk is to identify the specific function or role of certain kinds of representations in producing knowledge. To postulate a faculty is essentially to identify a distinct kind of function or role, and not to discover a special kind of activity or event taking place somewhere within the mind. The faculty is a cause of knowledge in the sense that it exercises a function or role indispensable to having knowledge. Of course, there is some activity answering to these functions insofar as they explain actual cognition, and furthermore there is some cause of these activities. But while the very idea of a faculty postulates some cause for these activities, it does not designate which specific cause this should be. The concept of a cause here serves only as a variable or placeholder. This does not involve a transcendent use of the category of cause since there is no determinate claim to knowledge. This is perfectly in keeping with Kant's distinction between thinking and knowing an object according to the categories. For when we think of faculties as causes we do not postulate any determinate cause of representation but simply assume that there must be some cause without making any specific claims about it. Another serious problem concerns the ontology of these mental activities and processes. What kind of entities are these? Here we encounter an apparently insurmountable dilemma. They must be either noumena or phenomena. 19 But if they are noumena, discourse about them is transcendent, and if they are phenomena, they fall within the realm of experience whose possibility is to be explained. The middle path out of this dilemma is to deny that the distinction between transcendental and empirical psychology is a distinction between two different kinds of subject matter, between two kinds of entity, namely noumena and phenomena. 20 Rather, it is more a distinction between different roles, functions, or forms of activity of one and the same thing. Point 21 Which role or function is performed simply depends on our perspective and the purpose of our inquiry, whether it is empirical and concerned with the causes of specific mental events, or whether it is transcendental and deals with the necessary conditions of knowledge. There is no need to assume, however, that the mental roles and functions are each instantiated by some special kind of entity. They could instead simply refer to our normal and everyday faculties and activities. It is just that these faculties and activities also perform roles or functions that are not reducible to their empirical and everyday ones. Just because the transcendental and empirical are distinct roles or functions, because the transcendental is not reducible to the empirical, we have no reason to think that each role or function must be assigned to a specific kind of entity. What makes transcendental psychology different from empirical psychology, then, is ultimately the different kinds of roles and functions assigned to the self in their performance. In its transcendental role, it is considered as productive of the necessary conditions of knowledge, and in its empirical role it is considered as the source of certain mental events. But there is no real distinction in subject matter, between the transcendental and empirical self, because there is only one and the same self that performs these very different roles and functions. In its transcendental role and function it is abstracted from its normal and everyday function. To think that there are different selves here is like assuming that Macbeth and Laurence Olivier refer to two distinct persons because they are distinct roles. 7. Transcendental psychology and transcendental idealism. Granted that transcendental psychology is possible, the question remains whether it is necessary. There are strong reasons for thinking that some form of it is indeed inevitable, given any basic and straightforward account of the goals of epistemology. The main purpose of epistemology is to examine the limits of knowledge, or what we can know. But to examine what we can know of necessity involves consideration of how we know, and to consider how we know is also to investigate the origins and sources of knowledge. In other words, it seems impossible to provide a justification for a belief without also considering the sources of evidence for it. To claim that one knows that P, but to refuse to answer the question how we came to know that P, is ipso facto to cast doubt on the claim. Point 22. But if we admit that transcendental psychology is inevitable, we must also accept a result unwelcome to some, that transcendental idealism is an essential part of Kant's epistemology. Though we might question many of Kant's steps along the way, the move from transcendental psychology to transcendental idealism is inescapable. The general reason is obvious: the more we examine how we know, the more we see the contribution of the knowing subject in determining what it is that we know, so that it is difficult to sustain a direct realism according to which the objects of knowledge are simply given. Point 23. Kant himself certainly did not think he could separate the central argument of the deduction from his transcendental idealism. Indeed, he regarded transcendental idealism as the underpinning of his whole argument. As he explains in the summary representation of the deduction, the synthetic a priori principles of the understanding apply to experience only if the objects of experience are appearances, that is, objects whose existence and form depends on the cognitive activities of the subject perceiving them, A 128-129. If per contra these objects were things in themselves, there is no guarantee that the categories would apply to them. These concepts are a priori, and so have a universality and necessity that cannot be derived from perception, and that therefore must arise from the understanding itself. But if concepts arise from the understanding, Kant contends, there is no reason to assume, barring some miraculous pre-established harmony, that they apply to thing in themselves, which ex hypothesi have an existence and essence independent of them. To be certain that concepts apply to such things, they must derive from them, but this would be to forfeit their universal and necessary status. Hence the only guarantee that the categories are necessary conditions of experience is to assume that their objects are appearances. It has been argued, most notably by P. F. Strawson, that we can separate the central arguments of Kant's analytic from his transcendental psychology, and indeed from the transcendental idealism that follows from it. The main purpose of the analytic, Strawson argues, is simply to investigate what we can conceive of, or make intelligible to ourselves, as a possible general structure of experience, or to determine the set of ideas which form the limiting framework of all our thought about the world. 24 With all its allusions to ideas, thought, and what we can conceive of, such a description is blatantly psychologistic itself. To be purely logical, it would have to be cast in the formal mode of speech, making only reference to judgments and their logical relations. But, whatever his description of the transcendental enterprise, Strawson insists that it is completely separable from any consideration of the origin of these fundamental ideas. Supposedly, it determines the essential structure of our conceptual scheme rather than anything about our cognitive constitution. To prove his point, Strawson interprets the deduction so that it makes no reference to the concepts of transcendental psychology, and he duly concludes that transcendental idealism is superfluous to the essential structure of reasoning, as an extra will, zealously but idly turning. 25 According to his interpretation, the deduction only shows by regressive analysis the necessary conditions for the understanding of experience, namely that experience must be conceptualized, and that it must be so according to the principles of the understanding. Alternatively, it attempts to determine how certain very basic principles of objective order of universal and necessary connection are involved in the possibility of ascribing representations to myself over time. 26 In either case, he insists, the success of the argument does not depend on the thesis of transcendental idealism that these principles are valid only of appearances. For showing that certain principles of objective order are necessary conditions of experience does not imply that the objects within experience are only appearances. 27. Yet such a sparse interpretation of the deduction really begs the central question it intends to solve. If the fundamental principles of the understanding make a claim to universality and necessity that cannot be derived from experience, how do we know that they apply to it? Or, granted that certain basic principles are necessary to my understanding of experience, or even to my ascribing identity to myself over time, what makes me think that they are anything more than subjective necessities of my understanding? If these principles are simply requirements of our understanding experience, the question arises whether that subjective necessity still holds of experience itself. The whole problem of skepticism arises all over again. Why should the subjective necessity of our thought be true of reality itself? There is some rich irony here, since Strawson is content to leave these principles subjective necessities, and since he fails to deal with the quid juris, his interpretation is more psychologistic than anything in Kant. It is striking that Kant himself envisages, and decisively rejects, an interpretation of this kind. His reasons for dismissing it are telling. Toward the close of the B deduction, B 167 to 168, he considers a preformation system of pure reason, according to which our principles originate in the understanding but still harmonize with things in themselves because of the Creator. He rejects this possibility, because it does not ensure that these principles have any objective validity. They would amount to nothing more than subjective dispositions of thought having an arbitrary subjective necessity because they do not necessarily conform to their objects, and because their creator could have chosen to create our cognitive constitutions differently. Such a preformation system would concede just what the skeptic desires, Kant further argues, because we could not say the effect is connected with the cause in the object but only that I am so constituted that I cannot think this representation otherwise than as so connected, B 168. What, in the end, gives our synthetic a priori principles an objective validity is that they apply to the objects of experience, but the only condition under which we can say this is that these objects are appearances. Ultimately, the problem with any such anodyne interpretation of the analytic is that it begs fundamental questions. What validity are we to ascribe to those principles that are necessary conditions of any experience? If they are only subjective necessities, we are left with something like a Humean skepticism. If they are true of objects themselves, then we need to know why that is the case. Simply to dismiss this question is really to beg it. In the end, it is necessary to admit that Kant's transcendental deduction, as phantasmagoric and baroque as it seems, has much more philosophical interest than the sparse interpretation imposed on it. Chapter 10. Kant's Idealism in the Opus Posthumum. 1. Kant's Baroque. In the spring of 1790 Kant stated bluntly in the preface to the Kritik der Urteilskraft, "With this I end my entire critical undertaking. Without delay I will now proceed to the doctrinal part, so that I snatch from my growing years what time remains favorable to the task." v. 170. So much had been done, but there was still so much to do. The three Kritiken had been written, but now he had to erect the system of philosophy on their foundations. Kant achieved part of this grand task with his Metaphysik der Sitten, which constituted the practical part of his system. Yet he never published his long-promised system of metaphysics, for which the entire critical philosophy was to be a propædeutic. Kant's public statement that he was putting his critical labors behind him, and the fact that he published no major metaphysical or epistemological work after the Third Critic, has led to one of the most stubborn myths about the history of German idealism, that Kant drops off the philosophical stage in the 1790s. This myth reappears every time we assume that post-Kantian philosophy begins in that decade. It is as if Kant were dead when Reinhold, Beck, Fichte, and Schelling wrote their first works. But rumors of Kant's demise, and indeed of his irrelevance, were greatly exaggerated. Kant continued to work throughout the 1790s, and even into the first year of the new century. If his energies were declining, making it difficult for him to execute ambitious projects, his acuity remained perfectly intact. For three reasons, the myth of Kant's obsolescence is especially misleading. First, some of his most important moral and political works appear only in the 1790s. Almost all his political writings were published in that decade, and they reveal an author eager to participate in all the crucial issues of the day, and, of course, the Metaphysik der Sitten, Kant's most systematic work on moral philosophy, appeared only in 1796. Second, to the extent that time and energy permitted, Kant did keep abreast of the latest developments in transcendental philosophy, thus he often responded to, if only in private, the criticisms of Fichte, Beck, Herder, Schulz, and Tiedemann. Since his powers completely failed him only in 1801, and since the absolute idealism of Hölderlin, Schelling, and Hegel was essentially formed by 1800, this means that Kant was a witness to, and indeed participant in, the transformation of German idealism in the 1790s. If he seemed to have exited the philosophical stage in the 1790s, that has more to do with his isolation in Königsberg far from the literary centers of Jena, Weimar, and Göttingen than his waning powers as a philosopher. Third, and most important of all, despite his claim in the preface to the Third Critic, Kant continued to work on his critical philosophy well into the 1790s, and indeed he began to take it in new and remarkable directions. If Kant published little in epistemology and metaphysics in the 1790s, the fact remains that he continued to think and write intensively about these topics. This is apparent from his Opus Posthumum, the unedited mass of papers that he left after his death, which only became the subject of commentary and controversy in the 20th century. Most of these papers, which amount to 2 volumes of the Academy edition, were written between July 1797 and December 1800. They show that Kant continued to rethink, with remarkable zeal, persistence, and clarity, the fundamentals of his critical philosophy until the beginning of the 1800s. Here we witness Kant's great merit as a philosopher, his tireless readiness to rethink the basics of his position, to find the most precise formulation of his own views, and to explore issues for their own sake. It is this last development that especially concerns us here, for it raises the question, what happened to Kant's critical idealism after the Third Critic? Did he complete or abandon it? Did he remain true to the formal idealism of the 1780s? Or did he abolish his old dualisms and develop a more radical idealism like that of Fichte, Schelling, or Hegel? To put the issues metaphorically, did Kant doff his peruke in the 1790s or did he simply repowder it? Since the publication of the Academy edition of the Opus Posthumum in 1936, and indeed to some extent even before then, these have been disputed questions. There are those who contend that the transcendental idealism of the Opus Posthumum is essentially that of the 1780s. They maintain that Kant kept his basic dualisms, and that he remained true to his formal idealism, holding that the subject determines only the form but not the matter of experience, which remains simply given. Point 1. But there are also those who insist that Kant overturned his dualisms, at least in principle, and developed a more radical idealism that unifies the form and content of experience in a single fundamental principle. Point 2. Attempting to steer a middle path between these extremes, I shall argue in the following sections that Kant indeed continued to wear his wig, but that he also did more than just repowder it, he recurled and indeed refashioned it. While he reformulated and narrowed some of his fundamental dualisms, he still retained them, and so kept his critical distance from the idealism of Fichte and Schelling. Ultimately, Kant remained a formal idealist in 1801 just as he had been in 1781, though formal idealism no longer had the same meaning it had in 1780s. For Kant had redefined the domain of form and extended its sway over the realm of matter, even if he did not abolish the given manifold and the thing in itself. There was, however, one respect in which Kant did let his hair down: he gave the idea of the systematic unity of experience a constitutive status, making it a valid principle not only for reflective but determining judgment. Since, however, Kant continued to hold that this principle held only for appearances, he made no plunge into the deep waters of absolute idealism. 2. The gap in the critical system. To understand the development of Kant's transcendental idealism in the 1790s, it is necessary to ask why there was such a development at all. Why, contrary to Kant's claims in the Third Critic, was the critical philosophy not complete? Why did Kant begin to rethink his system in the 1790s? What problem could be so pressing that it compelled him to return to his intellectual labors? The source of the problem lay with a gap in the critical philosophy that had begun to trouble Kant as early as the 1780s. Kant first revealed his worries about such a gap in his September 21, 1798, letter to Christian Garve, where he complains about suffering a pain like that of Tantalus in writing a new work entitled Transition from the Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science to Physics. This work had to be completed, Kant stressed, for otherwise there would be a gap in the system of the critical philosophy. 257. It is likely, however, that Kant's first plans for such a work went back to the autumn of 1790, for shortly after completing the Third Critic, he had announced to his student J.G. Kiesutter that he had plans to write a new short work that would be a transition from the metaphysical foundations of natural science to physics. 3. What, precisely, was this gap, and how did it arise? Since the First Critic, Kant had become very concerned about the apparent discrepancy between the categories of the understanding and specific empirical laws. He held that the categories are very general principles, valid for all objects as such, and that they cannot derive specific empirical laws, which are only contingent for the understanding. B 165, 263, 303. Since they are purely formal principles, the categories are compatible with many possible particular laws, so that it is necessary to consult experience to determine which particular laws are true. In other words, the categories establish only the possibility of law as such, but they do not specify which specific laws are true in experience, and what the order is among them. Indeed, they cannot even determine whether there is any systematic order among them. Since Kant insisted that systematicity is a prerequisite of all scientific knowledge, A 832, this was to leave the possibility of an empirical science of nature still hanging in the balance. Kant began to treat this problem in earnest only in the Third Critic. Yet he was already fully aware of it by the first edition of the First Critic. In the appendix to the Transcendental Dialectic he explained that the categories did not establish the systematic unity of empirical laws, and he went so far as to concede that if there were no guarantee of systematicity, there could be no coherent employment of the understanding and no sufficient criterion of empirical truth, b. 679. Without systematicity, he added, there would not even be empirical concepts or experience, b. 682. Here, then, lay a very serious problem indeed. The transcendental principles of the first critic did not guarantee the possibility of empirical knowledge after all. 4 Already in the first edition of the Critic, then, Kant had already discovered a serious gap in his philosophy. The issue that disturbed Kant in the 1790s was a variation of the basic discrepancy he had already discussed in the first critic. The gap now arose between empirical physics and the metaphysical principles of natural science, which had been the main subject of Kant's 1786 Metaphysisk-Anfangsgrund der Naturwissenschaften. This work had closed some of the gap discovered in the first critic. Its task was to develop a purely rational physics, a physica rationalis, which applies the transcendental principles of the first critic to physical nature. The metaphysical principles of this science are not as general as the categories, because they are not valid for any kind of object but are applied to one specific kind of object in nature, namely matter. Nevertheless, if the gap had been narrowed, it remained far from closed. For these metaphysical principles are still very general and a priori, determining only the necessary properties of matter as such, so that the laws of empirical physics remain as contingent for them as for the categories. Kant himself stressed this point when he stated that his metaphysical principles were completely heterogeneous with empirical ones, 469, and that they could not specify the different kinds of matter. In general, he drew a sharp line between metaphysical questions, which are resolvable a priori, and empirical physics, which must rely on observation and experiment, 517 to 518. 522 to 523, 534. Hence the troubling question raised in the 1780s persisted: what ensured the possibility of empirical knowledge of nature? Although Kant struggled to close this gap in the 1780s, all his efforts proved to be problematic. In the first critic the ideas of reason, and in the third critic the principles of reflective judgment, had been assigned the task of systematizing the multiplicity of empirical laws. But both these solutions suffered from an underlying ambiguity. Kant often insisted that these ideas and principles have a merely regulative validity, permitting the understanding to proceed in its inquiries only as if there is some systematic unity, yet he also seemed uncertain whether such regulative status is sufficient. Hence he sometimes admitted that empirical science requires the stronger constitutive claim that there is systematic unity, b. 680, stressing that if we do not assume that there is such an order we will lose all motivation or rationale to search for it, b. 679, 681 to 682, 685, 688. The principle of reflective judgment in the third critic is also far too general to be of use in determining how to close the gap between the transcendental principles of the understanding and the multiplicity of empirical laws. It specified only that we should proceed as if there is some systematic order, but it gave no guidelines about what this order could be. All these unresolved issues of the 1780s finally emerge in the late 1790s in the 4th, 7th, and 10th fascicles of the Opus Posthumum. Kant now formulates the central problem behind his transition program in the simple question: how is physics possible as a science? This was not the same question Kant had already asked in the Prolegomena: how is pure natural science possible? 306, for the physics in question in the later work is an essentially empirical discipline, whose main goal is to determine the specific laws of motion, and whose chief activities are observation and experiment. Nevertheless, Kant still insists that, to have the status of a science, empirical physics too must have systematic unity, or that it must have an a priori structure where its laws have universality and necessity. In the Anfangsgrund, Kant continued to stress that systematic form and universality and necessity are the requisites of any science, and that a mere collection of observations, an aggregate of data, fall far short of such standards. 4, 468 to 469. The problem behind the transition, as Kant now formulates it, is that these high standards are almost impossible to attain. Physics confronts an apparently insurmountable dilemma because it cannot become a science by either purely rational and a priori methods or by strictly empirical and a posteriori ones. It is impossible a posteriori because, as Kant admits and Hume taught, we cannot derive systematic unity or universality and necessity from all the data of experience. Experience provides us only with an aggregate of observations and gives no evidence for a universal and necessary connection between events. But it is also impossible a priori because the metaphysical principles of natural science determine only the general laws of motion, and are compatible with all possible kinds of particular laws and not only those confirmed through observation and experiment. 5 Hence there is a gap between the metaphysical principles of natural science, which we know a priori, and the empirical findings of physics, which we know a posteriori through observation and experiment. 3. The transition program and its implications. What was Kant's response to the apparently insurmountable gap confronting him? His first formulation of a solution appears in the third fascicle of the Opus Posthumum, which he probably wrote between August and September 1798. He explains that, to bridge the gap between the metaphysical principles of natural science and empirical physics, it is necessary for there to be certain fundamental mediating concepts, Mittelbegriff, Zwischenbegriff, to join these distinct domains. These mediating concepts are nothing less than the specific moving forces of matter, the forces behind such phenomena as cohesion, solidification, electricity, magnetism, and chemical affinity, whose interactions explain the specific kinds of matter. These forces were nothing less than the standard forces of experimental physics in the 18th century. 6 These concepts are especially suited to cross the divide between metaphysics and physics, Kant argues, because they are both a priori and a posteriori, XXI, 289. They are a posteriori because their existence must be given empirically, 287, 7. But they are also a priori because their structure and form can be determined according to the table of categories, 291, 367. We can organize all the variables of force according to this table, Kant believes, so that each variable is assigned to a specific category. Hence ponderability, quality, coercibility, quantity, cohesion, relation, and exhaustibility, modality, each represent one of the categories. 8 Because its form is a priori while its matter is a posteriori, 293, 486, the system of the moving forces of matter, or what Kant calls his universal doctrine of forces of matter, Allgemeine Kraftenlehre der Materie, or Physiologia Naturalis, 286, provides the transition science between metaphysics and physics. Both the problem and the solution of the transition are analogous to that of the schematism in the first critic. The similarity is not only apparent, however, given that Kant himself described the transition as a schematism on several occasions, XXI, 168, 362 to 363, XXII, 487. The central problem of the schematism was how to apply the a priori concepts of the understanding to the particular appearances of experience, B 177. The solution was there must be some third thing, which is homogeneous on the one hand with the category, and on the other hand with the appearance, and which thus makes the application of the former to the latter possible, B 177. The same principle is at work in the transition, because the moving forces are homogeneous on the one hand with the metaphysical principles, in their systematic form, and on the other hand with the data of empirical physics, in their content. The main difference between the two schematisms is that the earlier one works for inner sense as the later one does for outer sense. Since the variables of moving force describe some form of motion, the moving forces schematize the metaphysical principles according to outer sense, just as Kant had required in the second edition of the Critic. As Kant first expounds the general idea behind his transition program, it seems perfectly in accord with his earlier critical principles. It seems as if nothing more is involved than schematizing the general principles of natural science, just as Kant had once schematized the categories in the first Critic. Indeed, to an extent, Kant himself wanted to think that the transition would be business as usual, a matter of expanding his system rather than rethinking it. Yet, in the later execution of his program, Kant began to develop ideas that took him well beyond some of his earlier critical doctrines. 9. One of the most important changes appears in the 5th and 10th fascicles, which Kant probably wrote between May 1799 and April 1800. Kant now begins to use the system of moving forces to explain not only the specific kinds of matter but also the specific perceptions or qualities of sensation itself. He treats the perceiver as another one of the moving forces of nature, so that its perceptions are the result of the forces acting upon it and its reactions to them. Perceptions are then nothing less than the moving forces joined together by consciousness, XXII, 392. Or, as he puts it in the 5th fascicle, external perceptions necessary to possible experience are themselves nothing more than the effect of agitating forces of matter upon the perceiving subject, XXI, 557. Now that the perceiver is brought within the general system of moving forces, Kant argues, the content of its perceptions will be amenable to a priori classification and organization. He announces this possibility explicitly in the 11th fascicle. In view of matter and its moving powers of externally affecting the subject, the perceptions themselves are moving powers bound up with the capacity of reaction, so that the understanding anticipates perception according to the only possible forms of motion: attraction, repulsion, inclusion, and penetration. Thus is revealed the possibility of establishing an a priori system of empirical representations what would otherwise seem impossible, and to anticipate experience quad materiali. XXII, 502. Of course, Kant had already developed the idea of a material a priori in the Anticipations of Perception of the First Critic, where he stated that we can anticipate a priori the content of experience by treating sensation as an intensive magnitude, B 207 to 208. Even then he had noted the apparent oddity of anticipating a priori something that belongs to the sheer matter of experience, 209. Nevertheless, Kant's conception of the material a priori in the First Critic was decidedly modest, explicitly leaving out of account the specific qualities of the manifold. There Kant had insisted that all we can anticipate is the intensive magnitude of a sensation, the degree of intensity with which it strikes our senses, B 218, the quality of sensation, however, is always merely empirical and cannot be represented a priori, B 217. The new development in Kant's thinking lies less in the general idea of a material a priori than in the transcendental status he ascribes to the moving forces themselves. Kant describes the moving forces as principles of the possibility of experience, XXII, 390, and their whole system as a material principle of the unity of possible experience, XXI, 585. Their transcendental status becomes especially apparent when Kant writes in the 9th fascicle that the quantity of matter cannot be measured, or be an object of experience, except under the presupposition that it has some dynamic quality that must be presupposed a priori, XXII, 230. In other words, these moving powers are not, like empirical laws, simply subsumed under the transcendental conditions provided by the categories, rather, they constitute more specific transcendental conditions themselves. Hence the transition science expands the realm of the transcendental and a priori so that it consists in not only the categories of the understanding and the forms of sensibility but also the major variables of interaction between the dynamic powers of matter. 10. The changes in Kant's concept of the transcendental in the Opus Posthumum become especially apparent from the ether proofs of the 2nd and 4th fascicles, which were written between July 1797 and October 1798. The ether, caloric, or world matter plays a central role in Kant's transition science. It is nothing less than the highest principle of the transition, XXI, 600. The ether is the substrate of all the moving forces of nature, the basis for their unity and interconnection, XXI, 563. Although it now seems to be only the quaint relic of bygone physics 11, the chief role of the ether is not physical or scientific for Kant, who insists that he does not adopt the ether simply as an hypothesis to explain certain phenomena, XXI, 563 to 564. Rather, Kant's ether is essentially a transcendental principle, and more specifically his formulation for the necessary unity of experience. Kant indeed conceives the existence of the ether as the principle of the unity of all experience, as the fundamental transcendental condition of possible experience, XXI, 224, 229. Hence the proofs for the existence of the ether are not empirical but transcendental arguments. They contend that the existence of the ether is a necessary condition for the perception of any object in space. Crudely, Kant's argument goes as follows, that we perceive a body in space only if space as a whole is completely filled and constantly in motion, but space is completely filled and constantly in motion only if there exists a universally penetrating, constantly moving, and omnipresent primal matter. What is so strange about the ether proofs, as Kant himself notes, is that they demonstrate the existence of an object as a necessary condition of experience, XXI, 221, 226, 230, 538, 562. They do not attempt to prove its existence from experience but a priori, through reasoning from a priori concepts and the law of identity alone. This is singular in the critical philosophy, Kant admits, because it is a central doctrine of the first critic that the existence of objects cannot be derived from concepts alone, and that we confirm the reality of anything only by its agreement with the material and formal conditions of experience. Yet in this single case it is possible to say a posse ad esse vale consequentia, XXI, 592. Although the full implications of this singularity are a matter of dispute, there is at the very least here a basic shift in Kant's conception of the conditions of experience, which makes it necessary for him to revise the dualism between the form and matter of experience. The distinction between the two in the first critic was such that the form of experience comprised only its structure, while its matter consisted in not only specific sense qualities but also the existence of objects. Whether an object existed had to be determined within experience from perception and the laws governing it, B 279 to 280. Now, however, the conditions of experience consist in not only its form or structure but also its very existence. The conditions of experience are not only formal but something very real. Hence Kant sometimes calls the ether hypostatized space, XXI, 224, 228, or a material principle of the unity of possible experience, XXI, 585. The ether proofs also raise serious questions about the regulative constraints that Kant imposed on reflective judgment in the third critic. Point 12. There Kant had insisted that the idea of the systematic unity of experience is a strictly regulative principle, such that the understanding can proceed only as if all the particular laws of nature have been created according to some rational design. Since, however, the ether proofs demonstrate the existence and objective reality of the ether, and since the ether amounts to nothing less than the systematic unity of nature, it follows that the ether too must have constitutive status, if only as a necessary condition of experience. To be sure, in one respect, the regulative constraints of the third critic still remain in force, for Kant's main purpose there was to limit the claims of teleology, and more specifically the idea of the purposiveness of nature. Yet, in another respect, Kant also abandons these constraints, since the idea of the systematic unity of nature becomes detached from the idea of purposiveness and is given a constitutive status. It is important to stress that, since they make no claim about the unity of nature deriving from its purposiveness, the ether proofs do not rehabilitate teleology. The system of dynamic forces of the transition remain entirely in the inorganic realm, and so can have a constitutive status without violating Kant's strictures on teleology. Point 13. Throughout the Opus Posthumum Kant adheres to a doctrine he had already emphasized in the Anfangsgrund, that matter is dynamic but not organic, that it consists in moving but not living forces. Hence he argues repeatedly that matter is not living because it does not have the power to move itself, and because the idea of a purpose involves some immaterial principle, XXII, 499, 501, 506 to 507, 547, 548. It is Kant's persistent insistence upon this borderline between the living and non-living that separates him most sharply from the later more metaphysical doctrines of Schelling and the Romantics. Still, for all its novelty and implications, it would be wrong to think that the ether proofs are transcendent from the standpoint of the transcendental dialectic of the first critic, as if Kant were returning to the metaphysical tradition or moving toward absolute idealism. 14 Kant himself is very keen to avoid any impression that he is committing the fallacy of the ontological argument. 15 And he counters this by insisting that the ether proofs are valid only as transcendental arguments, that is, they do not determine the existence of the ether except insofar as it is a necessary condition of possible experience. Concerning the existence of the ether in itself, apart from these conditions, they make no claims whatsoever. Kant is insistent that though the proofs establish the reality or objective status of the ether, they do so only by establishing its subjective necessity as a condition of experience. XXI, 575, 581, 583, 601. 16 As he writes in the fifth fascicle, regarding the question of the existence of the caloric, when it must be known a priori, it is not how the object is possible but how the experience of this object is subjectively possible. XXI, 581. For the transition and refutation. What significance did Kant's transition program have for his struggle against subjectivism? Some scholars have said none at all. They argue that rather than attempting to continue his battle against subjectivism in the opus posthumum, Kant succumbed to a radical transcendental solipsism all his own. 17 This is apparent, they contend, chiefly from the growing powers Kant attributes to the transcendental subject, which now creates not only the general form but also the specific matter of experience. This increasing subjectivism is obvious, it is said, from Kant's lack of interest with the refutation of idealism in the opus posthumum. Allegedly, Kant now abandoned the refutation of idealism. 18. We shall treat the charge of growing subjectivism later. But there is one question that we must answer now: what is the connection, if any, between the transition and the refutation? What role, if any, does the refutation play in the opus posthumum? It should be said from the outset that Kant did not forsake his attempt to refute idealism in the opus posthumum. There are several passages in the 7th and 11th fascicles where Kant argues explicitly against idealism, and more specifically against the charges of subjectivism hurled against him by Dietrich Tiedemann in Theaet, XXII, 11, 19, 35-36, 445, 447. Tiedemann made two charges against Kant: first, that the refutation does not really prove the existence of external objects but only the necessity of our nature to assume their existence, and, second, that Kant had no right to assume transcendental affection, given that he had argued in the fourth paralogism of the first edition that all inferences from my inner experience to their external causes are uncertain. 19 Predictably, Kant was no more pleased with Tiedemann's criticisms than Garve's. He made several attempts to rebut Tiedemann, sprinkling his texts with caustic comments about Theaetetus. Kant's concern to refute idealism was not limited to his asides against Tiedemann. There are other passages in the 11th fascicle where Kant reaffirms his empirical realism against empirical idealism by insisting that transcendental idealism does not undermine the truth of any of our ordinary judgments, whose truth value is entirely preserved. It is one and the same in transcendental philosophy whether I make sense representations into a principle idealistically or realistically. For everything depends not on the relation of the objects to the subject but their relation to one another. XXII, 442-443, 469. If the opus posthumum does not contain the many refutations of idealism of the Reflection of the 1790s, that is not because Kant has become less realistic in his thinking, and still less because he has become a transcendental solipsist. It has more to do with the immediate goals of the transition project. To secure the possibility of physics as a science, Kant has to establish some systematic unity, some form of a priori organization, for the aggregate of empirical data acquired from observation and experiment. But to achieve this end he does not have to prove that there are objects in space outside him and that there are moving forces acting on the subject. That point is simply presupposed. The argument of the transition is therefore purely hypothetical in form. If there are objects in space or moving forces acting on me, they must have a systematic order or a priori form. It is noteworthy that Kant himself saw the argument of the transition in just these terms. In a note appended to one of the ether proofs he explains that his proof will begin with the assumption of the existence of objects in space, and that he will not attempt to prove this assumption. Kant states baldly that his proof will adopt as its premise a totality of simultaneously existing sense objects is given. He then adds tellingly, unless one wants to adopt idealism, whose claim belongs to another branch of philosophy, which is not the subject here, XXI, 552. This makes it seem as if the transition presupposes the refutation, but not conversely. Even worse, it appears as if the refutation were relevant to the transition in a merely peripheral way, proving a presupposition that the transition shares with many other parts of the critic. But this impression is very misleading. If the transition is not a reformulation of, or replacement for the refutation, it is a necessary supplement to it, and indeed an extension of it. The transition not only builds on the central conclusion of the refutation, but it also explains some of its central concepts, justifies some of its hidden premises, and explores some of its deeper implications. The close connection between the refutation and transition becomes clear as soon as we reconsider the origins of both projects. One of the central ideas behind the refutation is the primacy of outer intuition in giving meaning to the concepts of the understanding. The need to reschematize the basic principles of the understanding through outer sense was, however, also one of the central motivations behind the transition. In effect, then, the transition would continue the anti-idealist project of establishing the primacy of outer sense. The link between the refutation and transition becomes further apparent as soon as we recall their central theses. The refutation intends to show how a necessary condition of my empirical self-consciousness, my awareness of myself in time, is my awareness of the existence of something permanent in space outside me, b. 275. The transition attempts to establish systematic unity among the moving powers of matter by showing how such unity is a necessary condition of my perception of objects in space outside me. Hence the transition attempts to take the argument of the refutation a step further by specifying the conditions under which I become aware of something permanent in space. Essentially, it contends that to perceive something in space, I must have a physical body that stands in a dynamic interaction with other physical bodies, which must all be parts of a single unified dynamic system of nature. In other words, the transition builds on and explains the refutation by stating that my perception of objects in space must be part of a general system of experience, which basically consists in a system of moving forces standing in relations of attraction and repulsion to one another. Despite his intense and tireless efforts, Kant never succeeded in providing a formal and final argument for the central thesis of the transition. Elements of the argument appear in his various ether proofs in fascicles 2, 6, and in his various comments on the system of moving powers in the 7th, 10th, and 11th fascicles. If we summarize these texts, the following line of argument emerges. 1. To perceive space, it is necessary to perceive some body in it, because empty space cannot be perceived, XXI, 209, 216, 218, 223, 227, 229, 233 to 234, 247, 376, 535, 538, 547, 550. 2. To perceive the existence of some body in space, it must affect my senses, XXI, 216, 552. 3. To affect my senses, the body must exercise some force upon them, XXI, 573, 583, 587, 588. 4. To perceive the body acting on me, I must be able to react against its force, such that I repel its motion as it repels my motion. In other words, my body and the body acting on me must stand in relations of mutual attraction and repulsion, XXI, 490, XXII, 326, 502. 5. My body and the body acting on me mutually attract and repel one another only if that body in turn mutually attracts and repels other bodies, which stand in similar relations to still other bodies, and so on. In other words, these bodies must form a continuum of interaction, a system of mutually interacting forces, XXI, 507, 535 to 536, 552, XXII, 293, 300, 431. Therefore, my perception of the existence of some body in space is possible only insofar as I have a body that is part of the system of physical bodies in dynamic interaction. Whatever its precise formulation, the main thrust of this argument supports one of the central premises of Kant's critique of idealism. For it states that my perception of objects in space must take place within the general system of experience, and that means, according to the postulates of empirical thought, that this perception cannot be illusory. That my perception of an object in space is part of the general system of experience was crucial to the argument of the refutation, because this alone established against the Cartesian skeptic that such a perception cannot be illusory. Though this point was crucial to the argument of the refutation, Kant implied more than explained it in the first critic. The transition now picks up where the refutation left off. It argues in more detail why the perception of objects in space must take place within the general system of experience. In the critic, the principle of community behind the third analogy that all substances perceived in space are in interaction played a crucial, if tacit, role in the postulates and the refutation of idealism, because it established that all objective experience of objects in space must take place in a system of interaction. The transition now completes this argument with its ether proofs, though now the principle of community assumes a decidedly constitutive status. Point 20. That Kant himself believed that the argument of the transition had important implications for the refutation appears from some of his obiter dicta on Tiedemann's Theaet. Though Kant does not discuss the detail of any of Tiedemann's arguments, he does suggest on at least